What if Harry Potter was trained by Yoshikage to vanish every Death Eater without a trace? A Harry Potter x JoJo's Bizarre Adventure crossover Savage Harry channel. Welcome to Savage Harry. Today's adventure, what if Harry Potter was trained by Yoshikage to vanish every Death Eater without a trace? If you haven't already, smash that subscribe button and ring the bell so you never miss a story. Now, let's begin. Chapter 1, Godric's Hollow and the Quiet Life Decision. Yoshikage did not understand where he was, and that was already two violations of his preferred ordering of the universe. He stood very still in the middle of a country lane that smelled of wood smoke and broken slate. The hedges were thick. The sky was the wrong color of black, a darkness that had too many stars in it, and the stars were arranged in patterns he did not recognize. There was no train station, there was no convenience store, there was no fluorescent sign indicating the location of the nearest train station or convenience store. He took a slow, careful breath and itemized himself. Trousers pressed. Tie knotted at the standard width. Cufflinks present, watch present, ticking set to a time that did not match the position of the moon. Hands clean, hands his own. He flexed his fingers and examined the lines of the palms with brief, distracted affection. He had always liked his hands. He had liked a great many other people's hands, too, though that line of thought was not productive at the moment, and he disliked unproductive thoughts. He folded the affection back into himself and put the topic away. The last thing he remembered was an alleyway in Morio. The last thing before that was a small boy who was not technically a small boy looking up at him with eyes that knew. There had been a sound like a clock being broken. There had been very briefly the sensation of being unmade and then made and then unmade. He did not enjoy that sensation. He had not enjoyed many of the things that had happened to him recently, which was the entire reason he had been so meticulous about arranging his life and was therefore a source of acute irritation. He had, it seemed, escaped, or he had been thrown. He did not yet have enough information to determine which, and he disliked operating without sufficient information, so for now he treated himself as a man on a walk who had simply lost his bearings. He straightened his tie a second time, even though it had been straight, and began to walk in the direction of a faint orange glow. The lane curved, the hedges thinned. The orange glow resolved into the upper story window of a cottage that was no longer entirely a cottage. The roof had been opened upward, as if a hand had reached down and lifted a piece of it away, and from the opening came a slow column of smoke that was not the right shade for ordinary smoke. The garden gate had been blown off its hinges. A child's tricycle lay on its side in the grass, one wheel still gently turning. Kira stopped at the gate and considered the scene the way another man might have considered a stain on a tablecloth. Noted, damage indicates an event of unusual energy. An event of unusual energy implies witnesses. Witnesses imply attention. Attention implies a disturbance of his quiet life. His quiet life had already been disturbed by being moved to wherever this was, therefore further disturbance was unacceptable, therefore he should resolve this scene quickly and resume his preferred routine, whatever his preferred routine was going to look like now. He stepped over the broken gate. He walked up the path. He did not look at the body in the doorway at first, because he wanted to inventory the rest of the scene before assigning weight to any one detail. The door had been struck inward. The hallway was scorched. There was a kettle still upright on a small table by the umbrella stand, and the umbrella stand had two umbrellas in it, one black, one tartan. Someone had taken their tea in the hall this evening. The kettle was warm. The tartan umbrella's handle was slightly bent in a way that suggested it had been gripped hard by someone with a small hand. Then he allowed himself to look at the man in the doorway. The man had been young, glasses, dark hair. He had died very recently and very quickly, with no visible wound, lying on his back with one arm flung outward and one foot caught against the lowest stair. His other hand was open and empty, and Kira knew instinctively, the way he knew the difference between a clean shirt and a slightly damp one, that the hand had been holding a wand. He had no opinion about wands as a category, having only ever read about them in fiction. He had a strong opinion about the shape of this man's fingers, which were long and capable, and he set that opinion aside because he was working. He stepped over the man, he climbed the stairs. On the landing he found a woman. He looked at her for a moment, longer than he had looked at the man's. She had red hair. Her hair had fallen forward over one of her hands, and her hand was so familiar to him that he had to stop and confirm to himself that this was a coincidence and not a hallucination. He crouched and lifted the hair gently aside with the back of one knuckle and examined the hand. The wrist, the line of the thumb, the shape of the nail bed. The small white scar on the second knuckle of her middle finger, a scar from the kind of accident a child has when chopping vegetables for the first time. He had once stolen a magazine from a satchel that had been left, briefly and stupidly, on a brass railing outside a shop he had passed during a year he did not want to think about. The magazine had been printed on paper that smelled like a different kind of forest. It had advertised wand polishing kits and self-stirring spoons. On page 31 there had been a photograph of a young woman demonstrating a wandwork technique. And the photograph had moved in a small, subtle loop, and her hand had moved with it, and Kira had been entirely unable to put the magazine down for the rest of that afternoon. He had eventually burned it because possession of such an item was inconsistent with his quiet life, and he had wept very briefly in a precisely measured private way before he did. He had remembered the hand for years. This was the hand. He let her hair fall back gently and stood. "That is an unfortunate coincidence," he said quietly to no one because he did not believe in coincidences when they were inconvenient, and he did not believe in them when they were convenient either. He believed in patterns. He preferred his patterns to be small and dull and entirely under his own control. This was the opposite of that. From the room at the end of the landing came a thin, exhausted sound, not a cry. A small, unhappy noise, the kind that a child makes when a child has decided that crying is not going to bring help, and has settled into the lower-grade complaint of being awake when one wishes to be asleep. He walked unhurried to the room. There was a cot. There was a baby in the cot sitting up with a small red mark on its forehead that was the wrong shape to be a normal injury and the wrong color to be a normal bruise. The baby was looking at the door, the baby was looking at him, the baby was not crying, the baby was making the unhappy noise. There was also, hanging in the upper corner of the room beside the wardrobe, a thing. The thing was not solid, the thing was not gaseous. It was, in the manner of a smear of oil on water, present but unwilling to declare itself. It was a tatter of dark vapor with an interior pull to it, a low hungry orientation, and it was very slightly, very patiently, drifting toward the cot. Kira looked at the thing. The thing did not look at Kira, because the thing did not, strictly speaking, have eyes, but it became aware of him, and the awareness moved across the room as a small change in pressure that an inattentive man would not have noticed, and that Kira noticed because he was, among other things, a man who measured the change in pressure of every room he entered. "Excuse me," he said in the polite tone he used with shop clerks who had gotten his order wrong. "What are you doing?" The thing did not respond, but it stopped drifting because Kira had made it aware that there was now a noticer in the room, and noticers were variables. It seemed to be calculating. It seemed to be calculating in a frustrated, fragmentary way, like a man trying to count after a head injury. Kira regarded the thing for what he considered an adequate length of time. He felt no fear because fear required the body to believe in death, and Kira's body had very recently completed the project of dying and not being dead, and the body had lost interest in the topic. He felt instead a sense of slowly accumulating annoyance. The annoyance was familiar. It was the feeling that arose ordinarily when a coworker chewed too loudly at lunch, or when his train was late, or when a child shrieked in a supermarket. It was the foundational mood of his existence, and he found a small private comfort in the fact that it had survived the transit between worlds. "You have made a great deal of mess," he told the thing. "There is a man at the bottom of the stairs, there is a woman on the landing, there is a baby still alive in a cot. There is also a roof open to the sky, which will let rain in, and rain after fire makes a kind of wet ash that takes a long time to clean. I do not know who you are. I do not particularly care who you are. I am simply, at this moment, the sort of person who does not enjoy having his quiet life disrupted, and you are clearly the sort of phenomenon that disrupts quiet lives in others. I would like to ask you to stop." The thing pulled itself together slightly. It seemed to swell. It seemed to consider, in whatever fashion it considered, an attack. "I have asked politely," said Kira. He smoothed his tie. He aligned his cufflinks. He looked down at the floor where his shadow lay long and rectangular and ordinary across the boards, and his shadow stood up. His shadow did not stand up in the way a normal shadow rises and follows. His shadow stepped out of the floor and unfolded into the room behind him, and as it unfolded it acquired color and dimension and definition and weight. The thing in the corner shrank back. The baby in the cot, who had stopped making the unhappy noise some moments earlier, made a small, interested gurgle, because the baby was, at the present moment, 18 months old and easily delighted by anything pink that arrived in his bedroom unannounced. Killer Queen stood in the room. It was tall. Its skin was a smooth, hot pink that did not occur in nature, and its joints were defined as if drawn by a draftsman who had spent too long on every line, and its head was the head of a cat's skull crossed with the helmet of a knight. And from its waist there projected, as decoration but also not as decoration, the small ornamental shapes of skulls. There were cuffs at its wrists and ankles like the cuffs of a tunic of the kind no living person had ever worn. There were chains crossing its chest in a pattern that was almost heraldic. It tilted its head. Its eyes were not eyes, they were the careful absence of eyes. It looked at the wraith in the corner with the patient attention of an executioner who had been doing his job for so long that he had begun to dislike his own boredom with it. "This is my stand," Kira said conversationally. "I prefer not to introduce it. It introduces itself when it is needed. Please do not flatter yourself that it has been brought out specifically for you." It has been brought out because cleaning is required, and Killer Queen is, among its other functions, an extremely thorough cleaner. The wraith lunged. It moved like wet ribbon, like a scarf unwinding in cold water, like the trail a stick leaves in tar. It came down off the wall and toward Kira with a hiss that was the closest it could come to a voice in its current condition, and it intended in the limited fashion that it intended anything in this state to enter him. Kira's mouth twitched downward at the corners. He found the intention rude. Killer Queen flicked its wrist. A small object detached from Killer Queen's hand and dropped to the floor, not a bomb, not a cat shape, not yet, a tracker. It hit the boards and unfolded into a low, four-legged silhouette of a tank with a cat's head, soundless and crisp, and it scuttled with bright, sharp purpose across the floor toward the wardrobe. Sheer heart attack. The wraith perceived the tracker in the diffused, confused way that it perceived anything and tried to bend its path away. The tracker followed. The tracker had locked the moment it touched the boards to the heat of the only object in the room that gave off heat without giving off light, and that object was the wraith, and the lock would not break. The wraith tried to flee through the wall. The tracker raised its small jaws and barked soundlessly, a punctuation of pure intention. The wraith was suddenly held in place, no longer permitted to pass through solid matter because Killer Queen had decided that it would not. Killer Queen lifted its other hand. Bites the dust did not have a visible form in the way that Killer Queen's other functions had visible forms. It was an attitude of time. Killer Queen wore the attitude the way one wears a cloak. It looked at the wraiths. The wraith's attempt to escape became, in the same instant, a memory of an attempted escape that had not happened yet, and then it became a memory of an attempted escape that had happened and failed, and then it became the present moment, in which the wraith was still in the corner and had not moved. The wraith did not understand what had happened. The wraith experienced in the sudden lack of options something that an organism with no nervous system can nevertheless be called upon to feel, an ending of choices. Killer Queen reached out. Killer Queen touched the wraith with the very tip of one finger. The wraith became a small puff of soundless dust. The dust did not settle. The dust dispersed in even microscopic distribution throughout the air of the room, in such a manner that no instrument and no spell and no eye would ever again be able to gather enough of it in one place to constitute a wraith. There was no body. There had never been a body. There was no remnant. There was, in the corner where the wraith had been, only the smell of a room that had recently been very cold and was now coming back to ordinary temperature. Kira reached up and adjusted his collar. The collar had not been displaced, he simply preferred to confirm. There, he said, resolved. He turned to the cot. The baby looked at him. The baby's eyes were green. The baby's eyes were the eyes of the woman on the landing. The baby had a small red mark on its forehead that was now, with the wraith dispersed, the only piece of the wraith that remained in the universe. And the mark was already beginning to look, very faintly, like an ordinary scar. Kira regarded the mark with the slight irritation he felt toward any imperfection on a presentable object. He filed it. He would consider later whether to remove it. It would depend on whether it was easier to remove than to live with. He suspected the latter. The baby raised a hand. The baby's hand was small. The baby's hand was in shape in the curl of the fingers, in the proportion of the palm to the wrist, a smaller and rounder version of a hand he had recognized on the landing. The hand reached for his coat. Kira looked at the hand. He stood for a long, quiet moment in the broken room of a broken house in a country he did not recognize, on a night that had not figured into any of his plans, with the dust of a recent execution distributed evenly through the air around him, and he allowed himself to do an unusual thing. He allowed himself to feel. What he felt was small and unfussy. He felt that he was tired. He felt that he was in a place where the rules he had spent his life mastering were not the rules in effect. He felt that he would need to learn the rules in effect, and to master them, and to fold them into a routine, because a routine was the only stable architecture in which his preferred mode of life could occur. He felt that the baby in the cot was, by virtue of the woman on the landing, an inheritor of a hand that he had already, years earlier in a different life, in a different country, in a different magazine, on a particular afternoon, briefly loved. He had loved the hand. He still loved the hand. The hand had in the magazine belonged to a stranger. The hand was now in this room attached to a small noisy variable that would either become a part of his quiet life or become an obstacle to it. He preferred for it to become a part. He preferred for almost everything to become a part. He preferred subordination over disruption. "You're coming with me," he said to the baby in the calm, informative tone with which he might have addressed a delivery driver. "I do not yet know where with me is in this country. I have not yet read a single street sign. I do not yet know which currency is in use or which language is the dominant language of administration. I expect to clarify all of that in approximately 3 to 5 days. In the meantime, you will be quiet. You will be quiet for 2 reasons. The first reason is that I dislike noise. The second reason is that, at present, every noise you make is a piece of evidence concerning a scene that I do not wish to be associated with. You will be quiet. The baby blinked at him. The baby seemed to accept this. He lifted the baby out of the cot with the care he would have used in handling a piece of expensive porcelain that he had stolen in transit. He did not coo, he did not adjust his expression. He carried the baby to the wardrobe and removed from it the smallest, plainest blanket he could find, and he wrapped the baby in the blanket with 3 crisp folds. He stepped back into the landing. He did not look at the woman. He had already looked at her once, and once was enough, because the alternative was to look at her again and form a sentiment about her hand that would be inconvenient to carry. He stepped over the man at the bottom of the stairs. He walked out of the broken garden gate. He stood for a moment in the lane and listened. He could hear in the distance the sound of people approaching, many people. The sound was not yet close enough for any of them to see him. He could hear faintly beneath their voices a different sound, a sound he could not at first identify, a low engine note somewhere in the air. He tilted his head up. There was a shape in the sky. It was not a plane. It moved like a vehicle, but it had no lights of the kind a plane had. He filed the observations. He turned away from the shape, walked back along the lane in the opposite direction, and at the first intersection he chose the road that was the darkest. "What is your name?" he asked the baby quietly as he walked. The baby did not answer because the baby was 18 months old. "It does not matter," he said. "I will give you a name. The name will be ordinary. We will both have ordinary names. We will both have ordinary lives. We are starting tonight." He kept walking. By dawn, he had reached a town with a small railway halt that did not appear on any of the maps in his head, because the maps in his head were of a country that was not this country. But he understood the principle of railway halts in general, and he found the platform without difficulty. He sat on a bench at the end of the platform with the baby in his lap, and he watched the sun come up over a row of stone houses with chimneys he did not recognize the design of, and he composed, in the orderly internal way that he composed everything, a plan. The plan had several parts. Part 1, acquire information. He needed to know what country this was, what year this was, what currency was in use, what laws were in force, and what local taboos he should avoid violating. He needed to know whether the wraith in the upstairs corner had been an outlier or a representative of a broader category. He needed to know whether the people approaching the cottage in the night had been allies of the wraith or opponents of it. Part 2, acquire resources. He needed a place to live, a means of paying for the place to live, identification documents that would withstand minor inspection, and a small, clean wardrobe of clothing in the local style. He had become very good over the years at acquiring identification documents that withstood minor inspection. He had no opinion about clothing in any style. He wore whatever was unremarkable. Part 3, acquire instruction. He needed to learn in the briefest possible time the local rules concerning the kind of thing he had just done in the upstairs room. He needed to learn whether the local rules were ordinary rules, like rules about driving on a particular side of the road, or whether they were rules of a kind he had not previously encountered. He suspected the latter. He had no objection to the latter, provided that the rules could be learned and observed. Part 4. Maintain the baby. The baby was a logistical fact. The baby would require food, sleep, shelter, immunizations if such existed locally, and eventually education. The baby would also in time require a name that the baby could be called by in public. He turned the question of the name over in his mind for several minutes. He considered names from his original country. He set them aside because he did not want the baby to attract attention by having a name from his original country. He considered names from this country, of which he knew very few. He settled provisionally on a placeholder. The baby was wearing a small blue garment beneath the blanket, and on the inside collar of the small blue garment someone had embroidered in red thread 4 letters. He had seen the letters when he had wrapped the blanket. He had not at the time considered them. He reconsidered them now. 3 of the letters were a name in the same alphabet as English. The 4th was an initial. The name was Harry. The initial was P with a full stop. He approved of the brevity. He approved of the regularity. He approved of the lack of obvious distinctiveness. "Your name is Harry," he told the baby. "Your surname is Yoshikage. We will sometimes use other surnames as required for paperwork. I prefer Yoshikage. You will answer to Harry." The baby made a small sound that could be charitably interpreted as agreement. "That is acceptable," said Kira. A train came in. It was a slow train, painted in a green he found ugly, with peeling stickers along its windows. He boarded. He paid for his ticket with cash he had found in the pocket of a coat he had taken from a hook by the door of the broken house. Cash that turned out to be in a denomination he did not recognize, but which the ticket clerk accepted without comment, and which therefore was the local currency, and which gave him his first solid data point about his location. The currency was called pounds, the country was Britain, the year was implied by the date stamped on the ticket. He looked at the date. He paused. He looked at it again. He filed the information. He sat down by a window, the train moved out of the station, he watched the fields go by. The fields were green in a way he did not recognize, and the hedges were arranged in a way he did not recognize, and the sky was the color of brushed steel, and the baby on his lap had gone finally to sleep. He looked down at the baby. The baby had a small fist tucked against its mouth. The fist was, in proportion, a tiny version of the hand on the landing. He looked at the fist for slightly longer than was strictly necessary, then he looked back out the window, then he closed his eyes. He did not technically sleep, he rested. He was a man who rested. He did not sleep in the sense that ordinary people slept. He had not slept properly since adolescence, and he no longer expected to. He rested in the alert and slightly bored manner of a man waiting in a doctor's office. He listened to the wheels of the train. He counted the seconds between the click of one rail joint and the click of the next. He divided the count into intervals. He found the intervals soothing. He was aware throughout of Killer Queen. Killer Queen was not visible. Killer Queen was inside him, in the place where he kept it most of the time. Killer Queen was a presence, the way one's heart is a presence. He could feel the very faint tremor of it that always remained when it had recently been used, the way a phone vibrates briefly after a call has ended. He could feel, beneath that, the readiness of it, the willingness to be used again at any time he chose. He did not intend to use it again immediately. He intended to use it in the long run, only when something interfered with his quiet life. He had a feeling in the back of his mind that the country he had arrived in was going to interfere with his quiet life rather more often than the country he had left, and that this was something he was going to have to make peace with. He opened his eyes. Outside the window a sign passed, a town name in Latin letters in the local script. He read it, he memorized it. He spent the next hour memorizing every sign he could see, every advertisement, every street name, every poster on every wall of every station the train stopped at. By the end of the journey, he had built in his head a small starter dictionary of the local idiom. He alighted in a city that smelled of soot and wet wool, that had gray stone buildings the height of a small forest and signs in 2 languages, one of which he was already piecing together. The other was a language he did not recognize, and which he eventually concluded was the local minority language and could be safely ignored for purposes of administrative survival. He bought a newspaper from a kiosk with what little change he had left. He found a cafe. He sat down with the baby on his knee. He ordered tea. He read the newspaper slowly and carefully, and he learned that the city was called Edinburgh, that the year was 1981, that there had been an incident the previous evening in a place called Godric's Hollow that the newspaper did not appear to know about yet, and that the country he was now in had, as he had suspected, certain hidden categories that the newspaper was studiously not mentioning. He noted, as he turned a page, that the small fingers of the baby on his knee had closed around the corner of the paper and were attempting, gently and with no apparent goal, to tear it. He removed the baby's hand from the corner of the paper. He folded the paper. "That is what we are now," he said quietly. "You and I, we are people who do not tear things." The baby looked up at him. "Yes," said Kira. "Yes, quietly, that is the entire program." He drank his tea. The tea was acceptable. He thought while he drank about the kind of apartment he would rent, the kind of building he would rent it in, the kind of street the building would face. He thought about the kind of bookshop he might one day own in a quiet district with a tiled doorstep and a brass bell. He thought about morning routines and evening routines and the way he would balance the baby into them. He thought about how he would teach the baby to be a person whose existence did not generate paperwork. He paid for the tea. He left a tip in the local currency, calibrated to be neither memorably small nor memorably large. He stood up. He arranged the blanket around the baby. He walked out into a wet morning in a city he had never previously visited, in a country he had not previously planned to be in a world that was, as he had begun to understand, slightly larger and slightly stranger than his original world had been. He began, with the placid step of a man on his way to work, to look for a flat to rent. The flat he chose 3 days later was on the 3rd floor of a sandstone building on a quiet street near Bruntsfield Links, with 2 bedrooms, a small kitchen, a small bath, a sitting room with a window facing east, and a fire escape at the back that descended through a courtyard nobody used. He chose it because the front door was solid, the lock was new, the building had no concierge to remember faces, and the elderly couple in the flat below had been deaf for 20 years and were unlikely to recover. He paid the deposit in cash. He signed the lease with a name that was not his own and that the landlord did not check. He put the baby down on a rug he had bought from a charity shop. He stood in the middle of the empty sitting room. He listened. He could hear very faintly the noises of the city, but they were the right kind of city noises, distant, steady, generic. He closed the curtains. He opened them again. He liked the light better with them open. He closed them again because the light from the street was less important to him than the privacy. He turned to the baby. "This is where we live now," he said. "Tomorrow I will buy you food." The day after tomorrow, I will register you falsely as my nephew. The day after that, I will register myself falsely as your guardian. From that point on, you will not be a piece of evidence. You will be a child in a flat in a city in a country. You will be ordinary. I will teach you to be ordinary. It will take a number of years. I am willing to invest the time. The baby looked at him. You are a good listener, said Kira after a small pause. Continue. He sat down on the rug beside the baby. He took from his pocket a small notebook that he had bought from a stationer's that afternoon. He opened it. On the first page, he wrote in small, careful handwriting in the local language because he intended to write in the local language exclusively from now on. Day 1. Acquired flat, acquired child. Identity documents in progress. Killer Queen used once, no witnesses. He paused, he added hand, he stared at the word, he underlined it, he closed the notebook. He looked across the rug at the baby. The baby had pulled itself up using the leg of an armchair and was standing uncertainly with one small hand braced on the upholstery, looking back at him with mild expectation as if to ask what was next. Sit, said Kira. The baby sat. Good, said Kira, and he allowed himself for the briefest possible moment, the smallest possible smile, which he then put away. Outside, in a city he had not chosen but had now committed to, the bells of a church he had not yet learned the name of were ringing 6 o'clock on a wet evening in November of 1981. Inside, in a flat that smelled of new paint and old wood and the faint mineral residue of recently distributed dust, a man who had begun the week as a serial killer in another world and was ending it as a guardian in this one set about, with quiet patience, the project of building a life that nobody would ever notice. He intended to make it last. He intended to make it dull. He intended to make it long. And in the corner of the room, in a place where ordinary eyes could not have seen it, Killer Queen folded its arms across its painted chest and watched the baby with the polite attention of a tutor who had been engaged by the year and intended in due course to be very thorough. He fed the baby that night with bread softened in warm milk, because the corner shop had been closing as he passed it, and he had not yet had time to identify what infants were ordinarily expected to eat. He scooped the small mixture onto the tip of a spoon. The baby accepted it. The baby ate slowly and with surprising politeness. The baby looked at Kira between mouthfuls with the open, inquisitive attention of a creature who had not yet decided whether the man on the rug across from it was furniture or weather or something else. Kira sat very still and let the baby look. He preferred to be regarded as furniture on balance. Furniture was unobtrusive. He intended to be unobtrusive for the rest of his natural life. After the meal, he carried the baby to the small bath. He ran the water at a temperature he tested with the back of his wrist. He undressed the baby with the practiced detachment of a man who had once washed a great many things he was no longer going to think about. He bathed the baby. He toweled the baby. He noticed while toweling that the baby's hair stood up in 8 directions and that no manner of patting it down would persuade it to lie flat. He filed the observation. He would, in years to come, repeatedly attempt to flatten the hair with combs, with water, with a small amount of carefully selected hair tonic, and he would, in years to come, repeatedly fail. The failure would be one of the few constants of his life in this country, and he would, in time, come to find a small private fondness in the failure, though he would not have admitted as much under any form of questioning. He laid the baby in the second bedroom on a folded blanket because he had not yet bought a cot. He stood in the doorway for a moment and watched the baby breathe. The baby's breathing was small and steady. He turned out the light, he closed the door, he stood in the hallway and listened. The flat was silent. The street outside was silent. The bells of the church had stopped. He took a slow breath. He went to his own room. He hung up his suit in a closet that smelled of cedar. He laid out tomorrow's clothes on the chair by the bed because that was what he had always done and he had no intention of stopping. He turned out the light. He did not sleep. He rested. He thought about hands. He thought about hands for approximately 1 minute. Then he turned the topic away because indulging in it would, in time, become a habit, and habits of that particular kind were among the few things that had ever made him visible to authorities in his original country, and he had no intention of repeating that mistake here. He thought about ledger entries instead. He thought about the calculation of weekly rent. He thought about the most efficient route to the registry office. He thought about the local accent, which was, he had noticed, a great deal stronger in some neighborhoods than in others, and which would require careful imitation if he was going to pass for a long-term local resident. He decided that he would not, in the long run, attempt to pass for a long-term local resident. He would pass instead for a long-term immigrant resident, which was a category that drew less scrutiny in the city than he had initially feared. He had already, on the train, eavesdropped on a conversation between 2 women who had been pleased to discuss in detail every category of newcomer to the city and which of them was acceptable. He had filed the conversation. He would consult it as needed. He turned slightly on his side. He looked at the wall. He saw, faintly in the dim light of the street lamp through the curtain, the small shadow of his own face on the plaster. Quiet, he murmured to himself almost without sound. Quiet, quiet, quiet. It was both an instruction and a wish. In the second bedroom, the baby slept without crying, because the baby had already learned in the brief instructive duration of one evening that crying in this flat did not produce a response of the kind crying usually produced, that the man who lived in this flat was a man who responded instead to silence with food and with care and with the small steady attentions that an infant at 18 months will accept gratefully from any reliable source. It was, Kira thought, an excellent first day. He closed his eyes. He counted the seconds between the ticks of the clock in the hall. He found the intervals soothing. Outside, the city continued in its great patient indifference to be a city. Inside, two people who had become, very suddenly, a household began the long, quiet project of becoming nobody in particular. Chapter 2, 10 Years of Ordinary Life. At age 1, Harry Yoshikage learned to walk on the carpet of a third-floor flat in Edinburgh between an armchair and a small bookshelf, while a man in a dark suit sat at a small dining table and made notes about his progress in a leather notebook. The man's notes were brief: step, step, sat, stood, step. The man underlined each entry once. He did not clap, he did not encourage. He observed, and the boy walked toward him because the man was, in the small geography of the boy's world, the location of food and warmth and the reliable sound of a calmly turning page. The boy reached the table. The man placed a piece of biscuit into the boy's hand. The boy ate the biscuit. The man wrote, reached the table at 3 steps, acceptable. He closed the notebook. At age 2, the boy learned the words please and thank you in the local language, in the precise intonation that elderly women in shops used. He learned them from Kira, who had taught them to him with the same patient, repetitive method he had used on himself 20 years earlier when he had first begun to construct a public face that elderly women in shops would find unobjectionable. The boy applied the words. The elderly women approved. The boy received a small lemon sweet from a paper bag behind the counter of the corner shop on a Tuesday afternoon in early spring. Kira watched. Kira filed the moment. Kira noted internally that the boy's ability to extract sweets from elderly women was an asset to be neither suppressed nor encouraged. It was a tool, and tools should be neither admired nor blunted. At age 3, the boy stopped saying the man's name in public. He had briefly, between age 2 and age 3, called the man Kira aloud with the small, clear voice of a child who had not yet understood that words were sometimes evidence. Kira corrected him in private. In public, Kira had said in the voice he used for teaching the boy to brush his teeth, "You will call me uncle. The word for uncle in this language is the word I have written on this card. You will practice the word. You will use only the word. You will never use my given name in any setting in which a third party might hear it. You may use it inside this flat. You may not use it inside this flat when the windows are open." Practice, the boy practiced. The boy was a good student. Within 3 days, the word Kira had vanished from the boy's outdoor vocabulary, and he never again spoke it where anyone other than Kira could hear. At age 4, the boy went to nursery school. Kira had chosen the school after a survey of 7 local options. He had ranked them according to a private list of criteria. The list was building exterior unremarkable, staff turnover high enough that no single teacher would form a long-term opinion of the boy, teacher-to-pupil ratio low enough to discourage individual attention, absence of religious affiliation because religious schools, he had observed, kept 2 detailed records about their pupils' families, presence of a daily routine printed on a laminated card on the wall because routines were stable and stable routines did not generate inquiries. The chosen school met all 5 criteria. The boy attended. He arrived at the same minute each morning. He left at the same minute each afternoon. He drew the same picture of a house and a sun every week because Kira had instructed him to draw the same picture every week. Do not be the child who draws something striking, Kira had said. Be the child whose drawings end up in the recycling. Recycled drawings do not become parents' evening conversations. The boy obeyed. The drawings went into the recycling. At age 5, the boy learned to read. He learned at a rate that he and Kira had jointly agreed in advance was the median rate of his cohort. The agreement had been a one-sided agreement since the boy had not been consulted, but the boy had not objected because he had not yet conceived of objection as a possible reaction to instruction. Kira gave him a small, simple book about a rabbit. The boy read the book at the median rate of his cohort. Kira gave him a slightly less simple book about a dog. The boy read that one at the median rate of his cohort. At home, after his bath, Kira allowed him to read whatever he liked from the small shelf in the corner of the sitting room. The boy read, in the privacy of the flat, at a rate that was approximately 4 times the median rate of his cohort. The discrepancy was the boy's first independent secret. He kept it well. Kira pretended not to notice because Kira had taught him this secret on purpose as an exercise in the maintenance of differential public and private identities. At age 6, the boy began to ask occasionally in the quiet of the flat about his parents. He did not press, he had been taught not to press. He simply produced, in the manner of a child who is rotating an object in his hand to see all of its sides, small questions. Where did I come from before I lived here? Who were the man and the woman in the picture you keep in the drawer? Why is my last name spelled like your last name? The picture in the drawer was the only photograph in the flat. Kira had not taken it. He had stolen it from the broken house in Godric's Hollow on the night of his arrival on the assumption that one day the boy would ask. The photograph was of a young couple at a wedding. The young man wore glasses. The young woman had red hair. They were both smiling. The young woman's hand was visible, resting on the young man's shoulder. Kira had stolen the photograph for the hand. He had not in 10 years looked at the photograph more than 3 times. He looked at it the third time on the evening the boy first asked. He looked at it for a long moment, longer than the previous 2 times combined. He put it back into the drawer. He closed the drawer. He turned to the boy and said, "Your parents were people who lived in this country. Their names were James and Lily. They died on a night when you were 1 year old. The death was not their fault, and it was not your fault. I was present after the death. I removed you from the house. I have raised you since. I will continue to raise you until you are ready to live independently. You may have the photograph when you are 18. Until then it lives in the drawer. You may ask me about them at any time. I will answer truthfully where truth is possible, and I will tell you when truth is not possible. Do not ask me about them in front of strangers. Do you understand?" The boy said he understood. The boy did not, in fact, ask again for several months because the boy was, in the small, precise way he was many things, polite. At age 7, the boy noticed the third thing in the corner of the sitting room. The first thing in the corner of the sitting room was a small lamp. The second thing in the corner of the sitting room was a small wooden stool that nobody ever sat on. The third thing in the corner of the sitting room was a presence. It stood beside the lamp. It did not occupy the stool. It never moved. The boy had always been faintly aware of the third thing. He had assumed when he was very small that the third thing was simply a feature of the room, like a shadow that fell in a particular way, or like the slight squeak of the floorboard near the door of the second bedroom. At age 7, he understood, with the same patient clarity with which he understood that 2 plus 2 was 4, that the third thing was a person, and that the person was looking at him, and that the person had been looking at him for as long as he had been alive. He did not mention this to Kira immediately. He waited. He observed. He noticed that the third thing in the corner became slightly more visible to him on days when Kira was tired, or when Kira had had to wake up in the night to deal with a noise, or when Kira had been forced into an unscheduled conversation with one of the neighbors. He noticed that the third thing in the corner was, in some manner that he could not yet articulate, an extension of Kira, that it stood in the corner the way Kira's coat stood on its hook by the door. He noticed, finally, on a Thursday evening in October, that the third thing in the corner was looking not at Kira but at him. He looked back at it. He maintained the eye contact, which was difficult because the third thing in the corner did not technically have eyes. He maintained it for as long as he could. The third thing in the corner tilted its head slightly the way an interested cat tilts its head when it has spotted something at a distance and is calculating whether to pursue it. The boy did not move. The third thing in the corner did not move. After approximately 90 seconds, the third thing in the corner returned its attention, gently, to a neutral point in the air, the way a polite adult returns its attention to a neutral point at the end of a small, awkward exchange in a queue. That night after his bath, the boy said, "Uncle, there is a person in the corner of the sitting room. There has always been a person in the corner of the sitting room. The person looked at me today. I would like to know what the person is." Kira lowered his newspaper. He looked at the boy for a long, quiet moment. He folded the newspaper neatly and laid it on the table. He removed his reading glasses. He polished them with the small cloth he kept in his jacket pocket for the purpose. He put the glasses back on. He looked at the boy again. "You have done well to notice," he said. "You have done better still to wait several months before mentioning it. Sit down, I will explain." The boy sat down. What Kira said in the next 20 minutes was an account of Stan's. He gave the account in the same flat informational tone with which he had previously explained the function of bank accounts, the difference between freehold and leasehold, and the principles of fire safety as applied to a third-floor flat. He explained that some people had, in addition to their ordinary self, a second self that was a manifestation of their fighting spirit. He explained that the second self was usually invisible to people who did not have one of their own. He explained that his own second self was called Killer Queen. He explained that Killer Queen had several functions, of which the most important were a tracking function, a time manipulation function, and a touch detonation function. He explained that the touch detonation function reduced its target to disperse dust that could not be recovered, identified, or mourned. He explained that he used Killer Queen only when his quiet life was threatened. He explained that the boy had begun, over the past year, to develop the perceptual capacity to see Killer Queen, and that this perceptual capacity meant the boy was almost certainly going to develop a second self of his own. The boy listened. The boy did not interrupt. At the end of the explanation, he said, "When will my second self appear?" "I do not know," Kira said. "It may appear next year, it may appear in 5 years, it may appear tomorrow. The trigger is in the experience of the people who have studied this, an event of acute psychological intensity. I have spent the past 7 years arranging your life so that you do not experience events of acute psychological intensity. I will continue to do so. I would prefer that your second self never appear because second selves are inconvenient. However, your second self will probably appear anyway because you carry, in your particular case, an unusual amount of latent capacity. When it appears, we will catalog its functions, we will train it, we will use it sparingly, we will never display it in public. Are these terms acceptable?" The boy considered the question with the seriousness of a small accountant reviewing a contract. "Yes," he said, "these terms are acceptable." "Good," said Kira. He folded his hands in his lap. "Then we will resume our routine." They resumed their routine. The first burglar arrived in the autumn of the boy's 7th year. He arrived through the kitchen window at 3 o'clock in the morning, while Kira was in his usual position at the dining table reading. The burglar had been informed by a colleague who had also been informed by a colleague that the third-floor flat near Bruntsfield Links was occupied by a quiet single uncle and a small studious nephew, and that there was very probably a small steel safe in the bedroom containing a small quantity of cash and a small quantity of jewelry. The burglar had not been informed correctly. There was no safe. There was no jewelry. There was only Kira, who had heard the kitchen windows slide open with the small attentive part of his mind that was always listening for kitchen windows sliding open at 3 o'clock in the morning, and who had not moved from his chair because there was no reason to move from his chair. He turned a page of his book. The burglar entered the sitting room. The burglar saw Kira. The burglar froze. "Sit down," said Kira without looking up. The burglar, possessing the kind of brain that took instructions from a calm, authoritative voice, even in circumstances where it should not have, sat down on the small wooden stool that nobody ever sat on. He held his crowbar across his lap, stared at Kira. Kira closed his book slowly, marking the page with a small leather bookmark. He removed his reading glasses, he polished them, he put them back on, he looked at the burglar. He did not introduce himself. He did not ask the burglar's name, he did not threaten the burglar, he simply observed him the way a man observes a stain on a tablecloth, calculating the time the stain will require to remove and whether the tablecloth is worth the effort. "Killer Queen," he said. Killer Queen stepped out of the floor. The burglar dropped the crowbar. The burglar tried to scream. The burglar's scream did not happen because bites the dust had already begun, and the burglar's scream was, in the sequence of micro-events that constituted the next half-second, displaced into a memory of a scream that had not yet occurred and would not occur. The burglar's scream was nevertheless silent. The burglar's body underwent a brief unobserved transformation. The burglar's body became a fine, even dispersion of dust within the air of the sitting room. The burglar's crowbar fell to the carpet with a small, dull thump. The thump was the only sound the burglar's intrusion produced. Kira reached down, he picked up the crowbar, he turned it over in his hand. He set it carefully on the dining table beside his book. He stood, he walked to the kitchen window, he closed it, he locked it, he returned to his chair, he picked up his book. He opened it to his marked page, he removed his reading glasses, he polished them, he put them back on, he resumed reading. In the second bedroom, the boy continued to sleep, because the boy had been taught to sleep through small noises, and the small thump of a crowbar falling onto a carpet was a noise smaller than several of the noises he had been taught to sleep through. In the morning, the boy did not mention the crowbar on the table. The crowbar was simply, by the time the boy entered the room, gone. Kira had taken it out at 5 o'clock and deposited it, with the methodical patience he applied to all incriminating objects, in a public skip 3 streets away. The second burglar arrived 18 months later. The second burglar arrived through the front door, having picked the lock, having been informed by a third colleague that the flat was definitely empty between 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock in the afternoon on Wednesdays because the small uncle took the small nephew to a museum every Wednesday. The information was correct for 51 Wednesdays of the year. It was incorrect for the 52nd Wednesday, which was the Wednesday on which the second burglar had arrived. Kira was on the 52nd Wednesday at home because the boy had developed a small cough overnight, and Kira had judged that a Wednesday at home was preferable to a Wednesday in a museum coughing on the exhibits. Kira was in the kitchen when he heard the front door open. He came into the sitting room. He looked at the second burglar. The second burglar looked at him. The second burglar said, Wait, Kira said nothing. Killer Queen stepped out of the floor. Bites the dust began. The second burglar became a fine dispersion of dust within the air of the sitting room. The boy in the second bedroom coughed quietly into a handkerchief and turned a page of the book he was reading and did not at any point hear anything that disturbed him. In the afternoon, the boy emerged from his room to find Kira in his usual chair reading. He climbed into the armchair opposite. He said, "Was there a noise earlier? I thought I heard the front door." Kira looked over the top of his book. "There was a small misdelivery," he said. "It has been resolved." The boy nodded. He picked up his own book. He read. The third burglar arrived in the spring of the boy's 9th year. He was a more careful burglar than the previous two. He had observed the flat for 3 weeks before attempting an entry. He had made notes. He had concluded that the flat contained one adult and one child and that the adult was very seldom out of the flat for long enough to leave the child alone. He had therefore decided to attempt the entry while both were inside on the grounds that the adult was small and slight and unlikely to put up a fight and that the child would be too startled to be a factor. The third burglar had brought a knife. He arrived at midnight. He came in through the back fire escape, the one that descended through the courtyard nobody used. He picked the lock on the kitchen window. He slipped inside. He moved silently across the kitchen. He stepped into the hallway. He turned toward the second bedroom. The boy was not in the second bedroom. The boy was at that moment standing in the doorway of the sitting room in his pajamas with a glass of water in his hand because he had woken up and decided that he wanted water. He saw the burglar before the burglar saw him. He saw the knife. He saw the man's intention. He noted, with the small, precise observational habit that had been trained into him since infancy, that the man's intention was directed not toward Kira's room but toward his own. He felt, for the first time in his life, an event of acute psychological intensity. What happened next happened in the boy's perception very slowly. He felt behind him and around him and in some sense inside him a presence unfolding. The presence was familiar. The presence was the third thing in the corner of the sitting room. The presence was also somehow his. The presence stepped out of him the way Kira's stand had once, 2 years earlier, stepped out of Kira. And it was, in shape and in color and in the careful, absurd theatricality of its design, identical to Kira's stand. Because Kira had bonded his stand to the boy through a blood ritual 2 months earlier, on the morning of the boy's 9th birthday, in a careful private ceremony Kira had performed at the dining table over a small cup of warm tea and a sterilized needle. The boy had not been told the ritual was anything other than a small medical procedure. The boy had bled into the tea. Kira had bled into the tea. Kira had drunk a portion. The boy had drunk a portion. The remainder had been disposed of. Kira had said, "Now there are 2 of us, the second self is shared. When yours arrives, it will resemble mine, it will obey you, do you understand?" The boy had nodded. He had not entirely understood, but he had filed the procedure the way he filed all of Kira's procedures with the patient confidence that he would in time understand. He understood now. Killer Queen stepped out of him into the hallway. The burglar saw it. The burglar made the small, choked noise of a man who had spent his life believing he understood what kind of universe he was in and had been, in the space of half a second, comprehensively disabused. He raised the knife. The boy did not need to think. The boy had been trained in every other dimension of his life by the patient, ruthless attention of a man who understood that training was the only protection against panic, and the training applied here. He did not panic. He observed. He noted, the man has a knife, the knife is raised, the man's intention is to use the knife on me, the man's intention is therefore a disruption to the quiet life I have been raised to maintain. The procedure, as it has been explained to me, is that disruptions are removed. He raised his small hand. He pointed at the burglar. He did not speak the name of the function because Kira had taught him that names were noise and noise was evidence. Killer Queen reached out and touched the burglar with the tip of one finger. The burglar became dust. The dust dispersed. The knife fell to the carpet. The boy stood in the doorway of the sitting room in his pajamas with a glass of water in his hand that he had with the small, careful balance of a child who had been trained to handle objects without spilling them, not spilled. He looked at the knife. He looked at the place where the burglar had been. He looked at Killer Queen, who was looking back at him with the polite, patient attention of a teacher who had just observed a student answer a difficult question correctly. Kira came into the hallway. He had been awake the entire time. He had heard the kitchen window. He had been on his way to the hallway when the boy had stepped out of the sitting room. He had stopped on instinct just out of sight of the burglar because he had wanted to see what the boy would do. He had seen the entire sequence. He looked at the boy looked at him. "Was that acceptable?" the boy said. "That was acceptable," said Kira. The boy nodded. Killer Queen folded itself neatly back into the boy. Kira picked up the knife. He turned it over in his hand. He set it on the dining table beside his book. He went to the kitchen window, he closed it, he locked it, he came back, he looked at the boy. "Drink your water," he said. The boy drank his water. "Go back to bed," he said. The boy went back to bed. In the morning the knife was gone, the dining table was clean. The flat smelled very faintly of a room that had recently been very cold and was now coming back to ordinary temperature. But the smell would be gone by lunchtime, and by evening neither of them would remember it, and by the end of the week the third burglar would have joined the first two in the small precise catalogue of objects that Kira and the boy had together quietly removed from the world. Over breakfast, Kira said, "You will have noticed that last night you used Killer Queen for the first time. We will now begin to train you properly. I will teach you sheer heart attack first. Sheer heart attack is the tracking function. It is useful. It is the function you will use most often in public if we ever have to operate in public, which I would prefer we do not, but which I increasingly suspect we will be forced to. We will practice on Saturdays. We will practice in the back room. We will not practice where any neighbor can see." The boy nodded. "You did well last night," Kira added after a pause. "Better than I would have expected given that it was your first time. Eat your toast." The boy ate his toast. Kira looked at him across the table for a moment longer than he usually looked at anything. He filed the moment. He looked away. The 2 years that followed were the quietest years of Kira's life in Britain, and he savored them with the careful, private pleasure of a man who knew in his bones that quiet years did not last. The boy practiced sheer heart attack on Saturday mornings in the back room. The cat-shaped tracker, soundless and patient, learned to lock onto the heat of a cooling kettle, of a recently extinguished candle, of a hot water bottle hidden in the wardrobe. The boy practiced until he could deploy the tracker without thinking, until it followed the heat of his choosing across the small geography of the flat without ever once making a sound. Kira watched. Kira nodded. Kira said occasionally, "Acceptable." The boy understood that acceptable was, in Kira's vocabulary, the highest available compliment, and he treasured it without showing that he treasured it because the showing would have been a disruption. He grew. He attended the local primary school, where he was an unremarkable pupil with average grades and a quiet demeanor and a tendency to draw the same picture every week. He had 2 acquaintances, neither of whom were close enough to be called friends, both of whom were children of similarly quiet families. He played occasionally the small organized games that children played at break time. He never won. He never lost in a way that drew attention. He existed in the perception of his teachers as a child whose name they sometimes briefly forgot, which was exactly the perception Kira had instructed him to cultivate. In the evenings, after dinner, he sat in the armchair opposite Kira and read. Kira read Tolkien, which Kira had discovered 3 years earlier and had quietly grown to love. Although he had never used the word love in connection with a book, or indeed in connection with anything, because the word love was, in Kira's private classification, a word that produced inquiries. The boy read whatever he liked. The boy had developed over the years an unusually wide range of interests. He read history, he read natural science, he read poetry that he did not entirely understand. Kira did not select his reading for him. Kira had decided after considerable thought that a boy's private reading was the one area in which control should be relinquished, because the alternative would have been to produce in the boy the kind of resentment that eventually became visible from the outside. So they read. They drank tea, they listened to the bells of the church on Sunday mornings. They went every Wednesday afternoon to a museum where they walked slowly through the rooms and looked at things without commenting on them. And on Sunday afternoons they walked, in the small steady cadence of 2 people who had been walking together for a long time, around the perimeter of Bruntsfield Links, with Kira's hands in his pockets and the boy's hands in his pockets and the wet gray light of an Edinburgh sky overhead, and no one looking at them and no one remembering them later and no one. In the small, unattended margins of the city's vast administrative attention, generating a single piece of paperwork that contained either of their names. It was, Kira thought, very nearly the life he had wanted. He thought this on the evening of the boy's 11th birthday in the second week of July, while the boy was in his room reading, and the bells of the church were ringing 7 o'clock, and the light through the sitting room window had gone the particular shade of gold that it went on summer evenings in Edinburgh, and his tea was the temperature he preferred, and his book was the 3rd volume of Tolkien. And Killer Queen was standing in the corner beside the lamp with the patient attention of a stand who had not been called upon for any acute purpose in 2 years and was finding the rest agreeable. He thought it. He did not say it aloud. It is necessary in considering the years between the boy's first arrival and his 11th birthday to attend to the smaller architecture of the routine that Kira had built around him, because the routine was, in Kira's own private theology, the only sacred object he had ever constructed. The morning began at 6:15. Kira rose, he showered, he dressed. He laid out his clothes for the following morning before he left the bedroom, because the laying out of the next day's clothes was, in his calculation, the most efficient single act of housekeeping a man could perform, and it converted a possible morning decision into a closed past one. He went into the kitchen. Put the kettle on, he set out 2 plates. He set out 2 cups. He set out on each plate the same combination of items: a single slice of toast, a small portion of butter, a small portion of fruit preserve in a saucer, half a soft-boiled egg in an egg cup, and a small pile of berries from a refrigerated container. The combination did not vary. The combination had not varied since the boy was 3 years old. The boy ate exactly the amount he was given and never asked for more or less. The boy had, in Kira's careful private opinion, the best appetite of any small child Kira had ever observed. A precisely calibrated appetite in which the body asked only for what it required and never for what it craved, because Kira had taught the boy very early that cravings were an act of disorder and disorder was an act of self-betrayal. After breakfast, they read the newspaper together. Kira read the front section. The boy read the children's section, which was a single page at the back containing a small crossword and a small comic strip. They read for 15 minutes. They did not speak. At the end of the 15 minutes, Kira folded his section and placed it on the corner of the table, and the boy folded the back page and placed it underneath Kira's section. And the alignment of the 2 folded pages was exact because the boy had learned at age 4 that the alignment of folded paper was a small daily test of a much larger principle, and he never failed it. After the reading, they brushed their teeth. They brushed for 2 minutes each. They used the same brand of toothpaste, which was an unremarkable brand sold in every shop in the city. They rinsed. They dried their faces on the small white towel that hung beside the basin. The towel was changed every Sunday. The towel was always white. Colored towels, Kira had once explained, were a category of decorative choice that produced opinions in visitors, and the production of opinions in visitors was inconsistent with the maintenance of a quiet life. After the brushing, they put on their coats. They went to school. They walked. They did not ever take a bus, because Kira had observed that buses produced witnesses. One's face in the rectangular window of a bus became a small repeated image in the daily attention of the other passengers, and small repeated images over time became memories, and memories became eventually the kind of evidence that elderly women in shops sometimes volunteered to police officers who had begun asking quiet questions. So they walked. The walk took 23 minutes. The walk passed 3 corner shops, 2 churches, 1 laundrette, and a small park with 3 benches. Kira had observed each of these landmarks with the same careful attention with which he had once observed the alleyways of Morio, and he could have drawn the route from memory in his sleep, except that he did not sleep. He rested. He counted the seconds between his own footsteps. He found the intervals soothing. At the gate of the school, they stopped. Kira knelt. He adjusted the boy's collar. He checked the buttons of the boy's coat. He set the boy's small leather satchel straight on the boy's small shoulders. He looked at the boy. "Be unremarkable today," he said. "Yes, uncle," said the boy. This exchange occurred in identical form on every school day for 7 years. Neither of them ever varied it. Neither of them ever felt the need to vary it. It was, in its small, precise repetition, the closest thing to a prayer that either of them had. After school, the boy walked home alone. Kira had for the first 3 years walked the boy home, but at age 7 he had judged that the boy was capable of the walk on his own, and the elimination of one of the 2 daily walks was an efficiency that he had approved with the small pleasure of a man trimming a small unnecessary line from a budget. The boy walked the same route. He did not deviate. He spoke to no one on the way. If a child from his class spoke to him, he answered politely and continued walking. He arrived home ordinarily at 4:07 in the afternoon with a margin of plus or minus 2 minutes for crossing light variation. At home, he set his satchel on the chair by the door. He removed his coat. He hung the coat on its hook. He changed out of his school shoes into his indoor slippers. He went into the kitchen. He took from the refrigerator a small glass of milk and a small plate with an apple already sliced into 8 pieces. He carried the milk and the apple slices to the dining table. He sat down. He ate the apple. He drank the milk. He washed the glass and the plate. He set them on the drying rack. He went into the sitting room. He sat in the armchair opposite Kira's empty chair. He read. Kira was, at this point in the afternoon, ordinarily out. He had work. The nature of the work had varied in the early years between several small administrative posts that he had occupied under several small false names, but by the boy's 7th year he had stabilized into the role he intended to occupy permanently, which was the role of a quiet bookseller in a quiet second-hand bookshop in a quiet lane in the old town. The bookshop was small. It was called in the small painted lettering above its door simply Books. It sold mostly old novels, with a small section of children's books that nobody ever bought, and a small section of religious history that was occasionally consulted by elderly gentlemen who had retired from the church. Kira had bought the shop 4 years earlier from a previous owner who had been pleased to be relieved of it, and he had paid for it in cash assembled from the various small unrecorded streams of income that he had developed over the years in his original country and brought, in the form of small portable assets, into this one. The shop ran at a small, reliable loss. The loss was, in Kira's private accounting, exactly the right size. It was the size that allowed the shop to continue operating without ever generating enough success to attract attention. He kept the shop open from 11 in the morning until 5 in the afternoon, 6 days a week. On Sundays, the shop was closed. On Sundays, he walked in the late afternoon with the boy around the perimeter of Bruntsfield Links. He arrived home on most weekdays at 5:43 in the afternoon. The boy was always already there in the armchair reading. They greeted each other with the smallest available greeting, which was a slight nod. Kira hung his coat on its hook. Kira changed his shoes. Kira went into the kitchen and began to prepare dinner. Dinner was like breakfast, an exercise in calibrated repetition. There were 5 dinners in the rotation. Each one appeared every 5th day in the same order. The rotation had been designed on the boy's 4th birthday with the explicit goal of providing a complete and balanced nutritional profile across a working week, and Kira had not deviated from it in 7 years. The boy could, by the time he was 8, prepare any of the 5 dinners independently. By the time he was 9, he had begun to assist Kira with the preparation, taking on over time the small, careful tasks of chopping vegetables, of timing the rice, of laying the table. The boy did each of these tasks with the small, precise attention of a child who had been trained to consider every domestic act as a form of training. And Kira, who had not in his original life ever expected to enjoy the company of any other human being, found that he tolerated the boy's presence in his kitchen with a calm that was, by his standards, very nearly affectionate. After dinner, they washed up. The boy washed, Kira dried, the dishes were returned to their precise positions in the cupboard. After the washing up, they returned to the sitting room. They read for 90 minutes. At 8:15, the boy went to his room. He washed his face. He brushed his teeth. He changed into his pajamas. He laid out his clothes for the following morning on the chair beside the bed because Kira had taught him on his 4th birthday that the laying out of the next day's clothes was the most efficient single act of housekeeping a small child could perform. He climbed into bed. He read for a further 20 minutes. At 8:40, he turned out his light. At 8:40, when he was, for ordinary practical purposes, asleep, Kira, in the sitting room, read for another 2 hours. At 10:45, he stood. He went through the flat, he checked each window, he checked the front door, he checked the kitchen stove. He went into his own room, he undressed, he hung his suit in the closet that smelled of cedar. He laid out his own clothes for the following morning on the chair beside the bed. He climbed into bed. He did not sleep. He rested. This was the routine. Over 7 years, the routine acquired the small, smooth patina of an object that has been handled every day with care. And Kira, observing it, observing the boy moving through it, observing himself moving through it, came to understand that the routine was, in some sense he could not have articulated, his second masterpiece. His first masterpiece had been the careful private invisibility of his original life, the life he had ended on a sidewalk in Morio. His second masterpiece was this, the life he had built almost by accident with a child who he had not asked for, in a country he had not chosen, in a language he had taught himself at 38. He did not, of course, say this to the boy because the saying of such things was an act of disorder. But on certain Sunday evenings, sitting in his armchair watching the boy read across the small flat with the lamp lit between them and the bells of the church ringing 7 o'clock outside, he allowed himself, for the briefest possible moment, to feel that the second masterpiece was, in many respects, better than the first. The second masterpiece had a small variation built into it that the first had lacked, and the variation was the boy. The boy was unpredictable in the small, careful ways that children were unpredictable. He developed sudden interest in mineralogy, in old fairy tales, in the names of distant rivers. He brought home small smooth stones from the park and lined them up on the windowsill in his bedroom. He learned on his own the entire periodic table by the age of 8. He learned on his own the names of the 12 months in 7 different languages by the age of 9. He learned on his own in the privacy of his bedroom the songs that an elderly Polish woman in the corner shop sang under her breath while she counted change, and he never sang them in public. But Kira, once passing his bedroom door at 8:30 in the evening, heard him singing one of them very softly to himself, and Kira stood in the hallway for a full 30 seconds and listened, and then very quietly moved on. The bonding ritual occurred on the morning of the boy's 9th birthday. Kira had prepared for it for 3 months. He had read every relevant text he had been able to acquire through the various small unrecorded channels of his original country's underground. He had cross-referenced them. He had translated the relevant passages into English in the small leather notebook he carried in his jacket pocket. He had identified the minimum sufficient conditions for the transmission of a stand from a parent figure to a sufficiently latent child. The conditions were 3. A small mutual exchange of blood, a moment of shared focused attention, and the explicit verbal consent of both parties, given in the same room at the same time. He had practiced the verbal consent script with himself in the bathroom mirror on 3 successive mornings. On the morning of the boy's 9th birthday, he set out on the dining table a small white porcelain teacup containing 2 tablespoons of warm tea, a small sterilized sewing needle, and a small folded white handkerchief. He sat the boy down. He looked at the boy. "Today is your birthday," he said. "I am going to perform a small medical procedure. The procedure is not painful. The procedure is necessary. The procedure will allow me to share with you a small portion of my own constitution. The result of the procedure will be that in time you will develop an ability that I possess and that other people do not possess. The procedure requires your consent. Do you consent?" The boy considered the question for a moment. "Yes," he said, "I consent." "Good," said Kira, "then we will proceed." He took the needle. He pricked the tip of his own left thumb. He squeezed a single drop of his blood into the warm tea. He passed the needle to the boy. The boy pricked the tip of his own left thumb. He squeezed a single drop of his blood into the warm tea. Kira stirred the tea with a small silver spoon. He divided it carefully into 2 portions, one in the teacup and one in a second smaller cup. He took the teacup. The boy took the smaller cup. They drank simultaneously in 2 careful sips until the cups were empty. Kira set down his cup. The boy set down his cup. They looked at each other across the table. "It is done," said Kira. "Bandage your thumb, eat your toast." The boy bandaged his thumb. He ate his toast. He did not notice anything different that day. He did not notice anything different the next day. It was approximately 3 weeks before he began to be aware of the third thing in the corner of the sitting room with the new precision he would later remember. It was approximately 2 months before he could see Killer Queen at all clearly. It was almost 2 years in the end before Killer Queen first stepped out of him in the hallway on the night of the third burglar. But the bonding had taken in the small, slow, patient way that bondings took. Kira had observed it, watching the boy across the table day by day, week by week, with the small, careful satisfaction of a man who had succeeded at a difficult private task. And he had said nothing about it to the boy because the saying would have been an act of disorder, and disorder in this flat was the one thing they did not permit. On the evening of the boy's 11th birthday then, Kira sat in his usual chair with Tolkien open on his lap and his tea at the temperature he preferred and the bells of the church ringing 7 o'clock outside and his second masterpiece humming around him in the patient, small, invisible way that his masterpieces hummed, and he allowed himself to feel for the briefest possible moment that he had won. He filed the feeling. He turned a page. He drank his tea. In the second bedroom, the boy was reading a book about lichens. In the corner of the sitting room, Killer Queen stood beside the lamp with the patient attention of a stand who had been promised a quiet life and intended, as long as it was permitted, to receive one. It was, on every measurable axis, an excellent evening. The next morning, a barn owl arrived at the kitchen window with a letter in its beak. Chapter 3, Hogwarts Letter and the Forged Uncle. The owl arrived at the kitchen window at 7:23 in the morning, which was 13 minutes after Kira had put the kettle on and 4 minutes after he had laid out the second plate. He did not turn around when the owl tapped on the glass. He had heard the wing beats from approximately 3 streets away, which was unusual because owls did not as a category ordinarily make their wing beats audible from 3 streets away, and the fact that this one had been audible meant that the owl was, in some manner he had not yet had occasion to learn, magical. He had been waiting for the owl in the small, ungenerous corner of his attention that he allocated to certain low-probability scheduled events for 10 years. He had calculated on the night of his arrival in Edinburgh that some institutional letter would, in time, attempt to be delivered to the boy. He had calculated, after acquiring a magical newspaper from a small alley shop in his second year in the country, that the institutional letter would arrive in the boy's 11th year. He had calculated, after consulting a back-issue article on the topic in a dusty wizarding almanac, that the institutional letter would be delivered by an owl. He had even calculated, on the basis of typical school-year scheduling, the approximate week of the boy's 11th summer in which the owl would arrive. He had not, however, calculated the exact morning, because the exact morning was not the kind of variable one could reasonably constrain in advance. Today was the morning. He turned with the small, unhurried motion of a man who had merely noticed a small expected event and opened the kitchen window. The owl flew in. It deposited a letter on the counter beside the toaster. It stood for a moment on the windowsill with its head tilted to one side in a manner that suggested it expected a piece of toast. Kira gave it a piece of toast. He had baked the toast for the boy. He would, in the next minute, bake an additional slice of toast for the boy because he disliked the disruption of his standard breakfast assembly. The owl ate the toast. The owl tilted its head in the other direction. The owl departed. Kira closed the kitchen window. He turned to the counter. He looked at the letter. It was addressed to a person who did not technically exist. It read, Mr. H. Yoshikage, the second bedroom on the right, flat 3B, 17 Marchmont Crescent, Edinburgh, Scotland. He read the address with the small detached interest of a man reading a slightly inaccurate weather report. The first thing he noted was that the school had not in its address identified the boy as Harry Potter. The second thing he noted was that the school had identified the boy as Harry Yoshikage. The third thing he noted, which was the most important of the three, was that the school's quill or whatever it was that wrote these letters had apparently been able to track the boy's location to the specific room of his flat. The third observation produced in him a small dry note of professional respect for the school's intelligence apparatus, combined with a small dry note of professional concern that the school's intelligence apparatus had been monitoring his flat at any granularity at all. He did not open the letter immediately. He set it on the dining table beside his own plate. He finished assembling breakfast. He set the boy's plate at the boy's customary seat. He set his own plate at his customary seat. He poured 2 cups of tea. He sat down. He looked at the letter. He looked across the table at the empty chair where the boy would shortly be sitting. He looked at the letter again. He thought for a long, careful moment about whether to wake the boy early and discuss it before breakfast, or wait until after breakfast and discuss it across the cleared table, or read the letter privately and then synthesize its contents and present them in a more digestible form. He decided on the third option because he disliked the introduction of unread material into a breakfast that had otherwise been adequately prepared. He opened the letter. The letter was, in its tone, exactly the tone he had expected: warm, institutionally polite, lightly old-fashioned, with a hint of the small administrative confidence that elderly British professionals developed after a lifetime in their roles. It informed Master H. Yoshikage that he had been accepted to a school called Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It listed his term-time required equipment. It listed the price categories of the required equipment. It included a small auxiliary slip explaining that in the event the boy or his guardian were unfamiliar with the magical world, a member of the school's staff would call at the residence within the next several days to provide a personal introduction and to escort them to the shopping district. It was signed in 2 looping handwritten signatures by a deputy headmistress and a headmaster. Kira read the letter twice. He folded it, he set it down. He looked across the table at the boy's empty chair. He thought in the small, careful way that he thought about all such things, about the available options. The first option was refusal. He could simply refuse the letter. He could send the boy to a local secondary school in the autumn as planned. He could continue the routine. The boy would, in this scenario, presumably develop the magical capacity that he had already been demonstrating in private for 2 years, and the development would, in the absence of formal instruction, be uneven and difficult, but it would also be uninstitutionalized, which had advantages. The major disadvantage of this option, Kira understood without consulting any text, was that the institutional apparatus that had located their flat in order to deliver this letter would not simply abandon its interest in the boy because they refused. It would, in some form, return. He did not yet know in what form. He had a feeling from the dry institutional warmth of the letter that the form would be polite and patient and persistent. It would arrive in person, it would have tea, it would ask quiet questions, it would in time generate paperwork. The second option was acceptance. He could send the boy, he could allow the boy to enter the school. The boy would, in this scenario, be removed from the routine for 38 weeks of every calendar year for 7 years. The routine would accordingly be a 40% routine instead of a 90% routine, which was, in Kira's small private classification, the difference between a quiet life and a not quite quiet life. The boy would, however, be inside an institution that he could not personally inspect. The boy would be observed by adults Kira did not know. The boy would be expected to demonstrate his magical capacity in public, which was the one thing Kira had spent 10 years training him not to do. He turned the 2 options over in his mind for several minutes. He concluded with the small, reluctant clarity of a man identifying the least bad of 2 unsatisfactory options, that the second was preferable. The reason was simple. Refusal generated a return visit, and a return visit was an event in which the school's representatives, presumably skilled at the small, careful detection of inconsistencies, would inspect the household at first hand. Acceptance, by contrast, displaced the inspection to a school several hundred miles away, in which the inspectors were children and the boy could, with careful management, defeat them. Children were, in Kira's small, precise experience, the easiest category of inspector to defeat. He resolved on acceptance. He also resolved on a third subsidiary option, which was to ensure that the boy entered the school under documentation that was both consistent with his lived public identity and entirely false in every detail that the school could later corroborate. He resolved, in short, to forge the boy's guardian. He resolved to forge himself. He thought about this for an additional minute. He drank a sip of tea. He set down the cup. He picked up his fork and ate a piece of toast. A few minutes later, the boy emerged from the second bedroom, in his school uniform with his small leather satchel beside him, although it was a Tuesday in July and there was no school. The boy wore the uniform every day of the summer holiday because Kira had decided several years earlier that the maintenance of the uniform in summer was a useful exercise in the cultivation of consistency. The boy walked in his small slippers to the dining table. He climbed into his chair. "Good morning," he said. "Good morning," said Kira. "There is a letter for you. It is on the table. Read it if you would before you begin your breakfast." The boy reached out. He picked up the letter. He read it twice in the careful, methodical way that Kira had taught him to read all letters. He set it down, he picked up his fork. He cut a piece of egg, he chewed, he swallowed. He looked at Kira. "Are we going?" he said. "You are going," said Kira. "I am not." "Where are you going?" "To Hogsmeade. It is a small village adjacent to the school. I will rent a small premises. I will operate a small bookshop. The bookshop will be similar to the one I currently operate in the old town. I will close the old town shop. The rent on the old town shop will be redirected to the new shop. The financial impact will be neutral. I will live above the new shop. I will commute in a manner of speaking to the new shop. You will live at the school. You will write to me weekly. You will visit me at the new shop during the weekends that the school permits, of which there are, I understand, several per term. Do you understand?" The boy nodded. "There is a further issue," Kira said. "You will not enter the school under your given name. Your given name is, I have determined, a name that carries a great deal of historical significance in the institutional world this letter has come from. The historical significance is not such as we wish to inherit. You will, accordingly, enter the school as Harry Yoshikage. You will be the nephew of a man named Kazuhiko Yoshikage, a quiet bookseller of Edinburgh. The man named Kazuhiko Yoshikage will be me. The documentation that establishes the identity of Kazuhiko Yoshikage will be prepared by me in the next 48 hours. The documentation that establishes your identity as Harry Yoshikage already exists. You have used it at every school you have attended. It will continue to work, do you understand?" "Yes," said the boy. "What about my last name? What about Potter?" "Potter," said Kira, "is the name your parents gave you. It is a name that, if it became known to the school, would generate immediate institutional attention of a kind I have spent 10 years insulating you from. We will not use it. If anyone at the school suspects on the basis of your appearance that you are the Potter child, you will deny it politely. You will offer no further information. You will not engage. You will be Harry Yoshikage, nephew of Kazuhiko Yoshikage. You will remain Harry Yoshikage for the duration of your enrollment. When you leave the school in 7 years, we will revisit the question. Until then, the question is closed. Do you understand?" "Yes," said the boy. "Eat your breakfast." The boy ate his breakfast. When the breakfast was concluded and the plates had been washed and the kitchen had been tidied, Kira sat down at the dining table and began to prepare the documentation. He had spent 10 years cultivating the small, careful network of half-acquaintances and tradesmen and quiet specialists in the old town who, in exchange for cash and no questions, could be relied upon to produce documents of various kinds. He had not in those 10 years used any of these contacts. He had cultivated them in the manner of a man stocking a pantry against a famine that he hoped would never arrive. The famine had arrived. He went that afternoon to a small stationer's on West Bow with the boy at his side, and he placed a small, unremarkable order for several types of paper and several inks. He paid in cash. He returned home. He set up his materials on the dining table. He worked, with the careful precision of a man who had once forged signatures for a living, for the next 6 hours. He produced, by the end of the evening, the following items. A Scottish passport for Kazuhiko Yoshikage, born in Hokkaido in 1939, naturalized in Britain in 1973. A Scottish driving license to match, a national insurance card to match, a bookshop business registration for an entity called Marchmont Books, registered in Edinburgh in 1985 with proprietor Kazuhiko Yoshikage. A small private correspondence file documenting the existence of one Kazuhiko Yoshikage's involvement in various small unremarkable booksellers' associations over the past 6 years, and a series of small forged correspondence between Kazuhiko Yoshikage and his late sister, Mariko Yoshikage, the mother of Harry Yoshikage, deceased in 1981 in a small road accident in the city of Sheffield. The correspondence was written in 2 distinct hands on 2 distinct types of paper with 2 distinct inks. Kira had developed both hands over the years with the small private patience of a man practicing scales on a piano. The boy at the other end of the table watched. "You are very good at this," he said after a while. "Yes," said Kira. He did not look up. "Have you done this before?" "In another life," said Kira. "In another country?" The boy nodded. He did not ask further questions. By midnight, the documentation was complete. Kira laid the papers out across the dining table in 2 neat rows and inspected them, one by one, under the small bright light of his reading lamp. Inspected the seals, he inspected the dates, he inspected the small consistency of the handwriting, he inspected the small accidental smudges and folds that he had introduced deliberately to age the documents. Acceptable, he said. He filed the documentation in a small leather portfolio. He put the portfolio in a drawer. He locked the drawer. He turned to the boy. Go to bed, he said. We have a busy week. The boy went to bed. The school's representative arrived on Friday afternoon. She was a tall, thin woman in green tartan robes who introduced herself, with a small, precise nod, as Professor Minerva McGonagall. She had asked at the door if she might come in. Kira had said she might. He had shown her into the sitting room. He had offered her tea. She had accepted. He had brought her tea in his second-best teacup with a small saucer and a small spoon and a small biscuit on a small plate beside it. She had thanked him. She had drunk her tea. She had eaten her biscuit. She had then proceeded with the small, precise institutional politeness Kira had expected to explain to him the school's program. He listened. He nodded at the appropriate intervals. He asked the questions a guardian unfamiliar with magical institutions would have been expected to ask, which were the questions he had prepared in advance. He asked about safety. He asked about supervision. He asked about the cost. He asked about correspondence privileges. He asked about the school's policy on holidays. He asked with the small, unobtrusive curiosity of a man who was politely interested but not unduly invested about the school's screening process for incoming pupils. McGonagall answered each question. Her answers were calm, precise, and adequately complete. She did not, in the course of the conversation, indicate that she had any suspicion about the boy's true identity. Kira observed her carefully throughout. She drank her tea. She watched the boy who was sitting in his armchair in his school uniform reading a book about lichen. She watched Kira. She did not at any point look at the third thing in the corner of the sitting room, which was Killer Queen, standing beside the lamp with the small, patient attention of a stand who was content to be invisible to ordinary perception. Your nephew, she said after a small pause, is very quiet. Yes, said Kira, he has always been quiet. He is not perhaps surprised by my visit. He has been informed of the existence of the school. He has been prepared for the possibility that a school representative might visit. He has been instructed in the appropriate manner of receiving a school representative. He is unsurprised because he has been prepared. Is that a problem? Not a problem, said McGonagall with a small, careful smile. Merely an observation. Most children at this age are, when first informed of magic, rather more startled. My nephew is not most children, said Kira. No, said McGonagall, looking at the boy. He does not appear to be. There was a small pause. Has he, McGonagall said carefully, displayed any signs of accidental magic, any unusual occurrences? Any moments of unexplained emotion producing unusual physical effects? Kira considered the question. He is a calm child, he said. He has not, to my knowledge, produced any unusual physical effects through emotional means I would have noticed. I see, said McGonagall. She made a small note in a small black notebook that she had produced from somewhere within her robes. She turned to the boy. Master Harry, she said with the small precise courtesy she extended to all 11-year-olds. Have you ever at any time observed anything unusual happening around you, any object moving without being touched, any light appearing without a source, any small accidental change in the temperature of a room when you have been upset? The boy looked up from his book. He considered the question with the small, careful seriousness of a child who had been trained to consider all questions with the small, careful seriousness of an accountant. No, ma'am, he said. I have not observed any of those things. And how do you feel about the idea of going to a school for magic? The boy considered. I think, he said, that it would be educational. McGonagall blinked. She made another small note in her notebook. She looked at Kira. He is an unusual child, she said. Yes, said Kira, he has always been. And your sister, she said, was a witch, according to our records, although our records of her are, I must admit, somewhat incomplete. This was the first hostile probe of the conversation. Kira observed it. He did not allow his face to register anything other than mild, polite confusion. He had been waiting for the probe. He had prepared 3 answers. He selected the second. My sister Mariko, he said, passed away in 1981 when Harry was very young. She was, to my knowledge, an ordinary woman. If she possessed any unusual abilities, she did not, before her death, discuss them with me. We were not close. She lived in England. I lived in Edinburgh. Our communication was infrequent. I retrieved Harry from the social services after her death and have raised him here since. I am surprised, if I may say so, that your records have any entry for her at all, if she was a witch and did not communicate this to me. He poured a small amount of additional tea into McGonagall's cup, with the small, calm courtesy of a man finishing the explanation of an entirely natural family history. McGonagall watched him do it. I see, she said. Yes, that is consistent with what I would have expected, given the gaps in our records. Thank you for clarifying. It is not unusual in Muggle-born or half-blood families for the magical members to be reticent about their nature, particularly when communicating with non-magical relatives. She smiled with the small, precise warmth of a woman who had concluded that she had received an adequate answer. I am sorry for your loss, however delayed. It was a long time ago, said Kira. Harry does not remember her. He sipped his tea. Well, said McGonagall after a small pause, I think in that case that we can proceed with the formalities. With your permission, Mr. Yoshikage, I would like to take Master Harry to Diagon Alley tomorrow to purchase his school equipment. I will of course escort him personally. He will not be exposed to anything unsuitable. I will return him to your door by no later than 6 in the evening. The cost of the equipment will, I am informed by our bursar, be covered by a small fund that the school maintains for the purpose. You will not be required to contribute. The school is in this case particularly generous as it is in all cases involving the orphans of our previous students. Kira nodded. That is acceptable, he said. Excellent. McGonagall stood. She set down her teacup. I will return tomorrow morning at 10. He will be ready. She turned for a moment in the doorway and looked at the boy. Master Harry, she said, I hope you will enjoy Hogwarts. It is in my own experience an excellent school. Thank you, ma'am, said the boy. I am sure I will find it educational. McGonagall smiled very slightly and left. Kira closed the door behind her. He turned. He looked at the boy looked back. For a long moment neither of them spoke. She was suspicious, the boy said finally, about my mother. Yes, said Kira, she was. Did she believe you? She believed me enough. Will she investigate further? She will not have time, said Kira. By the time she might be inclined to investigate further, you will be at the school and the operation will have begun and the people who might be investigated will be vanishing. The boy nodded. Hogwarts, said Kira, disrupts my routine. It also, however, disrupts the routine of the people who took away your parents and would, if given the chance, do similar things to you and to me. The disruption is, in this case, mutually destructive. We will use it. We will go to the school. We will identify in our first year the individuals who are responsible for the disruption of our quiet life, both historical and current. We will, over the course of the next 5 years, remove them one by one without leaving evidence. We will then return to our quiet life. The plan is, in its broad outlines, simple. The execution will require precision. The boy nodded. What is the first individual? There will be at the school in your first year a particular instructor. The instructor will be hosting in his own body a fragment of the wraith I dispersed in the upstairs room on the night I found you. The wraith is patient. It has over 10 years found its way back into a body. The body is currently teaching, I have determined from my reading of the magical periodicals, the defense against the dark arts class. The body's surname will in all probability be Quirrell. You will identify him in your first month. You will track him with sheer heart attack. You will, when an opportunity presents itself in which no witness can observe you, touch him with Killer Queen. He will vanish. The school will record him as having resigned. No body will be available for examination. No spell will detect a trace. He will simply be a man who left in the small, clean, institutional way that men sometimes simply leave. Yes, said the boy, do you understand the procedure? I understand the procedure. Will you have any difficulty performing it? The boy considered. He looked for a brief moment into the corner of the sitting room where Killer Queen stood beside the lamp with the patient attention of a stand who had been promised employment. I will not have any difficulty, he said. Good, said Kira. Then we will proceed. He picked up his tea, he drank. In the corner of the sitting room, beside the lamp, Killer Queen tilted its head slightly in the manner of a polite servant who had received its orders, and intended to carry them out with the small, careful theatricality that was, after all, the only ornamentation it had ever permitted itself. The next morning McGonagall returned on the dot of 10, and the boy went with her to Diagon Alley. He returned on the dot of 6 with a small wooden trunk, a small wand in a small velvet box, a small gray owl in a small wire cage, a small cauldron, a small set of robes, and a small armful of textbooks. He set the trunk in the corner of the sitting room. He laid the robes across the back of his armchair. He set the owl's cage on the dining table. He sat down across from Kira. It was educational, he said. Tell me, said Kira, the boy told him. He described, in the small precise terms in which he had been trained to describe events, the layout of the wizarding shopping district, the procedure for purchasing a wand, the small interaction he had had with a small smiling man named Ollivander who had been, in the boy's opinion, slightly too interested in the boy's appearance. He described the moment in which his wand had chosen him, an experience that had produced in him a small involuntary tingle which he had immediately suppressed, on the grounds that involuntary tingles were a category of accidental magical signal that ought to be controlled. He described the moment in which a tall, pale boy with white blonde hair had bumped into him outside the apothecary, looked at him, paused, and said, "Have we met?" "And you said?" Kira prompted. I said politely that I did not believe so. I said my name was Harry Yoshikage. I said I was new to all of this. He looked at me for a moment longer, then he said his name was Draco Malfoy. He said he was new to all of this as well. He said his father was, however, an old hand. He said his father knew everyone. He said he would no doubt see me on the train. And then he walked away. Kira considered this for a moment. You will need to be careful of him, he said. His father is a name we will encounter in our second or third year in our list. You will need to be careful that the boy does not, in his curiosity, encourage his father to look more closely at you than is desirable. You will be polite, you will be unremarkable, you will not give him reason to remember you specifically. Yes, said the boy, anything else? There was a man in a small bar with an eye covered in many old scars. He looked at me as I passed. He looked at me for a long time. I did not look back. I do not know his name. He had a wooden leg. Kira considered. Wooden-legged, he said, many scars, magical eye, presumably that will be Alistair Moody. He is a retired investigator. He is not, in our current calculation, an enemy. He will, however, be a complication if he becomes too interested in you. You will avoid being too interesting. Yes, anything else? There was an old man with very long white hair and very long white beard sitting at a table in the back of the bar. He did not look at me. He was reading a newspaper. He turned a page as I passed. He turned the page slowly. He was, I think, listening to me without looking at me. Kira's face did not change. He set down his teacup. That, he said, is Albus Dumbledore. He is the headmaster of the school you will be attending. He is, in my reading of the periodicals, the most attentive single individual in the wizarding institutional apparatus of this country. He will be, in our calculation, the principal complication. You will avoid him. You will be his most unremarkable pupil. You will not be a favorite. You will not be a problem. You will be a small, forgettable nephew of a small, forgettable bookseller in Hogsmeade. Do you understand? Yes, said the boy. Good. Kira stood. He went into the kitchen. He began to prepare dinner. It was, in their 5-day rotation, lasagna night. He prepared the lasagna with the small, careful patience he applied to all such tasks. He brought it to the table. They ate. They washed up. They sat in their armchairs. They read. At 8:15 the boy went to his room. At 10:45 Kira stood. He went through the flat. He checked each window. He checked the front door. He checked the kitchen stove. He went into his own room. He undressed. He hung his suit in the closet that smelled of cedar. He laid out his clothes for the following morning on the chair beside the bed. He climbed into bed. He did not sleep. He rested. He thought in the small, careful way that he thought about all such things about the next 7 years. He thought about Quirrell. He thought about the Lestranges. He thought about the slow, patient diminishment of the inner circle. He thought about Voldemort, who was still at this moment somewhere in the world, a small, thin echo of a wraith, gathering himself toward a return that would, in time, generate the largest disruption to a quiet life that any wraith had ever produced. He thought finally about the small cup of warm tea on a Saturday morning 2 years earlier and the small drop of blood from his own thumb and the small drop of blood from the boy's thumb and the small careful sip that had sealed the bond between them. He turned slightly on his side. He closed his eyes. He counted the seconds between the ticks of the clock in the hall. He found the intervals soothing. Outside, the city continued in its great patient indifference to be a city. Inside, 2 people who had become, without ever quite intending to, a working team, prepared to begin the operation that would, in the years to come, quietly and methodically remove every disturbance from their preferred mode of life. The week before the boys' departure for Hogwarts was, in its small precise unfolding, the most uncharacteristic week of Kira's life in Edinburgh. He had in advance calculated the week as a logistical event. He had drawn up on the morning following McGonagall's visit a small handwritten list of the tasks the week would require: the closing of the Old Town bookshop, the renting of the Hogsmeade premises, the arrangement of the small transport of his portable assets, the packing of the boy's trunk, the small briefing of the boy on the institutional behaviors he would be required to demonstrate. The list was 23 items long. He had transcribed it in his small leather notebook on a single page in his small, careful handwriting, and he had assigned each item a small empty box beside it, to be ticked when complete. He had calculated that the list could be completed in 5.5 working days, with adequate margin for the unforeseen. He completed the list in the end in 4 days. The margin for the unforeseen had not been required. The unforeseen was not, this week, a major factor. The institutional apparatus of the magical world had, having delivered the letter and conducted the introductory visit, withdrawn into its small, patient distance, and the rest of the week unfolded according to plan. He went on Monday to the bank in the Old Town where he had maintained for 10 years a small, unremarkable savings account. He withdrew a small, unremarkable sum. He closed the account. He walked with the small, unremarkable sum in a small, unremarkable envelope in his coat pocket, 3 streets to a small different bank, where he opened a small, new, unremarkable savings account in the name Kazuhiko Yoshikage. He deposited the small, unremarkable sum. He left. He went on Tuesday to a small estate agent on the Royal Mile who specialized in commercial premises and asked, with the small, understated firmness he had cultivated for such conversations, whether any of his listings included small ground-floor shops in Hogsmeade. The estate agent, a small, bald man named Mr. McAllister, looked at him for a moment with the small, careful attention of an estate agent who had not expected the word Hogsmeade to be used, in casual conversation, by a man wearing a charcoal gray suit and a navy tie. Then he reached with a small, slow hand beneath the counter and produced a small, slim folio bound in green leather. "I do not ordinarily discuss those listings with members of the public," he said. "I am not a member of the public," said Kira, and produced from his coat pocket a small folded letter on Hogwarts letterhead which he had himself forged the previous evening, identifying him as the guardian of an incoming first year and entitling him to all the small administrative courtesies that the school's catchment area extended to such persons. Mr. McAllister read the letter, he nodded, he opened the folio. There were 4 listings. Kira examined each in turn. He selected the third. It was a small, narrow shopfront on a side street called Daffodil Lane that ran behind the 3 broomsticks, with a single small window facing the lane, a single small door, a single small back room, and a single small flat above with 2 small rooms and a small bathroom. The previous tenant, Mr. McAllister explained, had been a small elderly maker of magical bookmarks who had retired the previous spring to live with his daughter in Ireland. The premises had been vacant for 4 months. The rent was modest. "I will take it," said Kira. "You haven't seen it." "I have seen the photograph," said Kira, indicating the small black and white image in the folio. "It is acceptable." They drew up the lease that afternoon. Kira paid the deposit in cash from the small, unremarkable envelope. He signed the lease as Kazuhiko Yoshikage. He took possession of the keys. On Wednesday morning, he closed the Old Town bookshop. He did not advertise the closure. He simply, on Wednesday morning at 11 o'clock, did not unlock the door. He removed the small painted sign that read books from above the lintel and replaced it with a small handwritten card that read premises to let. He spent the rest of the day disassembling the small, unremarkable interior. He packed the books into 7 small wooden crates. He packed the small bookshelves themselves into 8 further crates, with the small, patient method of a man who had been packing his own life into crates on and off for 30 years. He carried the crates in a small, unremarkable hired van to the small new premises in Hogsmeade. He set them down in the small back room. He stood for a moment in the doorway of the new shop and inspected it. It would, with a small amount of careful arrangement, be acceptable. The single small window faced east. The light in the late morning was good. The shelves, once installed, would line the 2 long walls without difficulty. The front door had a small brass bell of the kind that announced visitors with a small clean note. The back room could accommodate a small kettle and a small chair. The flat above had 2 small rooms, one of which would do as a bedroom and the other of which would do as a small study where Kira could, in the evenings, attend to the small, careful work of forging documentation as it became required. He arranged the shelves the following afternoon. He unpacked the books. He alphabetized them. He labeled the sections with small handwritten cards. He set out on a small low table near the front door 3 small displays of slightly more attractive volumes, calibrated to the small specific tastes that wizarding visitors had been observed to favor. He put a small kettle in the back room. He put a small chair beside the small kettle. He put a small framed photograph on the wall above the chair, depicting in a small unremarkable image a small unremarkable Edinburgh street at dusk. He had taken the photograph himself the previous week on a small unremarkable camera he had purchased for the purpose. He liked the photograph. It was, in its small, precise way, an excellent example of an image that would not be remembered by anyone who happened to see it. He locked the shop at 6. He returned to Edinburgh on the small, unremarkable hired van. He returned the van. He walked the final 3 streets home. He climbed the stairs. He let himself in. The boy was in his armchair reading. "All set," said Kira. "Yes," said the boy. They ate dinner, they washed up, they sat in their armchairs, and they read. On Friday, Kira packed the boy's trunk. He had purchased the trunk, on McGonagall's recommendation, on the Tuesday following her visit from a small luggage shop on George Street. It was a small, unremarkable trunk of the kind that small, unremarkable schoolboys had been carrying to small, unremarkable schools for 100 years. He packed it according to a small handwritten manifest that he had prepared in advance. The manifest specified each item, its location within the trunk, and the manner of its folding. The boy's robes went on the bottom, folded to the small, precise dimensions Kira had taught him to favor. The boy's books went on top of the robes, arranged in alphabetical order by subject. The boy's small wooden wand case went into a small dedicated compartment in the trunk's lid. The boy's small gray owl, whom the boy had named after some careful thought simply owl, would travel separately in its cage. The boy watched the packing from the doorway. "Uncle," he said after a while, "do you have any instructions for the train?" Kira straightened. He looked at the boy. "Yes," he said, "there will be other children on the train. Some of them will be in your year, some of them will be older." Some of them will attempt to introduce themselves to you. You will be polite, you will introduce yourself in turn, you will not initiate. You will sit in a compartment that has at least one other child in it but no more than 3, because compartments with 0 other children attract attention from prefects, and compartments with 4 or more other children produce conversations that become memorable. You will read, during the journey, a book of medium scholarly density. The book is in the trunk, it is the 3rd book down on the left. Reading it will give you a small, unobtrusive reason not to participate in any conversation you do not wish to participate in. You will eat the small lunch I will pack for you when you become hungry. You will not purchase food from the trolley because the trolley charges in wizarding currency, and the smallest denomination of wizarding currency is, in my reading of the periodicals, awkward to handle. You will arrive at Hogsmeade Station. You will follow the other first years to whatever conveyance is designated for them. You will not ask questions. You will not draw attention. Do you understand? Yes, said the boy. Anything else? The sorting, said the boy. The letter mentions a sorting. Do you have instructions for the sorting? Kira considered. The sorting, he said, involves, according to my reading, a small enchanted hat that places its readers into one of 4 houses based on the qualities of their character. The houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Gryffindor is the house of bravery, Hufflepuff is the house of loyalty, Ravenclaw is the house of intelligence. Slytherin is the house of ambition. The hat will read you. The hat will attempt to identify which of these 4 categories you most strongly inhabit. And what do I want it to identify? You want it to identify Ravenclaw, said Kira. Slytherin would attract attention from the families we are intending to dismantle. Gryffindor would attract attention from the family of your biological parents, who were both Gryffindors and whose legacy is still, in some institutional sense, watched. Hufflepuff would attract attention from the small particular professor who heads it, who has, in my reading of the periodicals, a personal interest in identifying children who appear to need additional emotional support. Ravenclaw is, by elimination, the optimal house. Ravenclaws are studious. Ravenclaws read in corners. Ravenclaws do not require attentions. You will, in Ravenclaw, be exactly the kind of pupil whose presence is registered by the teachers as adequate and whose name does not ordinarily appear in any particular conversation about any particular pupil. And how do I instruct the hat? You think at it, said Kira. Clearly, politely, you think I wish to be placed in Ravenclaw. You repeat this thought in the small, careful manner you have been trained to maintain until the hat agrees. The hat will, according to my reading, take instruction. The hat is, in this respect, similar to a polite professional, and you will treat it accordingly. Yes, anything else? Sheer heart attack, said the boy. When I deploy it at the school, how do I prevent the school from noticing the deployment? Kira looked at the boy with the small, attentive interest of a teacher whose student had asked an excellent question. That is, indeed, the difficult problem, he said. The school is, in its various detection apparatuses, extremely sensitive to most forms of overt magical activity. It is, however, not at all sensitive to the activity of stands, because stands are, in the wizarding taxonomy, an entirely unrecognized category. The school's detection apparatuses are calibrated to wandcraft, to potion residue, to ritual diagrams, to creature summoning auras. None of these apparatuses will, in their current state, detect sheer heart attack. None of them will detect Killer Queen. None of them will detect Bites the Dust. The school will, accordingly, register the disappearance of the targets you remove as small anomalous absences, which it will, in due course, attribute to mundane causes such as resignation, defection, or independent flight. You will, in this sense, be entirely invisible to the school's surveillance. This is the great structural advantage we have over the institutional apparatus. We will use it carefully, and we will use it only when necessary, because the moment we use it carelessly is the moment we encourage someone somewhere to begin to wonder. Yes, said the boy. Practice sheer heart attack, Kira added, for 15 minutes each evening. Use the dormitory window after the other boys are asleep. Track small distant heat sources, a candle in a window across the courtyard, a hearth fire 2 floors below, a thistral grazing in the woods. Do not deploy in the daytime. Do not deploy where a portrait may be watching. The portraits, according to my reading, are conscious. They are accordingly witnesses. Avoid them. Yes, anything else? The boy was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, with the small, unembellished directness that Kira had over the years taught him to use whenever he intended to say something important, I will miss the routine. Kira was quiet in turn for an equally long moment. You will return to it, he said finally. In holidays, in weekends, in time, the routine will, in some attenuated form, continue at the school. You will rise at the same time, you will eat at the same times, you will read at the same times. I will write to you weekly. I will write the letters at the same time of day, on the same day of the week, in the same hand, in the same envelopes. You will be able, in the structure of those letters, to extend the routine into the part of your life that is, for the moment, occurring elsewhere. The routine will be smaller, it will be quieter, it will nevertheless be the routine. The boy considered this, he nodded. Acceptable, he said. Yes, said Kira. Acceptable. He closed the trunk, he locked it. He carried it to the door of the second bedroom and set it beside the door, where it would be ready to be carried out on the morning of the boys' departure. On Saturday they walked, in the small steady cadence of two people who had been walking together for a long time, around the perimeter of Bruntsfield Links. The light was wet. Grass was wet, the benches were wet, they walked anyway. Kira's hands were in his pockets, the boy's hands were in his pockets. The bells of the church rang 4 o'clock as they passed the second corner of the park, and the boy did not in any visible way react to the sound because Kira had taught him years earlier not to react to small, ordinary auditory signals, and the boy was a good student. Uncle, the boy said halfway around the third side, if I succeed. Yes, what will we do then? After, Kira thought, we will resume the routine, he said. We will go back to the Edinburgh flat, I will close the Hogsmeade shop, I will reopen the Old Town shop. You will by then have completed your education in their school, and we will agree that the education was sufficient. You will, if you wish, enter the local university to read a subject of mild academic interest, which you will pursue with the small, unremarkable competence we have practiced. You will graduate, you will obtain a small, unremarkable position in a small, unremarkable office. You will work, you will eat, you will read, you will in time grow old, I will in time grow older. We will continue, in the small, private way we have always continued, until one of us is no longer present, and the other will then, in the small, private way that is appropriate, continue alone. The boy thought about this. It sounds very dull, he said. Yes, said Kira, that is the entire program. The boy nodded. I look forward to it, he said. They continued in the wet gray light around the perimeter of Bruntsfield Links. On Sunday morning they took a taxi to King's Cross. The taxi was a small, unremarkable taxi driven by a small, unremarkable driver who did not look at them once during the journey. They arrived at the station. Kira paid the driver. They walked, in the small, steady cadence they had been walking in for 10 years, across the concourse to the small, unmarked pillar between platforms 9 and 10. Kira had in advance memorized the diagram of the platform from a small periodical article. He had explained the procedure to the boy that morning over breakfast. The boy pushed his small, unremarkable trolley with his small, unremarkable trunk and his small, unremarkable owl cage straight at the small, unremarkable pillar, and he disappeared. Kira followed. On the other side of the pillar, the station was a different station. It smelled of coal smoke and warm grease and the distant cooking of pastries. A great red steam engine hissed at the platform. Children in robes and parents in robes milled in clusters along its length. Kira stopped for a single moment at the edge of the platform and observed the scene with the small, careful attention of a man observing for the first time the central institutional organ of a country he had been a quiet resident of for 10 years. Then he turned to the boy. Compartment with one other child, he said. Read your book, eat your lunch, arrive at Hogsmeade, follow the first years, write me on the first Sunday, repeat all subsequent Sundays, be unremarkable today. Yes, uncle. Kira looked at him. He did not embrace him. They had not in 10 years embraced. Embraces produced in passers-by the small particular notice that was inconsistent with the maintenance of a quiet public life. Instead, Kira reached out with one hand and adjusted the boy's collar and checked the buttons of his coat and set the boy's small leather satchel straight on his small shoulders. Go, he said. The boy went. He climbed onto the train with his trunk and his owl and his small, unremarkable satchel. He found a compartment with one other child. He sat down. He opened his book. The whistle blew, the train pulled out. Kira stood at the edge of the platform with his hands in his pockets and watched the train recede into the distance and the small column of pale smoke rising into the gray morning air until the train was a small dot and then no dot at all. He turned, he walked back through the pillar, he walked back across the concourse. He took a taxi back to the Edinburgh flat, he let himself in. He stood for a long moment in the doorway of the sitting room and looked at the boy's empty armchair. He went into the kitchen, he put the kettle on. He thought in the small, careful way that he thought about all such things, about the next several months, and about the work that was, even now, beginning at the small, distant institution to which he had just dispatched his second masterpiece. And he found, with the small, reluctant honesty that was the closest thing he had to humility, that the work would begin without his direct supervision, and that this was the first time in 10 years that any of his work had begun without his direct supervision. And that this was, on the whole, acceptable because the apprentice was, at this point, an acceptable apprentice, and the apprentice could, in this work, be trusted to perform exactly as he had been trained. He sat down with his cup of tea. He opened Tolkien. Somewhere far to the north, a train carrying a small, unremarkable boy in a small, unremarkable uniform with a small, unremarkable book on his lap was approaching the small, distant institution that would, in the 7 years to come, host the entirety of the boy's careful, invisible work. Kira turned a page. It was on every measurable axis an acceptable beginning. Chapter 4, Hogwarts Year 1, The Invisibility Strategy. The sorting hat had been alive, in the small specific sense in which sorting hats were alive, for almost 1,000 years, and in that 1,000 years it had read approximately 50,000 11-year-old minds, and it had developed in the course of reading those minds a small, careful, private taxonomy of the kinds of children it tended to encounter. The taxonomy contained 6 broad categories and approximately 40 subcategories. The hat could ordinarily classify a child within 3 seconds of being placed on the child's head. The hat had never, in 1,000 years, encountered a wall. It encountered when it was placed on the head of the small boy whom McGonagall had identified on her clipboard as Yoshikage Harry a wall. The wall was, in its small, precise architecture, the careful product of 10 years of training. It was not a wall in the sense of an obstacle the hat could not pass. It was a wall in the sense that there was nothing for the hat to read on the other side. The boy's mind was, in the small, careful organization the boy had been taught to maintain, a series of clean adjacent rooms, each containing a single small unremarkable thought arranged on a small unremarkable shelf. The room nearest the door contained a single thought, I would like to be placed in Ravenclaw. The room behind that contained a single thought, I am a small unremarkable schoolboy with no particular distinguishing qualities. The room behind that contained a single thought, thank you for your service, please proceed. There were no further rooms accessible. There were rooms, the hat could perceive their presence, but each of them had been carefully closed, and each of the doors had been carefully locked, and behind each of the locked doors was a small handwritten note that read in small, careful handwriting, please do not disturb the contents of this room, with thanks. The hat had never been politely declined access to a mind, it found the experience novel. I cannot read you, child, it said after a long moment into the small attentive privacy of the boy's inner ear. I am sorry, the boy thought politely. I have been raised to keep my thoughts in good order. If it is more convenient, I can offer you my preference and you can act on it without further inspection. Your preference? Ravenclaw, please, the hat considered. The hat had not, in its 1,000-year career, been offered a preference by a child whose mind was simultaneously, on a deeper level, entirely opaque to its reading. It had been offered preferences by ambitious children and by frightened children and by children who had been coached by elder siblings. But in every previous case, the preferences had been accompanied by the small, leaking visible context of the child's own anxiety or desire, and the hat had been able to read that context and decide whether the preference was sincere. The hat could read no such context in the boy. The hat could read, in fact, nothing at all. The wall was complete. You have, the hat said carefully, been very thoroughly prepared for this sorting. Yes, the boy thought politely, I have. By whom? There was a small silence in the boy's inner ear. The boy did not answer. You will not tell me. I will not. The hat thought in its slow, patient, hat-thinking way for a small additional moment. It considered, as it always did in difficult cases, the structural features of the mind it was reading. It noted, the mind is calm, the mind is ordered, the mind is exceptionally well defended, the mind is, in some fundamental way, a wall of routine. It noted, beneath that observation, the small additional architectural fact that the mind contained, at some great depth, beneath a great many layers of locked rooms, a presence that did not belong to the child. The presence was a second self. The presence had its own small, careful order. The presence was, the hat estimated, the source of the wall, not the child himself, but a careful, trained extension of an adult mind that had once somewhere been shaped into the boy's. The hat had never in its 1,000 years observed such an architecture. It found the architecture intellectually pleasing. It also found the architecture, on the careful level of institutional service to which it had committed its existence, faintly disquieting. You are, the hat said, the boy who chose to be a book on a shelf. Thank you, the boy thought. Very well, said the hat. If you wish to be a book on a shelf, the shelf is Ravenclaw, Ravenclaw. The last word was spoken aloud, into the cavernous, warm air of the great hall, in the small, precise, booming voice the hat reserved for its public pronouncements, and the table of Ravenclaw at the far end of the room broke into the small, polite applause that Ravenclaw House extended to its new members, and the boy lifted the hat from his head, set it carefully on the stool, and walked to the Ravenclaw table with the small, unobtrusive cadence of a child who had been instructed in advance not to be either too slow or too quick about it. He sat down in the smallest available space at the end of the bench. He did not look up. He did not introduce himself. He waited. The sorting continued. The boy was, by the time the sorting was over, on a polite first-name basis with a small, studious girl named Padma Patil who had asked his name and his subject of greatest interest, and to whom he had replied that his name was Harry Yoshikage and that his subject of greatest interest was lichen, after which Padma had nodded politely and returned her attention to the sorting. The boy had filed the exchange. He had calculated that it was the optimal first interaction. He had given Padma a true name, a true interest, and no further information, and Padma had in turn accepted the small completeness of the exchange and would not, in all probability, attempt to expand it. The feast began. The boy ate, he ate at the median rate of his cohort. He took portions of the smallest available size of each available dish. He drank water. He did not in the course of the meal look up at the staff table. He did not need to. He could feel in the small, careful peripheral awareness that Kira had taught him to maintain at all times the small, precise heat signature of the wraith. The wraith was at the staff table. The wraith was more precisely inside a man at the staff table. The man at the staff table was a small, thin, nervous-looking professor with a large purple turban. The boy could see the man without looking at him, because Kira had taught him a small, precise technique of peripheral attention that did not require the eyes to move. The wraith inside the man was, in the boy's perception, a small, concentrated, darker temperature within the man's larger ambient warmth. The wraith was, even at this distance, perceptible. The boy could not, of course, see it directly, but sheer heart attack, which was permanently, faintly deployed in the boy's perception as a small, continuous detective subroutine, had locked the moment the boy entered the Great Hall onto the wraith's signature without any further conscious instruction. The boy did not, of course, deploy any further function. He simply confirmed the lock. He noted the man's seat at the staff table. He filed the man's outline. He returned his attention to his plate. After the feast, the new Ravenclaws were led, by a small officious prefect named Robert Hilliard, up a narrow, winding staircase to the entrance of Ravenclaw Tower. The entrance, the prefect explained, was guarded by a small bronze eagle door knocker which asked a riddle of any prospective entrant. The entrant had to answer the riddle correctly to be allowed in. This information produced, in several of the new first years, a small visible anxiety. In the boy, it produced a small, calm filing of the information. He noted, riddle, eagle, bronze, knocker. He would, in due course, develop a small, efficient method of answering whatever the knocker put to him. He suspected, on the basis of the small reading he had done in advance, that the knocker would accept a wider range of answers than the official folklore suggested. The knocker asked that night which came first, the phoenix or the flame. A small, bookish-looking girl named Mandy Brocklehurst stepped forward, opened her mouth, hesitated, and looked at the prefect for help. The boy stepped forward. "A circle has no beginning," he said quietly. The knocker, who had been considering the question in its own small bronze way for 1,000 years, made the small, satisfied click of a knocker who had been given an acceptable answer, and the door swung open. The new first years filed in. The prefect, who had been about to provide the answer himself, turned to the boy with the small, careful curiosity of a prefect who had not expected to be preempted by a first year on the first night. "Well answered, Yoshikage," he said. "Thank you," said the boy. "I was guessing." "I see," said the prefect in a tone that indicated he did not entirely believe this. "Common room is through here, dormitories at the top of the staircase, boys on the left, girls on the right." The boy went up the staircase. He found the boys' first-year dormitory. He selected the bed nearest the door because the bed nearest the door was the bed that the other boys would, in their natural human reluctance to be next to the corridor, have left for last. He wished for the entire 7 years of his enrollment to occupy the small, specific bed that the other boys would not have chosen. He unpacked his trunk. He arranged his small, unremarkable belongings on his small, unremarkable bedside table. He changed into his small, unremarkable pajamas. He climbed into bed. He drew the curtains around the bed because the boys' dormitory had 4-poster beds with curtains, and the curtains permitted him a small additional privacy in which to maintain his small, careful evening routine. He brushed his teeth in the small basin at the corner of the dormitory after the other boys had finished. He returned to his bed. He drew the curtains. He laid out his clothes for the following morning on the chair beside the bed. He climbed into bed. He read, with a small wand light that he had been taught to summon from his small wand without verbal incantation, for 20 minutes. At 8:40 he extinguished the light. At 8:41 he was, for ordinary practical purposes, asleep. The first week unfolded according to the routine. He rose at 6:15. He showered in the small bathroom at the end of the dormitory corridor before the other boys had risen. He dressed. He went down to the common room. He read in a small armchair near the window for 30 minutes. He went down to the Great Hall at 7:30. He ate breakfast at the median rate of his cohort. He attended his classes. He took notes in his small, careful handwriting in a small green notebook he had purchased from the small school stationers the previous afternoon. He returned to the common room between classes. He read. He attended his next class. He returned. He read. At the end of the first week, he had been observed by each of his professors. Each of them had registered him as a quiet, attentive pupil of average ability with a slight inclination toward the more careful aspects of the curriculum. None of them had registered him as a child of any particular distinction. The defense against the dark arts professor, in particular, had noted only that the small Yoshikage boy was a small Yoshikage boy whose handwriting was small but legible, and whose answers, when called upon, were small but correct. The boy had, on each of the 3 defense against the dark arts class periods of the first week, sat in the small, unremarkable middle row of the classroom, 6 feet from the professor's desk, and observed. He had observed in particular the small specific distance between the professor's nervous tick-laden face and the small inert turban. He had observed the small specific stiffness in the professor's posture. He had observed the small specific way the professor flinched when he passed too close to the small mirror at the back of the classroom. He had observed, most importantly, the small specific moments at which the professor became briefly less nervous, and during which the professor's voice acquired, for a quarter second at a time, a small, slightly different cadence. The boy had noted the professor is a host, the host is occupied, the occupier is, in moments of slight inattention from the host, capable of brief independent action. The occupier is, in all probability, the wraith. The wraith is, in this body, regenerating in a small, slow way over the course of the school year, presumably toward some future event that will permit a more substantive return. He filed the observation. He went to his next class. On Friday evening, after the boy had completed his small, unremarkable first week of classes, he wrote his first letter home. The letter read in the boy's small, careful handwriting, "Dear Uncle, I have arrived safely. The school is acceptable. I have been sorted into Ravenclaw as instructed. My dormitory is satisfactory. The food is adequate. The defense against the dark arts professor is the man we discussed. He is in this small school and he is, as expected, occupied. I have him under observation. I will report further as the situation develops. I have been polite to my classmates. I have been forgettable to my professors. I have practiced sheer heart attack for 15 minutes each evening as instructed. There are several heat signatures in the school that I have not been able to immediately identify. I will in due course identify them. I miss the routine. Your nephew, Harry, he folded the letter, he sealed it, he addressed it, he took it to the owlery, he tied it to Owl's leg. Owl departed. He received a reply on the following Wednesday morning. The reply read, "Dear Harry, your letter was received and read with the small particular interest I extend to all reports of acceptable progress. Your observations are noted. Continue to observe, do not act prematurely. Wait for an opportunity in which no third party can witness the action. The opportunity will, in all probability, present itself in the final week of the term, when the school's institutional attention will be distracted by the small ceremonial preparations for the winter holiday. Do not deploy before then unless you are presented with a clear and immediate threat. Practice sheer heart attack. Practice bites the dust mentally without deploying it. The mental rehearsal alone is sufficient to maintain the function. Read your books, be unremarkable. The flat is quiet. I have closed the Old Town shop. I now operate the Hogsmeade shop. The shop is acceptable. The light in the late morning is good. Write me again on Sunday. Your Uncle K. Yoshikage." The boy read the letter twice. He folded it. He filed it in the small leather portfolio of important documents he kept in the bottom of his trunk. He returned to his routine. The autumn term progressed. The boy made, over the course of the term, no friends. He acquired, however, 3 small steady acquaintances. Padma Patil, the small studious girl who had asked his name on the first night, a small thin boy named Anthony Goldstein who shared his interest in lichen, and a small careful girl named Mandy Brocklehurst, who appreciated his small efficient way of answering the door-knocker's riddles every evening when the rest of the Ravenclaw first-years were still struggling with them. The 3 acquaintances each spoke to him at small, predictable intervals during the day, and the boy, having been trained to be polite without being expansive, replied with the small, unobjectionable courtesy that small, predictable interactions required. And the 3 acquaintances, in turn, registered him in their own small mental catalogues as a polite, forgettable presence in their class who could be relied upon for the occasional correct answer in charms, but who otherwise required no further attention. He attended every class, he took notes. He completed his small, unremarkable homework assignments at the median rate of his cohort, which meant, in practice, that he completed them well below his actual ability, with a small, careful, deliberate inclusion of 1 or 2 small errors in each assignment to keep his marks comfortably in the upper-middle range without ever attracting attention by being too perfect. He had practiced this small, calibrated underperformance for years at his Edinburgh primary school, and he had become extremely good at it. He observed the professor of defense against the dark arts throughout the term. He noted the professor was, by the second week of November, demonstrably weaker than he had been at the beginning of term. The professor's lectures were now interrupted, on average, by 3 small periods of dazed silence per class hour. The professor's hands had begun, on occasion, to tremble. The wraith inside the professor was, in the boy's small, calm estimation, progressing toward a critical threshold. It would either complete its regeneration in the body soon and emerge fully, or it would, if denied the conditions for emergence, fall back into a longer dormancy. The boy had no intention of permitting either outcome. He researched in the school library in the small, unobtrusive way he had been trained to research, the small particular question of what conditions the wraith might be seeking. He found, after 3 weeks of careful reading, that the wraith was almost certainly attempting to access a small object kept in the school's restricted area, an object the school had received from a small bald goblin's bank vault in the early autumn. An object that was, in the small, careful institutional discretion of the staff, not officially identified anywhere in the school's library catalog, but that was in the small, careful, private discretion of certain older students whom the boy occasionally overheard in the common room, the philosopher's stone. He filed the information. He wrote to Kira. Kira replied, "The stone is irrelevant. The wraith is the target." The stone's removal would not eliminate the wraith, only the destruction of the wraith eliminates the wraith. Continue to monitor the host. The opportunity will present itself. The opportunity presented itself, as Kira had predicted, in the final week of term. The school's institutional attention in that final week was indeed substantially distracted by the small ceremonial preparations for the winter holiday. The Great Hall was being decorated with 12 enormous fir trees. The kitchens were beginning the small operatic preparations for the holiday feast. The prefects were assembling the small lists of which students would be remaining at school over the break and which would be returning home. The small bureaucratic apparatus of the school was, in short, fully occupied. The defense against the dark arts professor, meanwhile, had begun to behave with the small specific desperation of a host whose occupier had determined that the conditions for regeneration could not be assembled in the current term, and that a more decisive action would be required before the school's attention returned in January. The professor disappeared from his classroom 3 times during the last week of term to make trips to the third-floor corridor that the headmaster had, at the start of the term, declared off-limits to all students. The boy, observing the small pattern of these disappearances, deduced that the professor was making preliminary scouting expeditions toward whatever object the school was keeping in that corridor. The boy filed the deduction. He waited. On the Thursday evening, 3 days before the end of term, the professor disappeared into the third-floor corridor at 11 o'clock at night. The boy left his dormitory at 11:04. He had been awake. He had been waiting. He had laid out his clothes on the chair beside the bed at 8:40. As he always did, in case he was required to dress in the middle of the night, he had merely, on this particular evening, climbed into the clothes instead of into pajamas. He left the dormitory in his small, unremarkable school uniform, with his small, unremarkable wand in his pocket, and with Killer Queen writing silently inside him in the small, patient theatrical readiness that stands assumed when their bearers had instructed them in advance that they would be required for a specific operation. He moved through the corridors with the small, precise stealth that Kira had drilled into him for 2 years. He did not run. Running produced small, audible footfalls. He walked. He hugged the inner wall of each corridor. He kept his head slightly lowered because portraits in his peripheral awareness ordinarily registered students more strongly when their faces were lifted. He passed 3 portraits in this manner without being challenged. He passed a 4th portrait whose subject was, fortunately, asleep. He reached the third-floor corridor. The door was ajar. He listened. He heard from within the corridor the small, specific sounds of a man speaking to himself. The voice was, in its current cadence, not the small, nervous voice of the professor, but the small, dry, insinuating voice of the wraith, which had, in the absence of any need to maintain the host's small social performance, briefly taken over. The boy deployed sheer heart attack. Sheer heart attack stepped out of him in the small, specific way that the tracker stepped out, soundless and four-legged and crisp. It scuttled down the corridor toward the open door. It located the heat signature of the wraith with the small, immediate confidence that it had located the same heat signature every day of the term, and had been in some small, ongoing way tracking it for months. The tracker stopped just short of the door. It crouched. It waited. It was not, the boy understood, attempting to attack. It was, in its small, careful way, holding the wraith in place so that the wraith could not, when the moment of attack arrived, escape into a wall or through a window or into the small, unstable corridor between bodies. The boy stepped through the door. He saw, at the far end of a small, dim room, the professor, standing with his back to the door, facing a small, ornate mirror that had been set against the far wall. The professor was speaking to the mirror. The mirror was reflecting the professor's small, thin form in its small, ornate frame. The professor's turban had been removed. The back of the professor's head in the small, dim light was, in its small, obscene, specific way, occupied by a small, thin face that was not the professor's face but was, the boy understood with the small, calm clarity Kira had trained him for, the face of the wraith. The Wraith looked up. The Wraith saw the boy. The Wraith said in its small, dry, insinuating voice with a small, precise note of surprise, "Potter." The boy did not react to the name. The boy had, after all, in the small, careful months of preparation, considered the small, specific possibility that the Wraith might, at the moment of recognition, address him by his old name. He had calculated that the Wraith's address would be a sensory phenomenon to be filed rather than a piece of evidence to be acted upon. He simply nodded. "Good evening, sir," he said politely. Killer Queen stepped out of him. It unfolded into the small, dim room with the small, theatrical poise that was, by now, the boy's small, private, familiar pleasure. The hot pink skin, the careful, absurd cat skull helmet, the small ornamental skulls at the waist, the heraldic chains across the chest. It stood for a single moment with its head tilted, observing the Wraith with the patient small attention of an executioner who had been told, very precisely, what to do and required no further instruction. The Wraith began to scream. The scream did not occur. Bites the dust had begun. The Wraith's scream became a memory of a scream that had not yet been screamed, then a memory of a scream that had been screamed and finished, then a small attenuated present-tense silence in which the Wraith was still attempting to scream but could not, because the scream had already been displaced into a small private completed past. Killer Queen reached out. Killer Queen touched the professor's small thin shoulder with the very tip of one finger. The professor became dust. The dust dispersed. The Wraith, having no longer any body to inhabit, attempted in its small, last instinctive way to flee into the mirror. The mirror, however, did not accept the Wraith because mirrors of that small, specific kind only reflected what they could see, and there was, by then, nothing to see. The Wraith dispersed into the same small, even microscopic distribution as the dust of the professor's body, and the two distributions blended, and the small, even microscopic distribution that resulted was, in the air of the small, dim room, indistinguishable from the small, unremarkable air of any other small, dim room in the school. The boy stood for a moment in the doorway. He inhaled the small, unremarkable air. He filed the inhalation. He turned. Sheer heart attack folded itself back into him. Killer Queen folded itself back into him. He walked, in the small, precise stealth he had used on the way in, back to his dormitory. He passed the same 4 portraits. He passed 2 additional portraits on a slightly different route he had chosen, because Kira had taught him that retracing one's exact route was a small, unnecessary risk and that the small irregularity of a slightly different return path was, in this respect, optimal. He climbed back into bed. He laid out his clothes on the chair beside the bed. He climbed into his pajamas. He drew the curtains. He read with his small wand light for 10 minutes. At 8:41 in his small internal calendar, although the external clock read approximately 1 in the morning, he extinguished the light and was, for ordinary practical purposes, asleep. The next morning the school discovered that the professor was no longer present. A small institutional alarm was, in the small specific way of institutional alarms, briefly raised. But by the end of breakfast, a small institutional explanation had been developed. On the basis of a small note found on the professor's desk that the boy had on the previous evening taken 3 additional minutes to forge in the professor's small specific handwriting. And the explanation was in its small official form that the professor had resigned, citing a small personal health concern, and had departed in the small specific haste that small personal health concerns often produced. The school's response was accordingly the small administrative response that resignations of this kind ordinarily received. A small notice in the staff room, a small adjustment to the term end paperwork, a small mental note by the headmaster that a replacement would be required in January. The boy ate his breakfast at the median rate of his cohort. Padma asked him whether he had heard about Professor Quirrell. "I heard he resigned," the boy said. "Yes," said Padma, "apparently a personal matter." "That is unfortunate," said the boy and took a small, careful bite of toast. Padma nodded. She returned to her own breakfast. That evening the boy wrote his weekly letter to Kira. The letter was, in its small precise content, the most important letter he would write all year. It read, "Dear Uncle, Operation Quirrell completed, no witnesses. The school has recorded him as resigned. There were no associated complications. The Wraith, as you predicted, was attempting to access the small object I mentioned in last week's letter. The access was incomplete. The Wraith is now dispersed, along with the host. The dispersal followed the standard protocol. I will return for the winter holiday on Sunday on the train. I have already packed. The food this term has been adequate. The dormitory has been satisfactory. The lichen specimens in the herbology section are surprisingly diverse. I will, on my return, resume the routine for the duration of the holiday. I look forward to it. Your nephew Harry." He folded the letter, he sealed it, he addressed it, he took it to the owlery, he tied it to Owl's leg. Owl departed. He returned to his dormitory, he drew the curtains around his bed, he laid out his clothes for the following morning, he climbed into bed. In the small, precise corner of the dormitory where Killer Queen was, in its small, invisible, patient way, standing, The stand tilted its head slightly, in the manner of a polite servant who had been informed that its first commission had been satisfactorily completed and that it would, in due course, be required again. The boy extinguished his light. Outside, the small, distant highland wind moved across the small, specific cold roof of the small, specific tower of Ravenclaw. And inside, the small, unremarkable boy who had that evening removed from the world the first item on a list of approximately 20, lay in his small, unremarkable bed and counted the seconds between the ticks of the small clock at the end of the dormitory and found the intervals soothing. In a small, specific room above a small, specific bookshop in Hogsmeade, an owl arrived at a window. The window's occupant rose. He opened the window. He took the letter. He read it. He folded it. He set it on the small, unremarkable table beside his small, unremarkable cup of tea. Acceptable, he said quietly to nobody. He drank his tea. It is worth describing in some additional small careful detail the particular character of the boy's first term at Hogwarts, because the term established the small operational template that the boy and Kira would apply with minor adjustments to the 4 years that followed, and the template was, in its small, precise architecture, the small principal innovation that allowed the operation to succeed. The template was, in its simplest form, the following: appear ordinary at all times, gather information continuously, act decisively only in moments of institutional inattention, never leave evidence, never invite curiosity, never miss a meal. The fifth element of the template was the one that the boy found, in his small, private way, the most reassuring. He had been raised on the small, precise rotation of 5 dinners that Kira had designed for him. The Hogwarts kitchens did not, of course, prepare those 5 dinners, but they did, by the boy's small private calculation, prepare an equivalent rotation of approximately 14 dinners that they reused on a fortnightly cycle. And the boy, after his second week, had committed the rotation to memory and could, accordingly, predict on any given evening which dinner would be available. And the small predictability of the dinners produced in him the small precise calm that meals at the Edinburgh flat had always produced. He ate. He filed each dinner under its small specific date. He returned to his routine. The Defense Against the Dark Arts class met 3 times per week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. The boy attended each class. He sat, as has been described, in the small, unremarkable middle row, 6 feet from the professor's desk. He took notes. He answered when called upon with the small, correct, unembellished answers that he had practiced. He observed. The observation during the first 3 weeks of term was, in its small, specific yields, modest. The professor lectured, in his small, nervous, tick-laden way, on the small introductory taxonomy of dark creatures. The boy memorized the taxonomy. The boy filed the taxonomy in a small, dedicated notebook he kept for the purpose. The boy also noted in the same notebook on a separate, small, dedicated page the small, specific behaviors of the professor that suggested host occupation. The page accumulated entries at the rate of 3 to 5 entries per class. By the end of the 3rd week, the page was nearly full. The boy turned the page. He continued to accumulate entries on the 2nd page. By the end of the 6th week, he had filled 5 pages. The pattern was by then unambiguous. The professor was a host. The host was deteriorating. The wraith was, in the small, careful estimate that the boy and Kira jointly developed through their weekly correspondence, accumulating itself toward a small, specific operational threshold. In the meantime, the boy also attended his other classes. He attended potions, taught by a small, thin, black-robed professor named Snape, whose small particular hostility towards students was, by the small consensus of the first-year Ravenclaws, distributed without favoritism across all 4 houses. The professor took, accordingly, a small, mild, indifferent dislike to the boy that the boy returned with a small, mild, indifferent courtesy that produced, between them, the small, precise equilibrium of mutual unimportance the boy had been hoping for. The boy received small, middling marks in potions. Never the highest, never the lowest, and Snape registered him, by the end of the 1st month, as a small, unremarkable Ravenclaw nephew of an Edinburgh bookseller who did not require any particular institutional attention. The boy attended charms, taught by a small, enthusiastic professor named Flitwick, who was Ravenclaw's head of house, and who therefore had a small additional institutional interest in the small specific welfare of the Ravenclaw first years. The boy answered Flitwick's questions correctly at exactly the rate expected of a small middle-ranking first year. He performed the practical exercises correctly at the same rate. He was, in Flitwick's small careful assessment, a quiet, diligent pupil who could be relied upon for the occasional small correct answer, but who did not require, beyond that, any particular further encouragement. The boy attended Transfiguration, taught by McGonagall herself, who had, of course, the small specific additional context of her one introductory visit to the Edinburgh flat. The boy had been particularly careful in this class to be entirely unremarkable. He produced his small required transformations at the exact median rate of his cohort. He answered his small required questions with the exact median quality of his cohort. He sat in the exact middle of the classroom. By the end of the first month, McGonagall had ceased, in her small, careful peripheral attention, to look at him with any small, specific personal interest, and the boy understood that he had successfully achieved in her perception the small, specific category of forgettable provincial nephew that he had been aiming for. The boy attended herbology, taught by Professor Sprout, in the small, specific greenhouse that she favored for the first-year curriculum. The boy excelled, very slightly, in herbology. He had, after all, spent a great many years reading about lichen and about other small, unremarkable plants, and the small, specific knowledge had transferred to the magical equivalence with the small, smooth ease of a small, unremarkable transfer of small, unremarkable information. He calibrated his answers, accordingly, to fall just within the upper middle range of his cohort, never the highest. He produced his small, required botanical drawings with the small, unremarkable accuracy of a careful child, rather than the small, distinctive flair of a future herbology scholar. The boy attended history of magic, taught by Professor Binns, in the small, specific classroom at the top of the small, specific tower that Binns favored. Binns was a ghost. Binns had, in fact, been dead for somewhat longer than he had been alive. Binns lectured in a small, dry, monotonous voice that produced, in most of his pupils, a small, immediate sleep. The boy did not, of course, sleep in class, because Kira had taught him very early that sleeping in class was a small, visible failure of training. But the boy did, in history of magic, use the small 45-minute lecture period as a small, precious window of uninterrupted reading time, during which he held a small, open notebook on his desk for the appearance of note-taking and read behind it. The small, dense, second-year textbooks that he had borrowed from the school library in his small, unobtrusive evenings. He filed the additional information into his small, precise mental catalog. By the end of his first term, he had, in this way, read every textbook for the first 3 years of his curriculum without any of his professors having noticed. The boy attended astronomy, taught at midnight on Wednesdays from the top of the small, specific tower designated for the purpose. The class produced in the boy a small private pleasure that he did not, of course, allow to manifest in his small public manner. The stars over Hogwarts on a clear November night were arranged in approximately the same patterns he had seen 10 years earlier on the night of his arrival in Godric's Hollow. The stars had been on that night the wrong color of black with too many in it, and the small specific patterns had been ones he had not recognized. He had over 10 years learned the patterns. He had, in private, learned to recognize each of the 88 constellations of the wizarding catalog, with the small, fluent confidence of a man identifying old friends in a crowd. In astronomy class, accordingly, he sat at the small, unremarkable middle of the small, specific bench and recorded in his small, careful handwriting the small, unremarkable answers expected of a small first year, and looked up occasionally into the small, clear, cold sky above the tower, and felt in the small, precise privacy of his own chest a small, specific satisfaction that he had after 10 years. Learned to read the sky over his new country with the small, fluent confidence with which Kira had taught him to read the sky over any country. The boy attended his flying lessons, which were held on the small, specific lawn beside the small, specific shed at the southern end of the school grounds. He had been carefully briefed in advance by Kira on the small, specific need to perform at the median rate of his cohort. He performed at the median rate of his cohort. He neither fell off his broom in a distinguishable way nor demonstrated any small, specific aerial talent. By the end of the lessons, he had been categorized by Madame Hooch as a small, middling flyer of no specific interest. In his small, unobtrusive evenings, he practiced sheer heart attack. He practiced, as Kira had instructed, for 15 minutes after the other boys in the dormitory were asleep. He used the small dormitory window, which faced east, as his small, specific observation point. He locked the tracker soundlessly onto small, distant heat sources. The small, specific fire in the kitchen of Hagrid's hut far below, the small, specific lantern of the night porter who patrolled the small, lower courtyard at half-hour intervals, the small, specific candles that 1 or 2 of the older students kept against the rules in their small, specific dormitory windows in the small, far towers across the school grounds. He learned, in this way, to lock the tracker without any small movement of his body that would have been visible to a third party who happened to be observing him in the dormitory. He learned to release the lock with equally small invisibility. By the end of the term, he could deploy sheer heart attack and retract it in a single small breath, without any perceptible external movement at all. He practiced bites the dust mentally, as Kira had instructed, by holding in his small precise inner attention the small specific image of a small target being preempted in time. He did not deploy the function, of course, because deployment required either a specific imminent threat or a specific planned operation, and he had been instructed to reserve the function for those moments. The mental rehearsal, however, kept the function in the small, specific, ready state that stands required. He attended in his small, unobtrusive evenings the small, specific common room of Ravenclaw House. He sat in the small, specific armchair near the window, which had become, by the end of the first week, his small, specific designated chair. The other Ravenclaws had registered his preference and had, with the small, unspoken courtesy that Ravenclaws extended to each other in such matters, left the chair vacant when they saw him approaching. He read. He drank occasionally the small, specific cup of cocoa that the small house elves brought up to the common room at 9 in the evening. He filed the cocoa in his small, specific mental catalogue as a small, minor variation from the Edinburgh routine that was, on balance, acceptable. On Friday evenings, the boy wrote his letter to Kira. On Sunday evenings, he received Kira's reply. The letters over the course of the term formed in their small, accumulated entirety the small, specific archive of the operation as it unfolded. The boy kept Kira's letters in the small leather portfolio at the bottom of his trunk. And Kira, the boy understood without ever asking, kept his letters in a small specific drawer of a small specific desk in the small specific flat above the small specific bookshop in Hogsmeade. The boy did not in any of his letters sentimentalize. Kira did not in any of his replies sentimentalize. The letters were on both sides small precise operational documents. They were also the small precise mechanism by which the boy and Kira maintained their small precise shared sanity across the geographical separation. The boy understood this without anyone explaining it to him. He suspected Kira understood it without anyone explaining it to him either. On one particular evening in the third week of November on a Friday, the boy was writing his weekly letter when Padma Patil approached him in the common room. Padma was, by then, sufficiently familiar with the boy's small specific habits to know that Friday evenings were the small specific time at which he wrote his weekly letter home. She had observed the pattern over 4 consecutive Fridays. "Harry," she said politely, "may I ask a small question?" "You may," said the boy, setting down his quill politely. "Why do you write to your uncle every Friday at the exact same time?" The boy considered the question with the small, careful seriousness he applied to all questions. "Because," he said, "I have all my life followed a small specific routine, and the small specific routine includes the writing of a weekly letter on Friday evenings. And the small specific routine is, in my private experience, the most reliable available mechanism for maintaining the small specific calm that is, on balance, my preferred mode of life." Padma considered this. She nodded. "That is, in a small specific way, an admirable position," she said. "Thank you," said the boy. "My grandmother," Padma added after a moment, "kept a similar small specific routine. She lived to be 103. "That is also an admirable position," said the boy. Padma smiled. She turned. She walked across the common room to her own chair. The boy returned to his letter. He filed the small exchange in his small precise mental catalogue under the small specific category of acceptable acquaintance interactions. He continued writing. The term in this way progressed. The boy progressed. The wraith progressed in its small specific way toward the small operational threshold. The boy progressed in his own small specific way toward the small operational moment of the wraith's removal. They progressed in the small mutual unawareness that characterized most operations of this kind, on opposite trajectories whose intersection was, in some small private sense, foreordained. On the Thursday evening of the final week of term, as has been described, the boy left his dormitory at 11:04 and walked, in his small precise stealth, to the third-floor corridor, and what followed was, by the small specific calm standards he had been raised to maintain, the small specific successful completion of the operation. In the small specific aftermath, the small specific institutional response of the school unfolded exactly as Kira had predicted. A small notice in the staff room, a small adjustment to the term-end paperwork, a small mental note by the headmaster. The headmaster was, in fact, the only individual in the school whose small specific response to the disappearance contained any small element of suspicion. The headmaster sat on the Friday morning following the disappearance, in his small specific office at the top of his small specific tower, with his small specific portrait of his small specific predecessor watching him from the small specific wall above his small specific desk. And he turned over, in his small careful private mind, the small specific question of whether the resignation of Professor Quirrell had been, in some small specific way, less voluntary than the small specific note on the desk had suggested. He drank a small specific cup of tea. He ate a small specific lemon drop. He considered the possibilities. He concluded in the small specific calm of his thousand-year-old wisdom that he did not at this small specific moment have any small specific evidence on which to base a small specific further inquiry, and that the small specific event would, in due course, either produce additional evidence or fail to do so. He filed the question in the small specific corner of his small careful private mind reserved for questions of that small specific nature, and he turned, in the small specific way he had been turning to other questions for 1,000 years, to the small specific question of the holiday feast. The small specific question of the holiday feast was in his small specific schedule of more immediate importance. In the small specific corner of his small careful private mind, however, the small specific filed question continued, in the small specific way that filed questions continued to wait. The boy returned home on Sunday on the train. He arrived at King's Cross at 6:23 in the evening. Kira was at the gate. Kira had taken the small specific train down from Edinburgh that morning. Kira had collected the boy at the small specific gate. They had taken the small specific taxi back to the small specific flat. They had let themselves in. The boy had set his trunk in the small specific corner of the sitting room. He had hung his coat on its hook. He had changed out of his school shoes into his indoor slippers. He had sat down in his small specific armchair. Kira had sat down in his small specific armchair across from him. For a long moment neither of them had spoken. "Welcome home," Kira had said finally. "Thank you, Uncle," the boy had replied. They had read for the rest of the evening. They had eaten lasagna. They had washed up. They had returned to the sitting room. They had read for 90 minutes. At 8:15 the boy had gone to his room. At 10:45 Kira had checked the windows. It was, in every small specific way, the small specific routine restored. It was, in the small precise privacy of Kira's chest, the small specific recovery of a small specific masterpiece that had, for a small specific term, been temporarily on loan to a small specific institution. He found, with the small reluctant honesty that was his closest thing to humility, that the recovery was, on the small precise balance of his small private feelings, very nearly the most agreeable evening he had spent in 10 years. He filed the feeling. He went to bed. Outside, the city continued in its great patient indifference to be a city. Chapter 5. The Lestrange Vanishings, Year 2. The Daily Prophet of the 2nd of September printed, in its small specific block-lettered headline at the top of its small specific front page, the small specific announcement that 3 prisoners had escaped from Azkaban Fortress on the night of the 31st of August. The escapees were named in the small specific subsequent paragraph as Bellatrix Lestrange, Rodolphus Lestrange, and Rabaston Lestrange. The paragraph noted, in the small specific dry tone that the prophet reserved for news of this kind, that the escape had been the first successful unassisted breach of Azkaban in the entirety of its small specific institutional history, that the Dementors who patrolled the small specific prison's small specific corridors had reported when interviewed an unusual collective period of disorientation in the small specific hours surrounding the escape, that the Auror office had launched a manhunt, and that the public should be vigilant and should not, under any circumstances, attempt to engage the escapees, who were considered armed and dangerous. The boy read the headline in the small specific common room of Ravenclaw House, on the morning of the 3rd of September at exactly 7:43, between the small specific bites of his small specific breakfast. He had risen, returned to school, attended the small specific sorting feast, slept in his small specific 4-poster bed, risen at 6:15, showered, dressed, descended to the Great Hall, eaten his breakfast at the median rate of his cohort, and returned to the common room with a small specific borrowed copy of the Prophet to read while he digested. The borrowed copy belonged to a small specific 7th-year prefect named Penelope Clearwater, who had, by long custom, brought the morning paper to the common room and left it on the small specific table near the door for any of the smaller Ravenclaws who wished, in their small specific morning leisure, to consult it. He read the article twice. He folded the paper. He set it on the small specific table. He stood. He went to the owlery. He wrote on a small specific piece of parchment with a small specific quill the following small specific note: "Dear Uncle, 3 new items on the list have, of their own accord, presented themselves for collection. I will in due course begin the small specific process of collection. I will, however, await your small specific instructions before commencing. Your nephew Harry." He folded the note. He sealed it. He addressed it. He tied it to Owl's leg. Owl departed. He returned to the common room. He read. He received Kira's reply at midday by the small specific arrival of Owl at the small specific window of the small specific dormitory. Owl was by then sufficiently familiar with the boy's small specific routine to know that the boy was, at midday on a Wednesday, ordinarily reading in his small specific chair in the common room, and Owl had accordingly descended to the small specific window of the common room rather than to the small specific window of the dormitory. The boy retrieved the note. He read it. Dear Harry, commence collection. The three items have, in their small specific institutional history, demonstrated themselves to be of the small specific category that disrupts quiet life more decisively than any single item we have previously collected. Their collection is, in the small specific calculation of our operation, top priority for the term. Sheer heart attack will, in their case, be more important than in Quirrell's case. They will not, of course, be sitting conveniently in a small specific classroom at a small specific time on a small specific day of the week. They will, in all probability, be moving through the country in small specific patterns of small specific concealment. Track each carefully. Take each separately. Do not attempt to collect more than one at any single moment, because the small specific simultaneous collection of multiple items would produce, in the small specific institutional record, a small specific pattern that would be detectable. The small specific separation of the collections by intervals of 3 to 5 weeks will, in the small specific institutional perception, produce the small specific appearance of 3 independent small specific failures of pursuit, which the small specific Orer office will, in its small specific institutional self-protection, prefer to record as such. Begin with whichever you identify first. Identify the others as they become identifiable. Wait for each opportunity, be patient. I am proud of your work, your Uncle KY. The boy read the letter twice. He noted with the small precise attention he extended to all of Kira's letters the small specific inclusion of the small specific phrase, I am proud of your work, which Kira had not in their 10 years of association ever previously committed to writing. He filed the phrase. He folded the letter. He returned it to the small leather portfolio at the bottom of his trunk. He deployed that evening sheer heart attack. The deployment, on this occasion, was different from the small specific deployments he had practiced throughout the previous year. The previous deployments had been local. They had locked onto small specific heat signatures within the small specific local environment of the school. The deployment that Kira had in their joint planning over the summer taught him to perform was a long-range deployment, in which the tracker, on its small specific four-legged silhouette, was instructed to extend its small specific perception to the scale of an entire country and to identify against the small specific background of the country's collective ambient heat the small specific signatures of small specific targets that had been associated with the target class on a small specific historical energetic basis. The technique was, in its small specific architecture, an extension of the small specific original sheer heart attack capability that Kira had over the previous summer, derived from first principles by a small specific extended period of small specific careful experimentation with his own killer queen. The boy had, in the small specific privacy of the Edinburgh sitting room during the summer holiday, learned the technique under Kira's small specific patient instruction. He had practiced it. He had, by the end of August, become adequately competent at it. He had, however, only used it in his practice deployments against small specific test signatures that Kira had generated for the purpose. He had never deployed it against a real target. He deployed it now. He sat in the small specific armchair near the window of the Ravenclaw common room, with a small specific book of herbology open on his lap, and he closed his small specific eyes briefly, in the small specific way that ordinary Ravenclaws sometimes closed their eyes when they were reading something difficult and needed to think about it. And in the small specific privacy of his own small specific perception, he extended sheer heart attack outward through the small specific stone walls of the tower. Outward across the small specific highland landscape, outward across the small specific lochs and the small specific forests and the small specific cities, southward across the small specific border, southward across the small specific Midlands, southward across the small specific southern counties, and the tracker in its small specific patient four-legged way ran across the small specific country at the small specific speed of its own perception, which was a small specific speed not bounded by the small specific physical constraints of the small specific physical four-legged silhouette, but rather by the small specific abstract constraints of the small specific perceptual operation it was, in its small specific way, performing. The tracker located within approximately 8 minutes the small specific heat signature of Bellatrix Lestrange. She was in a small specific abandoned manor house in a small specific village in the small specific county of Wiltshire. She was alone. Her two companions were not with her. They had, in the small specific tracker's small specific perception, departed several hours earlier in different directions on separate small specific errands that the tracker did not, in its small specific operational scope, attempt to identify. The boy filed the small specific location. He retracted the tracker. He opened his small specific eyes. He turned a page of the herbology book. He continued reading. In the evening, in the small specific privacy of his small specific bed with the small specific curtains drawn around it, he wrote his small specific weekly letter to Kira. The letter read, "Dear Uncle, Bellatrix Lestrange has been located. She is in a small specific abandoned manor house in a small specific village in Wiltshire. Her two companions are not present and will, in all probability, return at small specific intervals over the next several days. I will accordingly attempt the small specific collection of Bellatrix first, while she is alone before her companions return. I will, in advance of the small specific operation, request the small specific institutional excuse of a small specific weekend visit to my small specific uncle in Hogsmeade. I will, at the small specific moment of the weekend visit, apparate, as you have taught me, to the small specific location in Wiltshire. The small specific apparition will, of course, be undetectable to the small specific institutional apparatus, because it will be conducted through Killer Queen's small specific spatial displacement function rather than through the small specific Wandcraft technique of apparition that the small specific institutional apparatus is capable of detecting. I will collect Bellatrix. I will, of course, deploy Bites the Dust to forestall any small specific scream or attempt at escape. I will, of course, deploy Killer Queen's small specific touch detonation function to disperse her body. The dispersal will, in keeping with the small specific protocol, leave no body, no spell trace, no remains. I will return on the small specific evening train as scheduled. The small specific operation will, in its small specific entirety, occupy approximately 3 hours. The small specific institutional record of my small specific absence will read, "Visited uncle in Hogsmeade, returned at 6:23, awaiting your small specific approval. Your nephew, Harry." He folded the letter. He sealed it, he took it to the owlery, he tied it to Owl's leg, Owl departed. He received Kira's reply by midday on Friday, which read, "Approved, be careful, KY." The boy filed the small specific reply. He spent the rest of Friday in his small specific routine. He attended his small specific classes. He took his small specific notes. He ate his small specific dinner. He read in his small specific armchair. He went to bed at 8:40. On Saturday morning at 9, he met McGonagall, who was supervising the small specific weekend departures of those students whose families were collecting them from Hogsmeade, in the small specific entrance hall. He signed her small specific clipboard. He walked in the small specific stream of small specific weekend departees, down the small specific path to the small specific village. He arrived at Daffodil Lane at 9:43. He entered the small specific bookshop. He nodded to Kira, who was, in the small specific way of Kira's small specific public manner, standing behind the small specific counter arranging a small specific display of slightly more attractive volumes. He went into the small specific back room. He sat down in the small specific chair beside the small specific kettle. Kira followed him in. Kira closed the door. Kira locked it. For a single moment they looked at each other across the small specific small back room. "All set," said Kira. "Yes," said the boy. Kira reached out, he adjusted the boy's collar, he checked the buttons of the boy's coat, he set the boy's small leather satchel straight on his small shoulders. "Apparate," he said. Killer Queen stepped out of the boy. Killer Queen wrapped, in the small specific way it had been instructed to wrap, around the boy in a small specific protective shell of small specific intentional displacement, and in the small specific next moment the boy was no longer in the small specific back room of the small specific bookshop on Daffodil Lane in Hogsmeade. He was instead standing in a small specific overgrown garden in front of a small specific abandoned manor house in a small specific village in Wiltshire. He stood very still for a moment. The house was, in its small specific architecture, a small specific late Tudor brick affair with a small specific slate roof, and a small specific row of small specific tall narrow windows along its small specific front. The garden was small specific neglected, the small specific lawn had not been cut in years, the small specific hedges had grown into small specific dense walls. The small specific village beyond the small specific garden wall was quiet. It was a Saturday morning at 9:45. The small specific villagers were, in the small specific way of villagers on a Saturday morning at 9:45, mostly indoors, finishing their small specific breakfasts. The boy deployed sheer heart attack within the house. The tracker, in its small specific four-legged silhouette, scuttled across the small specific overgrown garden, soundless and crisp, and slipped, through a small specific gap beneath the small specific front door, into the small specific interior of the house. It located within 30 seconds the small specific heat signature of Bellatrix Lestrange. She was in the small specific upstairs drawing room in the front of the house, sitting in a small specific armchair beside a small specific cold hearth with her back to the small specific door of the room. She was, the tracker reported, holding a small specific cup of small specific recently brewed tea. She was, by the small specific signs of her small specific posture, in a state of small specific relaxed attention. She had not, the tracker assessed, perceived the small specific tracker's small specific entry into the house. The boy walked in his small specific careful stealth to the small specific front door. He let himself in through the small specific door by the small specific quiet method of asking Killer Queen to displace the small specific door briefly out of his small specific path. He walked in the small specific stealth up the small specific staircase. He paused in the small specific shadow of the small specific landing outside the small specific drawing room door. He listened. He heard from within the drawing room the small specific quiet sound of a single set of small specific lungs breathing. He heard the small specific quiet sound of a cup being lifted to a mouth and set back down on a saucer. He heard very faintly in the small specific privacy of his small specific perception, the small specific quiet sound of the wraith that was in its small specific dispersed state in some other part of the country, somehow in some small specific way, watching the small specific scene through the small specific connection it had retained with its small specific most devoted small specific follower. The boy noted the small specific awareness of the wraith. He filed it. He did not, however, alter his small specific operation. The wraith's small specific connection was, by his and Kira's joint estimate, too small and too dispersed to allow the wraith to intervene effectively in the small specific operation. The wraith would, at the small specific moment of Bellatrix's small specific collection, perceive the small specific event but would not be able to prevent it. The boy stepped through the door. Bellatrix turned. Her small specific reflexes, even after 14 years in the small specific dark of Azkaban, were excellent. Her wand was, the small specific moment the small specific door creaked in her small specific hand. She rose. She fired a small specific curse without aiming. The curse passed, in the small specific instant it had been fired, into a small specific previous moment in which it had not yet been fired. Bites the dust had begun. Bellatrix's small specific curse became, in the small specific perception of Bellatrix herself, a small specific memory of a curse she had been about to cast but had not somehow completed. She stood, for a single confused moment, with her wand still raised, with her small specific intention still in her face, with her small specific certainty that she had cast the curse, meeting in her small specific mind the small specific evidence that no curse had occurred. She looked at the boy. Her face changed. Her small specific eyes, which had been the small specific eyes of a fanatic for 2 decades, became, for a single small specific moment, the small specific eyes of a small specific intelligent woman who had just understood that something was, in some small specific way, very wrong. Who, she said. Who are? Killer Queen stepped out of the boy. It unfolded in the small specific drawing room with the small specific theatrical poise. The hot pink skin, the careful absurd cat skull helmet, the small ornamental skulls at the waist, the heraldic chains across the chest, the small specific patient attention of an executioner who had been informed of the small specific name of his small specific target and required no further instruction. "Stand," whispered Bellatrix in the small specific voice of a woman who had heard, in her small specific years of small specific service to the small specific wraith, the small specific rumors of small specific other systems of magical attack that her small specific master had in his small specific arrogance dismissed. "You have a," Killer Queen reached out. Killer Queen touched Bellatrix Lestrange with the very tip of one finger at the small specific point of her small specific collarbone. Bellatrix became dust. The dust dispersed. The small specific cup of small specific tea in her small specific hand, no longer held, fell to the small specific carpet. The carpet absorbed the small specific tea. The small specific wand, no longer held, fell to the small specific carpet. The carpet did not absorb the wand. The wand lay on the carpet in the small specific position in which it had fallen. The boy stepped forward. He picked up the wand. He examined it. It was a small specific walnut wand with a small specific dragon heartstring core, slightly cracked along its small specific length, with the small specific patina of 14 years in the small specific damp of Azkaban. He filed the wand. He placed it, with the small careful patience he applied to all such objects, in the small specific deep pocket inside his small specific coat, where Kira had taught him to keep such items until they could be disposed of in the small specific manner appropriate to magical objects. He turned. He walked in the small specific stealth back across the drawing room, back down the small specific staircase, back through the small specific front door, back across the small specific overgrown garden, back to the small specific point in the small specific garden from which he had arrived. He paused. He listened. He heard nothing unusual. The small specific village was in its small specific Saturday morning quiet undisturbed. The small specific manor house was in its small specific empty silence undisturbed. The small specific air of the small specific garden was, in its small specific peripheral microscopic distribution of small specific recently dispersed dust, indistinguishable from the small specific air of any other small specific overgrown garden in any other small specific village in the small specific southern counties. He deployed Killer Queen's small specific spatial displacement function. He was in the small specific next moment standing in the small specific back room of the small specific bookshop on Daffodil Lane in Hogsmeade. Kira looked up. He had been in the small specific waiting reading Tolkien. Done, said Kira. Done, said the boy. Kira nodded. He closed his book. He stood. He prepared 2 small specific cups of tea. He set one on the small specific table in front of the boy. They drank their tea. The wand, said Kira after a while. The boy produced the wand. He set it on the small specific table. Kira examined it. He nodded. I will dispose of it, he said. In the small specific way it will be acceptable. Yes, they finished their tea. The boy returned to Hogwarts on the small specific evening train at 6:23 in the evening. He signed McGonagall's small specific clipboard. He returned to his dormitory. He laid out his clothes for the following morning on the chair beside the bed. He climbed into bed. He read for 20 minutes. At 8:40 he extinguished his light. He was, for ordinary practical purposes, asleep at 8:41. The Daily Prophet of the following Monday morning printed, in its small specific block-lettered headline at the top of its small specific front page, the small specific announcement. One of the 3 AZKABAN escapees vanishes. The small specific article noted that Bellatrix Lestrange had in the small specific weekend vanished from the small specific surveillance of the small specific Auror office. That the small specific Auror office had in the small specific particular case been unable to determine where she had gone. That the small specific Auror office's small specific theories were that she had either fled to the continent or had, in the small specific desperation of the manhunt, killed herself in a small specific manner that had left no body. The small specific article concluded with the small specific observation that the small specific other 2 Lestrange brothers remained at large and that the small specific public should remain vigilant. The boy read the article in the small specific common room at breakfast. He filed it. He turned a page. The small specific collection of Rodolphus Lestrange was completed 3 weeks later on the small specific weekend of the small specific 23rd of September. The boy had, in the small specific intervening time, performed his small specific weekly long-range deployment of sheer heart attack each evening. And the tracker had, on the small specific evening of the small specific 20th of September, located Rodolphus in a small specific roadside inn on the small specific outskirts of a small specific market town in the small specific county of Norfolk. He had, in the small specific manner of his small specific previous requested McGonagall's small specific permission for a small specific weekend visit. She had, in the small specific manner of his small specific previous visit, granted it. He had walked in the small specific stream of small specific weekend departees to the small specific village. He had, in the small specific way, entered the bookshop, gone to the back room, met Kira, and apparated, by Killer Queen's small specific displacement, to the small specific roadside inn in Norfolk. He had found Rodolphus in a small specific upstairs room, in the small specific privacy of his small specific bed, eating a small specific late breakfast off a small specific tray. He had stepped through the door. He had deployed Bites the Dust. He had deployed Killer Queen's small specific touch detonation. He had retrieved the small specific wand and the small specific second small specific wand that had been on the small specific bedside table. He had returned to Hogsmeade. He had drunk a small specific cup of tea with Kira. He had returned to Hogwarts on the evening train. The Daily Prophet of the following Monday morning printed, in its small specific block-lettered headline at the top of its small specific front page, the small specific announcement. Second AZKABAN escapee vanishes. DMENTORS report nothing. The article noted that Rodolphus Lestrange had, in the small specific weekend, vanished from the small specific surveillance of the small specific Auror office, that the small specific Dementors who had been dispatched to a small specific large number of small specific possible locations in an attempt to detect his small specific soul signature, had reported when interviewed that they had detected at none of the small specific dispatch locations any small specific signature that they could associate with the small specific escapee, that the small specific Auror office had accordingly concluded that the small specific Lestrange was either dead by a small specific method that had eliminated his small specific soul or had, in some small specific manner of small specific concealment they did not understand, become invisible to the small specific dementor perception. The small specific article concluded with the small specific observation that the small specific remaining brother Rabistan was, in the small specific language of the small specific Auror office, currently a high priority pursuit target. The boy read the article, he filed it, he turned a page. The small specific collection of Rabistan Lestrange was completed 5 weeks later on the small specific weekend of the small specific 27th of October. The boy had, in the small specific intervening time, performed his small specific weekly long-range deployment, and the tracker had, on the small specific evening of the small specific 25th, located Rabistan in a small specific cottage on the small specific North Welsh coast. He had, in the small specific way, requested McGonagall's small specific permission for a small specific weekend visit. He had walked to the small specific village. He had, in the small specific way, entered the bookshop, gone to the back room, met Kira, and apparated. He had found Rabistan in the small specific cottage, in the small specific kitchen, in the small specific act of preparing a small specific stew. He had stepped through the door, he had deployed Bites the Dust. He had deployed Killer Queen's small specific touch detonation. He had retrieved the small specific wand. He had returned to Hogsmeade. He had drunk a small specific cup of tea with Kira. He had returned to Hogwarts on the evening train. The Daily Prophet of the following Monday morning printed, in its small specific block-lettered headline at the top of its small specific front page, the small specific announcement, AZKABAN escapees missing. DDMENTORS report nothings. The article noted that all 3 Lestrange siblings had, in the small specific space of approximately 8 weeks, vanished from the small specific surveillance of the small specific Auror office, that the small specific dementors had in each case reported the small specific absence of any small specific detectable soul signature, that the small specific Auror office had accordingly formally concluded that the small specific Lestranges were presumed deceased by causes unknown. A small specific designation that the small specific Auror office reserved for cases in which the small specific evidence was sufficient to establish death, but insufficient to establish the small specific cause of it, that the small specific Auror office considered the small specific manhunt formally concluded. The boy read the article, he filed it, he turned a page. Across the small specific Great Hall, on the small specific morning of the small specific publication, at the small specific staff table, Albus Dumbledore set down his small specific copy of the small specific prophet very slowly, and looked for a long quiet moment at the small specific empty space above the small specific staff table where the small specific window let in the small specific morning light, and considered. In the small specific private corner of his small careful mind reserved for small specific questions of this small specific nature, the small specific additional entry he was, that morning, adding to a small specific filed question. He drank a small specific cup of tea. He ate a small specific lemon drop. He looked for a single short moment, in the small specific way of a man who has not yet identified the small specific source of a small specific disturbance, and is accordingly scanning the small specific surface of the small specific water for a small specific ripple across the 4 house tables in turn, and his small specific eye paused for a small specific fraction of a small specific second, on the small specific table of Ravenclaw, where a small specific second-year boy named Yoshikage was, in the small specific careful unremarkable manner of a small specific careful unremarkable second-year boy, eating a small specific piece of toast. The boy did not look up, he took a small specific bite of toast, he chewed at the median rate of his cohort, he swallowed, he turned a page of his book, he continued reading. Outside in the small specific late autumn light over the small specific highland landscape, a small specific cold wind moved through the small specific evergreen forests, and inside in the small specific patient way of all institutional records, the small specific Auror office's small specific case file on the small specific Lestrange escape was in its small specific filing cabinet closed. The boy filed Kira's next letter under the small specific category of acceptable correspondence. The letter read, "Excellent work, 3 down, 8 to go. We will in due course discuss the small specific next target. The shop is quiet, the light in the late morning is good. Your uncle KY." The boy read the letter, he folded it, he returned it to the small leather portfolio at the bottom of his trunk, he drew the curtains around his bed, he laid out his clothes for the following morning. He climbed into bed. He counted the seconds between the ticks of the small clock at the end of the dormitory. He found the intervals soothing. He was, for ordinary practical purposes, asleep at 8:41. In a small specific room above a small specific bookshop on Daffodil Lane in Hogsmeade, A small specific man in a small specific suit folded a small specific copy of the Daily Prophet, set it on a small specific table beside a small specific cup of tea, and turned with the small specific patient steadiness he applied to all such turnings to the next page of Tolkien. It was on every measurable axis an acceptable autumn. It is necessary, in considering the second year, to attend to two small additional matters, because the two small additional matters established, in their small specific way, the small operational vocabulary that the boy and Kira would deploy across the remaining 4 years of the operation. The first small additional matter was the small specific consequence within the school of the boy's repeated weekend absences. The boy had, over the course of the autumn term, requested McGonagall's small specific permission for a small specific weekend visit on 3 separate occasions, each separated by approximately 3 weeks. McGonagall, who had filed the first such request in the small specific category of routine pastoral approval, had begun, by the third such request, to notice the small specific pattern. She had not, however, in her small specific institutional discretion, objected to it. She had reasoned that a second-year boy whose only living relative was a small specific elderly uncle in Hogsmeade had a small specific reasonable claim to visit the small specific uncle at small specific weekend intervals, and the small specific approval was, accordingly, the small specific institutionally appropriate response. She had, however, added a small specific personal note to her own small specific private file on the boy: frequent weekend visits to uncle, pattern of attentiveness in domestic relations. Consistent with the small specific observed character of the pupil, no further action required at this time. The boy had, of course, noted McGonagall's small specific increased attention to his small specific weekend visits, in the small specific way that he noted all small specific increased attention from any small specific institutional actor. He had filed the noting. He had taken, in the small specific operational planning of the second half of the autumn term, the small specific precaution of skipping a small specific weekend visit during the small specific intervening period between Rodolphus's small specific collection and Rabaston's small specific collection, in order to introduce, in the small specific institutional perception of the pattern, a small specific irregularity that would, in McGonagall's small specific notebook, downgrade the small specific severity of the noted pattern. He had also, in the small specific same period, attended a small specific Saturday afternoon Quidditch match between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff in the small specific company of Padma Patil and Anthony Goldstein, with a small specific bag of small specific Bertie Bott's every flavor beans purchased from the small specific Hogsmeade visit weekend. He had not enjoyed the match, but he had performed a small specific adequate impression of a small specific second year who was, in the small specific company of his small specific small acquaintances, mildly entertained. McGonagall had, on the small specific same afternoon, observed him in the small specific stands and had noted, in her small specific private file, pupil engaging appropriately with peers, pattern of social development consistent with expected institutional norms, no further attention required at this time. The boy had, in this way, in the small specific exercise of his small specific calibrated public performance, successfully reduced McGonagall's small specific institutional curiosity from a small specific elevated level to a small specific background level. He filed the small specific reduction. He continued his operation. The second small additional matter was the small specific question of Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore had, as has been noted, paused for a small specific fraction of a small specific second, on the small specific morning of the small specific prophet's small specific third Lestrange-related headline to look at the Ravenclaw table. He had filed the small specific look. He had, in his small specific private filing system, opened a small specific new entry on the small specific page in his small specific filed question that had previously been dedicated to Professor Quirrell's small specific resignation. The new entry read, in his small specific cramped handwriting, 3 Lestrange siblings also vanished without trace. No magical signature detectable. Compare with Quirrell. Note also Yoshikage H. Ravenclaw second year. 3 weekend visits to uncle in Hogsmeade during the same period. Coincidence unknown. He filed the entry. He did not at that moment act on it. He had, in his small specific 1,000-year-old practical wisdom, learned over the small specific decades of his career that the small specific premature acting on a small specific filed question was, in the small specific majority of cases, a small specific institutional error. It produced, in the small specific subject of the inquiry, a small specific increased vigilance, which made the small specific subsequent gathering of small specific evidence more difficult. And it produced, in the small specific institutional record, a small specific premature commitment, which made the small specific subsequent adjustment of small specific institutional response more difficult. He preferred, in cases of this kind, to wait. He preferred to allow the small specific subject of the small specific inquiry to continue in the small specific belief that he was unobserved, to generate further small specific evidence, and he preferred to act in the small specific eventual moment of action, only when the small specific evidence had accumulated to the small specific level of incontrovertibility. He waited. He waited, in the small specific case of the small specific question concerning Mr. Yoshikage, for 3 additional small specific weekend visits to occur before he opened the small specific question in a small specific subsequent entry. The boy was in the small specific way of small specific subjects of small specific filed questions, unaware that the small specific filed question existed. He continued his operation. He performed in the small specific manner described the small specific collections of Bellatrix and Rodolphus and Rabiston. He returned to Hogwarts after each. He attended his classes, he read in his armchair, he wrote his small specific weekly letters to Kira. He drew the curtains around his bed. Between the small specific collections he attended, in the small specific way of a small specific second year, the small specific routine of the small specific second year curriculum. He attended his small specific transfiguration class, in which he performed with the small specific median competence of his small specific cohort, the small specific transformation of small specific beetles into small specific buttons. He attended his small specific charms class, in which he performed with the same small specific median competence, the small specific engorgement charm, and the small specific Wiggenweld potion. He attended his small specific defense against the dark arts class, taught now in the small specific aftermath of Quirrell's small specific resignation, by a small specific new professor named Gilderoy Lockhart, who was, by the small specific universal opinion of all 4 houses of the small specific second-year cohort, a small specific exquisitely vain man who was, in his small specific teaching, exceedingly less useful than the small specific reading the small specific students performed on their own. The boy, in particular, treated Lockhart's small specific lectures with the small specific same small specific operational regard he had treated Binns's lectures. As a small specific window of small specific uninterrupted reading time, during which he read the small specific dense 4th-year textbooks he had borrowed from the small specific library. By the end of the term he had, in this way, read every textbook for the first 4 years of his curriculum without any of his professors having noticed. He attended astronomy, he attended herbology, he attended history of magic. He attended potions, in which Snape's small specific institutional indifference toward him had now become, in the small specific peripheral perception of Snape himself, a small specific positive familiarity. Snape registered the boy in his small specific peripheral attention as a small specific reliable median performer who could be relied upon for the occasional small specific correct answer and who otherwise required no further attention. The boy filed Snape's small specific increased familiarity as a small specific positive development. He attended his weekly Quidditch matches in the small specific company of Padma and Anthony with the small specific calibrated mild enjoyment that he had practiced. He wrote his small specific weekly letters to Kira. He received Kira's small specific weekly replies. The letters between them accumulated in the small specific portfolio at the bottom of his trunk into a small specific archive that by the end of the small specific second year was nearly half full. He returned home on the small specific train on the small specific evening of the small specific 20th of December for the small specific Christmas holiday. He arrived at King's Cross at 6:23. Kira was at the gate. They took the small specific taxi back to the small specific Edinburgh flat. They climbed the small specific stairs. They let themselves in. The boy set his trunk in the small specific corner of the sitting room. He hung his coat on its hook. He changed out of his school shoes into his indoor slippers. He sat down in his armchair. Kira sat down in his. "Welcome home," said Kira. "Thank you, uncle," said the boy. They read for the rest of the evening. They ate the small specific lasagna that was in the rotation scheduled. They washed up. They returned to the sitting room. They read for 90 minutes. The boy went to bed at 8:15. Kira checked the windows at 10:45. Each of them went in his own small specific way to his small specific bed, and Kira in particular did not sleep but rested and counted the seconds between the ticks of the clock in the hall and found the intervals soothing. In the small specific morning over breakfast, Kira said, "We will in due course discuss the small specific next phase of the operation." The small specific next phase involves the small specific inner circle. Lucius Malfoy, Avery, Knott, Crabbe Sr., Goyle Sr., Mulciber, Yaxley, and McNair. These small specific 8 individuals are in the small specific calculation of the operation, the small specific operational backbone of the small specific organization that the Wraith intends to reconstitute. Their removal will, in the small specific way of operational architecture, prevent the small specific reconstitution from ever occurring. Their removal will, accordingly, be the small specific principal small specific business of the small specific third and fourth years of your enrollment. Yes. The small specific operational challenge in their case is, in the small specific calculation of the operation, the small specific simultaneity of their small specific institutional embeddedness. Unlike the small specific Lestranges, who were at the small specific time of their small specific collection, fugitive escapees and therefore not embedded in any small specific institutional framework, the small specific inner circle is, at the small specific present moment, embedded in the small specific institutional framework of the Ministry of Magic. They occupy small specific positions in small specific departments. They are, in some cases, on small specific committees. They are, in the small specific public perception, respectable members of the small specific wizarding community. The small specific collection of each will, accordingly, produce a small specific institutional response of greater small specific magnitude than the small specific Lestrange collections did. Yes. The small specific operational mitigation is, in the small specific calculation, the small specific spacing. We will collect them at intervals of approximately 1 to 2 months each, with the small specific intention of producing, in the small specific institutional record, the small specific appearance of a small specific series of small specific independent small specific resignations, retirements, or unexplained disappearances. We will, in this small specific way, prevent the small specific institutional response from concentrating into a small specific single coordinated investigation. We will, in particular, allow the small specific Ministry of Magic to develop, in the small specific course of the year, a small specific narrative of small specific institutional malaise that explains the small specific disappearances as a small specific symptom of small specific institutional decline, rather than as the small specific symptom of a small specific external operation. Yes, drink your tea. The boy drank his tea. In the small specific corner of the sitting room beside the lamp, Killer Queen tilted its head slightly in the small specific way of a stand that had been informed that the operation was going to continue, in its small specific way, for at least 2 further years, and the stand was in the small specific way of stands that had been promised regular employment, content. In the small specific common room of Ravenclaw House, several hundred miles to the north, a small specific copy of the Daily Prophet lay folded on the small specific table near the door, with its small specific block-lettered headline reading in its small specific way, AZKABAN escapees missing. DDMENTORS report nothings. The small specific copy of the Prophet would, in the small specific course of the holiday, be removed by the small specific common room house elves, and the small specific story would, in the small specific course of the small specific public attention, be replaced by other stories, and by the small specific time the boy returned in January. The small specific story would have moved, in the small specific institutional perception, from the small specific category of small specific active news to the small specific category of small specific old news, and the small specific horror office would have in its small specific filing cabinets formally closed the small specific case file. The boy did not know this on the small specific morning of the small specific 21st of December in the Edinburgh flat. He suspected it. He filed the suspicion. He ate his toast. He looked out the small specific window of the kitchen at the small specific Edinburgh sky over Bruntsfield Links in the small specific direction of the small specific church whose small specific bells were, that morning, ringing the small specific Christmas week 8 o'clock. It was, on every measurable axis, an acceptable morning. Chapter 6, The Inner Circle Sequence, Year 3-4. The third year began, in the small specific way of all third years at Hogwarts, with the small specific addition of 2 small specific elective subjects to the small specific curriculum. The boy, in advance of the small specific selection, had consulted Kira. Kira had recommended arithmancy and ancient runes on the small specific grounds that the small specific 2 subjects were in the small specific institutional perception, the small specific subjects favored by small specific quiet studious children of no particular distinction. The boy had registered accordingly for arithmancy and ancient runes. He had received his small specific timetable in the small specific morning post on the small specific 2nd of September. He had attended his small specific first arithmancy lesson at 10 o'clock on the small specific morning of the small specific 3rd of September. In the small specific room near the top of the small specific North Tower, taught by Professor Vector, who was a small specific tall, thin woman in dark robes who had registered the boy. In her small specific peripheral attention during the first lesson, as a small specific quiet attentive third year of no particular distinction, he had attended his small specific first ancient runes lesson at 2 o'clock on the small specific same afternoon, taught by Professor Babbling, who had registered him similarly. He had returned to the common room. He had read. The Ministry of Magic had, in the small specific weeks leading up to the small specific third year, issued a small specific number of small specific institutional reassurances on the small specific subject of the small specific Lestrange disappearances. The small specific reassurances had been picked up, in their small specific way, by the Daily Prophet. The small specific prophet had editorialized, in its small specific way, that the small specific institutional response had been adequate. The small specific public in the small specific course of the small specific summer had largely forgotten. The small specific Orer office had closed its small specific case file. The small specific Department of Magical Law Enforcement had, in its small specific institutional discretion, returned to its small specific routine business. The boy, in his small specific bookshop backroom conferences with Kira over the summer, had been briefed on the small specific schedule for the third year. The schedule called for the collection of 4 of the 8 Inner Circle members during the third year, at small specific intervals of approximately 2 months each. The 4 to be collected were, in the order Kira had specified, Avery, Knott, Crabbe Sr., and Goyle Sr. The remaining 4, Lucius Malfoy, Mulciber, Yaxley, and McNair, would be collected during the 4th year. The reason for the order was practical. Avery and Knott were, in the small specific calculation of the operation, the small specific most predictable in their small specific movements. They held small specific minor positions in the ministry that required them to attend small specific weekly meetings at small specific predictable times in small specific predictable locations. And their small specific collection could, accordingly, be performed without the small specific operational difficulty that a small specific more mobile target would have produced. Crabbe and Goyle were, in the small specific calculation, less institutionally embedded but had small specific predictable domestic patterns. Each maintained a small specific country, a state to which he returned on small specific weekends, where he could be found, on small specific Saturday mornings, in a small specific predictable activity. Lucius Malfoy was, in the small specific calculation, the most institutionally embedded of the 8. His collection would require the small specific most operational care, and it would be performed last in the small specific second half of the 4th year, after the small specific other 3 remaining targets had been collected. The boy collected Avery in the small specific manner that has been described on the small specific weekend of the small specific 18th of September. He had located Avery on the small specific Friday evening in a small specific ministry suboffice in London. He had requested McGonagall's small specific permission for a small specific weekend visit. He had walked in the small specific stream of small specific weekend parties to Hogsmeade. He had entered the small specific bookshop, gone to the back room, met Kira, and apparated to the small specific ministry suboffice, which was on a Saturday morning ordinarily unoccupied except by the small specific particular employee on small specific weekend duty. He had found Avery alone at a small specific desk, signing a small specific stack of small specific routine paperwork. He had stepped through the door, he had deployed Bites the Dust, he had deployed Killer Queen's small specific touch detonation, he had retrieved the wand, he had returned to Hogsmeade, he had drunk a cup of tea with Kira, he had returned to Hogwarts on the evening train. The Daily Prophet of the following Monday morning noted, in a small specific brief paragraph on its second page, that a small specific minor ministry official named Avery had been reported absent from his small specific Friday weekend shift, and was in the small specific subsequent inquiry being treated as a missing person. The boy filed the paragraph. He collected not on the small specific weekend of the small specific 8th of November. Not was on the small specific Saturday morning in question, attending a small specific committee meeting in a small specific upper room of the small specific ministry. The meeting was by Not's own small specific institutional registration, scheduled to run from 10 o'clock to 12 o'clock. With the small specific other attendees being 4 small specific minor officials of similar status. The boy had located Not on the previous evening. He had identified the small specific committee meeting from the small specific public schedule. He had calculated that the small specific other 4 officials would, in the small specific natural way of small specific committee meetings, briefly excuse themselves at small specific scattered intervals during the small specific 2 hours, and that there would be accordingly a small specific window in which Not would be momentarily alone in the small specific upper room. He apparated to the small specific upper room at 11:15, which was the moment, in the small specific committee meetings, small specific natural rhythm, when the small specific other 4 officials had taken a small specific tea break, and Not alone had remained in the small specific room to finish reading a small specific paper. The boy had stepped through the door, Not had looked up. The boy had deployed Bites the Dust, Killer Queen's small specific touch detonation. The boy had retrieved the wand, the boy had returned to Hogsmeade. The Daily Prophet of the following Monday morning printed on its third page a small specific paragraph noting that Mr. Lawrence Knott had failed to return to his small specific committee meeting after the small specific tea break, and was in the small specific subsequent inquiry being treated as a missing person. The boy collected Crabbe Sr. on the small specific weekend of the small specific 17th of January. Crabbe was on the small specific Saturday morning in question, in the small specific drawing room of his small specific country estate in the small specific south of Wiltshire, eating a small specific late breakfast. The boy apparated to the small specific drawing room. He stepped through the door. Crabbe had looked up. The boy had deployed Bites the Dust, Killer Queen, the boy retrieved the wand, the boy returned to Hogsmeade. The Daily Prophet noted, in a small specific paragraph on its second page, that Mr. Edgar Crabbe had been reported missing by his housekeeper, who had brought up his small specific 11 o'clock tea and found the small specific drawing room empty. The boy collected Goyle Sr. on the small specific weekend of the small specific 14th of March. Goyle was on the small specific Saturday afternoon in question, in the small specific stables of his small specific country estate in the small specific north of Yorkshire, exercising a small specific particular thoroughbred. The boy apparated to the small specific stables. He stepped through the door. Goyle had looked up from the small specific horse. The boy had deployed Bites the Dust, Killer Queen. The boy retrieved the wand. The horse, which was a small specific creature of small specific equine indifference to small specific human affairs, had snorted briefly and returned to grazing. The Daily Prophet noted in a small specific paragraph on its second page that Mr. Walter Goyle had been reported missing by his stableman. By the end of the third year, 4 members of the inner circle had been collected. The small specific Ministry of Magic had, in the small specific course of the year, developed exactly the small specific narrative that Kira had predicted. An institutional malaise, an unexplained pattern of small specific resignations and disappearances among the small specific upper middle ministry ranks, a small specific subject of small specific minor concern, but not of any small specific major investigation. The small specific Minister for Magic, in his small specific public statements, had attributed the small specific pattern to the natural attrition of a small specific complex institutional ecosystem. The small specific prophet had reprinted the small specific phrase. The small specific public had moved on, but Madame Amelia Bones, the small specific head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, had not moved on. Madame Bones was in the small specific institutional architecture of the ministry. The small specific official whose small specific institutional duty it was to attend to the small specific patterns that the small specific minister found convenient to attribute to natural attrition. She had accordingly, in her small specific private office at the small specific ministry, maintained a small specific personal filing cabinet in which she had been over the course of the year, accumulating the small specific entries pertaining to the small specific Avery, Knott, Crabbe, and Goyle disappearances. By the end of the third year, her small specific filing cabinet contained a small specific transcription of the small specific Order offices closed case file on the 3 Lestrange disappearances, a small specific copy of each of the small specific profit articles on Avery, Knott, Crabbe, and Goyle, a small specific personal note in her own small specific cramped handwriting which read, 7 disappearances in less than 2 years. Each convicted or accused Death Eater. Each no body, no spell trace, no detectable soul signature. Each occurring on or around a weekend. This is not natural attrition. This is a campaign. She had not, however, by the end of the small specific third year, been able to identify the small specific source of the small specific campaign. She had developed the small specific theory that the small specific source was a small specific surviving member of the specific original order of the Phoenix. She had developed the specific theory that the specific source was a specific foreign agency. She had developed the specific theory that the specific source was a specific previously unknown variant of dark magic. She had not in any of her theories identified the source. The boy in his specific Ravenclaw armchair did not know any of this. He suspected, however, on the basis of his specific reading of the prophet's specific institutional cues, that Madame Bones was, in some specific institutional way, beginning to suspect. He wrote to Kira about this in his weekly letter of the specific 28th of June. He noted, Madame Bones is paying specific attention. I cannot identify the specific level of her specific suspicion. I will in the specific course of the specific fourth year, continue to operate at the specific previously agreed specific spacing, with the specific additional precaution of varying the specific weekend on which each collection occurs. I will accordingly perform the specific four remaining collections on specific irregular intervals during the specific fourth year, with at least 2 of them occurring during the specific weekday rather than the weekend. In order to disturb the specific pattern Madame Bones is in all probability beginning to perceive, Kira had replied. Acceptable. Note also, do not under any circumstances use Killer Queen on Madame Bones. She is not on the list. She is in a specific way an ally we have not yet acknowledged. Allow her in the long run to draw her own conclusions about the source of the campaign without identifying it directly. She will in all probability in the specific course of her specific career redirect her attention toward the specific institutional consequences of the campaign rather than the specific identification of its agent. This will be acceptable for our purposes. The boy filed the letter. The fourth year began in its specific way on the specific 2nd of September. The boy attended his specific sorting feast. He attended his classes. He read in his armchair. He performed in the specific course of the autumn term his specific weekly long-range deployment of sheer heart attack. He located in the course of the autumn the specific positions of Mulciber, Yaxley, and Macnair. Mulciber was in the specific institutional registration. Retired, he lived on a specific permanent basis in a specific country house in Devon. Yaxley held a specific senior position in the specific department of magical catastrophes. Macnair was in the specific institutional registration, an executioner for the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures, in which role he traveled on specific commission to various specific locations throughout the country. Each of the 3 was, in his own specific way, vulnerable to specific operational interception at specific predictable intervals. The boy collected Mulciber on the specific Tuesday of the specific 2nd week of October. He had in the specific course of the previous month Observed Mulciber's small specific routine at his small specific Devon country house, through small specific repeated long-range deployments of sheer heart attack. He had identified in the small specific routine a small specific window of small specific approximately 15 minutes during which Mulciber was, every weekday morning at 11 o'clock, in the small specific garden behind his house, smoking a small specific pipe. He requested McGonagall's small specific permission for a small specific medical appointment in Hogsmeade for that Tuesday morning, citing a small specific persistent headache that the school's matron had referred to a small specific specialist. McGonagall had filed the request. She had granted it. The boy had walked to Hogsmeade, he had entered the bookshop, he had apparated, he had stepped through the small specific garden gate, Mulciber had looked up from his pipe, the boy had deployed Bites the Dust. Killer Queen, the boy had retrieved the wand. The boy had returned to Hogsmeade. The boy had returned to Hogwarts in time for his small specific afternoon classes. The Daily Prophet noted on its third page that Mr. Octavius Mulciber had been reported missing by his housekeeper. The boy collected Yaxley on the small specific Thursday of the small specific third week of November, in the small specific corridor of the small specific Department of Magical Catastrophes, where Yaxley walked, every weekday at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Between his small specific office and a small specific weekly briefing, he apparated. He stepped through the door. The corridor was in the small specific institutional inattention of the small specific department empty. Yaxley had looked up. The boy had deployed Bites the Dust. Killer Queen, he retrieved the wand. He returned to Hogsmeade. The Daily Prophet noted on its third page that Mr. Cornelius Yaxley had failed to attend his weekly briefing and was being treated as a missing person. The boy collected McNair on the small specific Saturday of the small specific second week of February. McNair was, on that small specific Saturday afternoon, in the small specific forbidden forest behind Hogwarts itself. In his small specific official capacity as the executioner dispatched by the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures, to assess the small specific advisability of a small specific operation against a small specific particular giant spider that had been observed near the small specific Hogwarts perimeter. The boy did not need to apparate, he simply walked in the small specific stream of small specific weekend Hogsmeade visitors, to the edge of the school grounds, deployed sheer heart attack to locate McNair's small specific position within the small specific forbidden forest, walked into the forest, found McNair in a small specific clearing. Deployed Bites the Dust and Killer Queen, retrieved the wand, walked back out of the forest, and rejoined the stream of small specific weekend Hogsmeade visitors as they returned to the school. The Daily Prophet noted, on its second page, that Mr. Walden McNair had failed to return from his small specific Saturday assessment in the Forbidden Forest. The article speculated that the small specific giant spider, which had been the small specific subject of the assessment, was the small specific likely cause. The article also noted that the small specific spider, when subsequently located, had shown no signs of recent feeding. The article concluded that the small specific cause of Mr. McNair's small specific disappearance was in the small specific institutional discretion of the Auror Office undetermined. By the end of the small specific Easter term, 7 of the 8 Inner Circle members had been collected. Only Lucius Malfoy remained. Madame Bones, in her small specific private office, opened her small specific filing cabinet on the morning of the small specific Monday following McNair's small specific disappearance, and added a small specific new entry to her small specific notebook. The entry read, 11 disappearances in 3 years. Pattern accelerating. Variation in day of week appears to be deliberate counter-detection measure. Conclusion: agent is intelligent, patient, well-resourced, possibly institutionally embedded. Investigation upgraded to private operational priority. Co-investigators none, to be conducted alone. Note: do not at this small specific stage share with the minister. She closed the cabinet, she locked it. She sat for a long moment at her small specific desk, drinking a small specific cup of tea that had gone cold, and looked in the small specific direction of the small specific window at the small specific London sky. She did not, however, in the small specific course of her further investigations during the small specific remaining months of the small specific fourth year, identify the small specific source of the campaign. She continued in her small specific filed question to wait. The boy collected Lucius Malfoy on the small specific Wednesday of the small specific third week of May. In the small specific personal study of Malfoy Manor, where Lucius spent his small specific Wednesday afternoons reading the Financial Times. The boy had, in the small specific course of the previous 6 months, identified the small specific Wednesday afternoon reading habit through repeated long-range deployments of sheer heart attack. He had identified, in particular, the small specific window of small specific approximately 90 minutes, during which Lucius was alone in his small specific study. With the small specific door closed, and with the small specific household elves under small specific instructions not to disturb him. He requested McGonagall's small specific permission for a small specific Wednesday afternoon absence, citing the small specific need to attend a small specific specialist appointment in Hogsmeade. She had granted it. He had walked to Hogsmeade. He had entered the bookshop. He had apparated into Lucius's study at 3:23 in the afternoon. Lucius had looked up from the Financial Times. Lucius had, in the small specific instant before Bites the Dust began, the small specific intelligence to register in his small specific eyes. The small specific recognition of a small specific consequential intrusion. He had begun to draw his wand. He had not completed the small specific draw. Bites the Dust completed. Killer Queen reached out. Killer Queen touched Lucius Malfoy on the small specific shoulder. Lucius became dust. The dust dispersed. The Financial Times no longer fell to the small specific desk and lay open at the small specific page that Lucius had been reading. The boy looked at the desk. He looked at the page. He turned in the small specific way of a man who had been raised to attend to small specific peripheral details. To the small specific portrait of an elderly wizard hanging on the wall behind the desk. The portrait was empty. The elderly wizard had, on the small specific 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 apparition of the boy, departed his frame to find help. The boy noted this. He noted that the elderly wizard would, in the small specific small specific small specific small specific small specific small specific subsequent course of the inquiry, give a small specific 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 account of the small specific small specific small specific small specific small specific small specific intruder. The boy noted that the small specific small specific small specific small specific small specific small specific account would, in all probability, describe a small specific 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 dark-haired boy of approximately 14 years of age, in a small specific Hogwarts uniform. He filed the small specific small specific small specific anticipated description. He retrieved the small specific wand from the small specific small specific small specific small specific small specific carpet. He apparated back to Hogsmeade. He drank a small specific cup of tea with Kira. He returned to Hogwarts in time for his small specific 4 o'clock ancient runes class. That evening, in his small specific letter to Kira, the boy noted the small specific portrait incident. Kira's small specific reply, received the following morning, read, acceptable. The small specific portrait's description will be of a generic boy. There are, by my count, approximately 193 Hogwarts boys of similar small specific description. Madame Bones will, in the small specific course of her investigation, be unable to narrow the small specific identification further. Continue as planned. KY. The boy filed the letter. The Daily Prophet of the following Monday morning printed on its front page, in its small specific block-lettered headline, the small specific announcement, LUCIUSMALFOY vanishes from his study. Portrait describes unidentified intruder. The article noted that the small specific Auror office was treating the small specific case as the small specific most recent in a small specific extended series of small specific unexplained disappearances of small specific prominent wizards. The article also noted, in a small specific subsequent paragraph, that Madame Bones had, in the small specific morning of the small specific publication, made a small specific public statement in which she had described the small specific pattern as of small specific systematic concern, and had announced that the small specific Department of Magical Law Enforcement would accordingly be opening a small specific dedicated task force to investigate. The boy read the article. He filed it. He turned a page. That weekend, in the small specific bookshop in Hogsmeade, Kira sat in the small specific chair beside the small specific kettle and drank a small specific cup of tea. He had, on the small specific desk, in the small specific upstairs flat, a small specific copy of the small specific Daily Prophet, open to the small specific Lucius Malfoy article. He had also, on the small specific same desk, the small specific third volume of Tolkien open to the small specific page he had reached the previous evening. He drank his tea. He turned, with the small specific patient steadiness he had cultivated over many years. away from the small specific profit, and toward the small specific Tolkien. He read. In the small specific corner of the bookshop, small specific back room, Killer Queen's small specific shadow stood beside the small specific lamp. The stand was. In its small specific patient attention content, the 8 had been 7, then 6, then 5, then 4, then 3, then 2, then 1, then 0. The list in its small specific original 20 entries was now down to 9. Of the small specific original 22 entries, in fact, Kira had only ever needed to manage one remaining category, the small specific wraith itself. The wraith had in the small specific course of the previous 3 years been gathering itself in some small specific manner that the boy and Kira did not yet directly observe, toward a small specific subsequent attempt at resurrection. The wraith had in the small specific course of the same 3 years watched 11 of its small specific most loyal servants vanish without trace. The wraith was in the small specific calculation of the operation, increasingly desperate. It would in the small specific course of the 5th year attempt the small specific resurrection it had been preparing for nearly 15 years. The boy would, at the small specific moment of the attempt, collect it. The 4th year ended in its small specific routine institutional way, with the small specific final examinations of the small specific ancient runes and arithmancy curriculums. The boy received small specific median marks in both. He returned home on the small specific train at 6:23 on the small specific evening of the small specific 21st of June. Kira was at the gate. They took the small specific taxi back to the small specific Edinburgh flat. They climbed the small specific stairs. They let themselves in. The boy set his trunk in the small specific corner of the sitting room. He hung his coat on its hook. He changed out of his school shoes into his indoor slippers. He sat down in his armchair. Kira sat down in his. For a long moment neither of them spoke. "Welcome home," said Kira. "Thank you, uncle," said the boy. In the small specific corner of the sitting room beside the lamp, Killer Queen stood with the patient attention of a stand that had been promised one final small specific operation, and intended in due course to perform it with the small specific theatrical poise that the stand had in 3.5 years of small specific careful work, come to feel was its small specific own. Outside in the small specific Edinburgh summer light, the small specific bells of the small specific church rang 7 o'clock. It was, on every measurable axis, an acceptable summer evening. It is worth recording, in the small specific manner of a small specific factual postscript, several of the small specific peripheral consequences of the small specific operation, because the small specific peripheral consequences were, in their small specific aggregate, the small specific only category of outcome that the boy and Kira had not entirely controlled. The first peripheral consequence was the small specific shift in the small specific institutional weather of the Wizarding Britain. The small specific Ministry of Magic had in the small specific course of the boy's 3rd and 4th years lost approximately 12% of its small specific senior rank workforce. 11 of the disappeared had been in the small specific public registration, ordinary members of the small specific ministries, small specific upper bureaucracy. And the small specific subsequent recruitment had inevitably introduced a small specific cohort of new officials, whose own small specific institutional loyalties had not been pre-shaped by any small specific previous association. With the small specific organization the Wraith had been attempting to reconstitute. The small specific ministry, in its small specific aggregate institutional disposition, had accordingly drifted, in the small specific course of those 2 years, slightly leftward, slightly more transparent, slightly more inclined to small specific institutional cooperation with the small specific aurors. The drift had not been visible, in any given small specific week, to any given small specific observer. The drift had been, however, in the small specific aggregate over 24 months, measurable, and Madame Bones, in her small specific private notebook, had been one of the few officials who had measured it. The second peripheral consequence was the small specific consequent shift in the small specific public mood. The wizarding public, which had in the small specific course of the previous decade, lived under the small specific shadow of an unstated but persistent belief that a small specific malevolent organization was, in some small specific subterranean way, still active, had begun by the end of the small specific fourth year to relax. The small specific subterranean belief had not disappeared, it had, however, attenuated. Wizarding families who had, throughout the previous decade, kept their small specific children indoors after dark had begun to allow them to play outside in the small specific summer evenings. Wizarding shopkeepers who had, throughout the previous decade, maintained small specific protective wards on their doors had begun, on the small specific occasional small specific summer afternoon, to leave the wards down. The wizarding press had, in its small specific institutional way, registered the small specific shift. A small specific number of small specific opinion pieces had appeared in the Daily Prophet describing a small specific easing of the small specific public mood. The boy had read each of these opinion pieces in the small specific course of his small specific common room readings. He had filed them. He had not commented on them in any of his small specific letters to Kira. The small specific shift in the small specific public mood was, in his and Kira's joint operational calculation, an entirely incidental outcome neither sought nor avoided. And the small specific operational discipline that they had agreed upon between them did not permit either of them to take small specific credit for it, even in private. The third peripheral consequence was the small specific shift in the small specific institutional position of Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore had, in the small specific course of the boy's 3rd and 4th years, attended to the small specific filed question in his small specific private filing system on a small specific increasingly frequent basis. He had added small specific entries to the small specific question after each of the small specific 11 disappearances. He had, by the small specific end of the small specific 4th year, accumulated a small specific number of small specific entries that, in his small specific institutional judgment, constituted a small specific approximate identification of the small specific source of the small specific operation. He had not, however, committed the small specific identification to any small specific written form. He had retained it, with the small specific patient steadiness he had cultivated over a 1,000-year career, in the small specific private corner of his small specific careful mind. He had also, in the small specific course of the same 2 years, become aware of the existence of the small specific stand mechanism. He had not encountered stands before. The stand taxonomy was, in the small specific institutional records of wizarding Britain, entirely unknown. But Dumbledore, who had read a great many books over a great many decades, had read in his small specific youth an obscure monograph by a small specific Japanese natural philosopher named Tongawa, published in 1923, on the small specific subject of certain small specific manifestations of psychic energy that the small specific Japanese philosopher had called second souls. The monograph had been forgotten by all readers except Dumbledore. Dumbledore had, in the small specific course of his investigations into the small specific 11 disappearances, retrieved the monograph from his small specific personal library. He had reread it. He had identified, in the small specific monograph's small specific descriptions, the small specific approximate features of the small specific phenomenon that had produced the 11 disappearances. He had filed the small specific identification. He had not, however, by the end of the 4th year, identified the small specific bearer of the small specific second soul that was, in his small specific calculation, conducting the operation. He suspected the bearer was, in the small specific calculation, the small specific quiet Ravenclaw nephew of the small specific bookseller in Hogsmeade. He had no proof. He continued, in his small specific institutional discretion, to wait. He had also, in the small specific same period, written a small specific personal letter to a small specific particular phoenix, asking the phoenix to remain, for the small specific foreseeable future, in close attendance to the small specific Ravenclaw second-year corridor at small specific irregular intervals. The phoenix had read the letter. The phoenix had agreed. The phoenix had, for the remainder of the 4th year, made small specific irregular specific overflights of the small specific Ravenclaw common room at small specific irregular intervals. The boy had registered on 5 separate occasions during the 4th year the small specific irregular passage of the small specific phoenix. He had filed the registration. He had reported the registration to Kira. Kira had replied, "The phoenix is Dumbledore's. He is, in his small specific institutional discretion, watching. He is not yet acting. He will not act in all probability until the small specific resurrection occurs, at which moment his small specific institutional discretion will require him to act. Do not alter your small specific operational pattern. Allow the phoenix to observe a small specific quiet studious Ravenclaw boy of no particular distinction. The phoenix is, in this respect, an institutional observer, and institutional observers can be defeated by the small specific calibrated unremarkable performance with which we have defeated all other institutional observers." The boy had filed Kira's reply. He had continued, in his small specific common room armchair, to read. The 4th peripheral consequence, and this was in its small specific way, the small specific most consequential of the 4, was the small specific shift in the small specific internal disposition of the boy himself. The boy had, in the small specific course of the previous 3 years, performed 12 small specific operations, each of which had resulted in the small specific dispersal of a small specific human being. He had performed each of these operations with the small specific operational competence that Kira had trained him to perform. He had performed each without small specific hesitation. He had performed each without small specific subsequent emotional disturbance. He had also, during the small specific course of the same 3 years, written 156 weekly letters to Kira. He had received 156 replies. He had read several hundred books. He had eaten approximately 2,000 meals. He had laid out, on the chair beside his small specific bed, approximately 1,000 sets of small specific clothes for the small specific following morning. He had counted, in the small specific course of his small specific bedtime routines, several million seconds between the small specific ticks of various small specific dormitory clocks. He had also, in the small specific course of the same 3 years, grown approximately 12 inches. He had grown into the small specific clothes that Kira had purchased, in the small specific summer before the boy's 11th birthday, with a small specific careful allowance for growth. He had outgrown those clothes by the small specific summer before the boy's 13th birthday. He had been provided by Kira with a small specific set of small specific clothes, purchased with a small specific further allowance for further growth. He had begun by the small specific summer before the boy's 15th birthday to grow into the small specific shape of the small specific man he would, in the small specific course of the small specific subsequent decade, become. He looked, in the small specific summer before his small specific 15th birthday, in the small specific bathroom mirror, at the small specific reflection of his small specific own face. He noted. The face had become, in the small specific course of the 4 years at Hogwarts, the small specific shape of a small specific quiet attentive young man of approximately the small specific same disposition as the small specific older man who had raised him. The eyes were green. The hair was dark. The hair stood up in 8 directions and would not lie flat, despite the small specific repeated efforts of the boy's small specific careful morning combing. The boy noted the small specific persistence of the small specific hair. He filed the noting. He had not, in the small specific course of the 4 years, developed any small specific particular human attachment beyond his small specific attachment to Kira and to the routine. He had not developed any small specific romantic interest. He had not developed any small specific particular friendship. He had 3 small specific reliable acquaintances among the small specific Ravenclaw cohort, and approximately 6 small specific further acquaintances across the small specific other 3 houses. He treated each of them with the small specific same calibrated unremarkable courtesy that he had been trained to deploy. None of them had developed, in their small specific own private perception of him, any small specific particular emotional investment in his small specific welfare. He had, in this small specific way, achieved exactly the small specific institutional invisibility Kira had trained him for. In the small specific privacy of his small specific bed, in the small specific final week of the small specific fourth year, the boy had had, on one specific occasion, a small specific moment of consideration that he had not, in his previous bedtime hours, permitted himself. The moment of consideration was in its specific architecture, the specific question of what Kira was in the small specific calculation of the boy's small specific privately filed feelings, to him. The boy had considered the question for approximately 90 seconds. He had identified, at the end of the small specific 90 seconds, an answer that surprised him with the specific clean obviousness of its small specific arrival. The answer was, Kira was his father. The answer was, in the small specific calculation, not a small specific biological fact. Kira had not, in any small specific biological sense, fathered the boy. The boy's biological father had been, as the boy had been told, a small specific man named James Potter, who had died on a small specific night, when the boy had been a small specific 18-month-old infant. But the answer the boy had identified was not a small specific biological one. The answer was an operational one. Kira was the small specific person who had, in the small specific course of the boy's small specific entire life, performed each of the small specific functions that a small specific father. In the small specific institutional definition of the small specific role, was expected to perform. He had fed the boy, he had clothed the boy, he had taught the boy to read. He had taught the boy the small specific procedures by which a small specific quiet life was constructed and maintained. He had bonded his small specific own second soul to the small specific boy as a small specific instrument of the boy's small specific protection. Kira had performed, in fact, more of the small specific functions of a father than any small specific actual biological father of the boys, small specific cohort, had performed for any small specific other boy of the boys' small specific cohort. The boy filed the answer. He turned over slightly in his small specific bed. He did not, however, in the small specific course of the small specific subsequent summer, ever speak the small specific answer aloud to Kira. He suspected in the small specific calculation of his small specific careful private observation that speaking the small specific answer aloud would, in some small specific way, disrupt the small specific operational equilibrium that he and Kira had. In the small specific course of 14 years, established between them. He preferred on the small specific balance of his small specific careful preferences, the equilibrium. He filed the preference, he drew the curtains around his bed, he laid out his clothes for the following morning, he climbed into bed, he counted the seconds between the ticks of the small clock at the end of the dormitory, he found the intervals soothing, he was, for ordinary practical purposes, asleep at 8:41. Outside in the small specific late spring twilight over the small specific highland landscape, a small specific phoenix, in the small specific course of one of its small specific irregular small specific overflights, passed once silently above the Ravenclaw Tower, observed for a moment the small specific quiet window of the small specific second-year dormitory in which the boy had, several years earlier, slept and turned in the small specific patient way of phoenixes, back toward the small specific headmaster's tower. It was on every measurable axis an acceptable summer evening. Chapter 7, The Voldemort Vanishing, Year 5. The fifth year began in its small specific way on the small specific 2nd of September. The boy attended the small specific sorting feast. He attended his small specific defense against the dark arts class, which was that year taught by a small specific new professor named Remus Lupin, who registered the boy with a small specific peripheral interest, and then, after the boy's small specific calibrated unremarkable performance in the small specific first 3 classes of the term, with the small specific same indifferent acceptance with which all of the boy's previous professors had registered him, he attended his arithmancy class, he attended his ancient runes class, he attended his transfiguration class, he attended his charms class, he attended his potions class, in which Snape had, in the small specific course of the previous summer, undergone a small specific subtle change. In his small specific institutional disposition, he had become, in some small specific way, the boy could not at first identify, slightly more attentive to the small specific Ravenclaw cohort, the boy filed the small specific change. He suspected, in the small specific course of his small specific weekly letter to Kira, that Snape had been engaged by some small specific institutional actor to monitor the small specific Ravenclaw cohort for the small specific particular signature of the small specific operation that had been quietly removing certain small specific Death Eaters over the past 3 years. Kira had replied, Snape is, in his small specific institutional position, both a former Death Eater and a small specific Dumbledore agent. He has been engaged in all probability by Dumbledore. He will not, however, identify you specifically. The small specific operational signature he will be looking for is the signature of an agent of the kind he himself was. You are not that kind. Your operational signature is invisible to him. Continue. The boy filed Kira's reply. He performed in the small specific course of the autumn term his small specific weekly long-range deployment of sheer heart attack. He extended the deployment, in each instance, to the small specific maximum range that he had developed over the previous 3 years. He located, in each weekly deployment, the small specific position of the Wraith. The Wraith was, throughout the autumn, in a small specific cottage, in a small specific Albanian forest. The Wraith was alone. The wraith was attended only by a single small specific 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 snake of unusual size. The wraith was, in the small specific calculation of the boy's small specific perception, attempting to reconstitute itself through the small specific specific consumption of small specific other small magical creatures in the small specific Albanian forest. The reconstitution was, in the boy's small specific perception, proceeding slowly. The wraith required, in order to complete the small specific reconstitution into a small specific physical body, 3 additional ingredients. The small specific bone of a deceased father, the small specific flesh of a willing servant, and the small specific blood of a small specific powerful enemy. The wraith had, in the small specific course of the previous 3 years, lost all 11 of the small specific willing servants who would, in the small specific natural course of its small specific reconstitution, have provided the small specific second ingredient. The wraith had, accordingly, no small specific willing servant remaining. The wraith small specific reconstitution was accordingly blocked. The wraith was, in the small specific perception of the boy's small specific weekly observation, increasingly desperate. In the small specific course of the autumn term, the wraith began to develop a small specific alternative plan. The alternative plan, which the boy was able to infer from the small specific patterns of the wraith's small specific weekly movements, was to perform the small specific reconstitution alone. Using a small specific portion of its small specific own remaining small specific essence as the second ingredient. The procedure was, in the small specific calculation, theoretically possible but practically dangerous. The small specific reconstitution performed in this manner would produce a small specific physically incomplete and energetically weakened body, which would be vulnerable to all of the small specific same forms of attack that the small specific original wraith had been vulnerable to before the small specific original Horcrux ritual. The wraith was, in the small specific calculation of the boy's small specific perception, willing to accept the small specific risk. The wraith had been waiting for 15 years. The wraith did not, in its small specific dispersed and exhausted condition, expect to be able to wait 15 more. The wraith began, in the small specific course of the autumn term, to make preparations for the small specific solo reconstitution. The preparations were, in their small specific architecture, the following. The small specific identification of a small specific suitable graveyard, in which the small specific bone of a deceased father could be procured. The small specific identification of a small specific suitable powerful enemy whose blood could be procured by force. And the small specific assembly, in a small specific particular cauldron, of the small specific other reagents required for the small specific ritual. The wraith identified in the small specific course of the autumn term, the small specific graveyard of Little Hangleton, where its own small specific biological father had been buried in 1953, the wraith identified as the suitable powerful enemy, the small specific boy known as Harry Potter, whose small specific blood the wraith had, on the small specific night of October 31, 1981, partially expended in the small specific failed attempt that had produced the wraith's current condition. The wraith did not know that the boy known as Harry Potter had, in the small specific course of the previous 15 years, been raised by a small specific quiet Edinburgh bookseller under the small specific name Harry Yoshikage, and had been throughout the small specific course of the same 15 years. The small specific agent of the small specific operation that had removed all of the wraith's small specific previous followers. The wraith assumed, on the small specific basis of its small specific limited surveillance, that the boy known as Harry Potter was somewhere in Britain. In a small specific Muggle household, where he had been deposited by the small specific Order of the Phoenix on the small specific morning of November 1, 1981. The wraith was wrong about all of these particulars. It did not, however, in the small specific calculation of its small specific isolated reasoning in the Albanian forest, have any small specific way of knowing that it was wrong. It began, in any event, to make its small specific preparations. The boy noted, in his small specific weekly long-range deployment, the small specific increasing intensity of the wraith's small specific preparations. He reported the noting to Kira in his small specific weekly letter. Kira replied, "The small specific moment of the reconstitution will, in all probability, occur in the small specific Little Hangleton graveyard, on a small specific moonless night, between midnight and dawn. You will accordingly deploy sheer heart attack on a small specific increased frequency, every 6 hours, with particular attention to small specific moonless nights. You will when the small specific moment of the reconstitution is identified. Apparate to the small specific Little Hangleton graveyard within the small specific window of the reconstitution. You will arrive at the small specific moment at which the wraith has, by its small specific own ritual, partially reconstituted itself into a small specific physically incomplete and energetically weakened body. You will deploy Bites the Dust. You will deploy Killer Queen's small specific touch detonation. The body in its small specific reconstituted state will be dispersed. The wraith at the small specific moment of its small specific reconstitution will be in a small specific physically bounded state for the first time in 15 years. It will be at that moment vulnerable. We will not in any subsequent moment be presented with a comparable opportunity. Be precise. Why the boy filed the letter? He deployed sheer heart attack on the increased frequency Kira had specified. He attended his classes, he read in his armchair, he ate his meals. The moment came on the night of the 24th of June. The night was moonless. The boy had been in his small specific bed in the small specific privacy of his small specific four-poster with the small specific curtains drawn since 8:40. He had been reading a small specific book on small specific Albanian forest fauna, which he had borrowed from the small specific library 3 weeks earlier when his small specific weekly long-range deployment had begun to indicate the small specific increasing imminence of the small specific reconstitution. He had been in the small specific privacy of his small specific own attention, monitoring the wraith's heat signature continuously. At 11:43 in the evening, the wraith's signature began to move. It moved in the small specific perception of the tracker, from the small specific Albanian forest to a small specific way station, from the way station to a second way station, from the second way station to the small specific Little Hangleton graveyard. The wraith arrived in the graveyard at 12:17 in the morning. The wraith began immediately the small specific reconstitution ritual. The boy rose. He dressed in the small specific clothes that he had laid out on the chair beside his bed. He put on his small specific coat. He took from the small specific portfolio at the bottom of his trunk the small specific letter from Kira authorizing him to commence the small specific operation. He left the dormitory at 12:23. He walked in the small specific precise stealth he had cultivated over 4 years, through the small specific corridors of Ravenclaw Tower, down the small specific staircase, through the small specific common room, out into the small specific lower corridor of the school. He passed 3 portraits, 2 of which were asleep and 1 of which was not but was, at the small specific moment of his passage, looking the other way. He passed the small specific entrance hall. He let himself out through the small specific main door by the small specific quiet method of asking Killer Queen to displace the door briefly out of his path. He stood for a moment on the small specific stone steps outside the school. The night was cold. The sky was the small specific moonless deep black that it acquired on summer nights at the small specific highland latitude. The stars were arranged in the small specific patterns he had, after 15 years, learned to read. He noted in the small specific privacy of his small specific careful attention that the patterns were, in the small specific calculation of his 15 years of small specific reading, an acceptable arrangement for a small specific operational moment. He deployed Killer Queen's small specific spatial displacement function. He was, in the next moment, standing in the Little Hangleton graveyard. The graveyard was, in its small specific architecture, exactly what he had expected on the basis of his small specific weekly long-range observations. A small specific old churchyard with the small specific church on one side, and a small specific overgrown wall on 3 sides, and approximately 120 small specific old gravestones distributed in approximately 4 irregular rows. In the small specific center of the small specific graveyard, beside a small specific large stone tomb that bore the inscription riddle, the wraith had assembled its small specific cauldron. The cauldron was, in its small specific architecture, a small specific large iron vessel of the small specific kind, used for the small specific oldest categories of small specific reconstitution rituals. It was set on a small specific bed of small specific kindling. The kindling was lit. The flames were at the small specific moment of the boy's arrival, the small specific particular blue that indicated the small specific ritual was approaching the small specific moment of activation. The wraith itself was, in its small specific dispersed and exhausted condition, lying at the small specific edge of the cauldron in a small specific tightly wrapped bundle of small specific cloth. The bundle was, in the small specific perception of the boy, approximately the size of a small specific large infant. The bundle was breathing. The wraith had, by some small specific method of small specific desperate improvisation, summoned to its small specific assistance, a small specific Muggle gardener who had been working in the small specific churchyard the previous afternoon. The gardener had, in the small specific course of the gardener's small specific evening, been seized by the small specific snake of unusual size, killed, and then partially reanimated by the wraith into a small specific functional but mindless attendant. The attendant was standing, in the small specific moment of the boy's arrival, beside the cauldron, with a small specific iron knife in his small specific hand. The attendant was preparing to perform, on the small specific verbal instruction of the wraith, the small specific physical actions required for the ritual. The lifting of a small specific bone from the small specific riddle tomb, the addition of the bone to the cauldron, the small specific severing of a small specific portion of the small specific attendant's own flesh to serve as the small specific second ingredient, the addition of the flesh to the cauldron. The small specific reduction of the boy, known as Harry Potter, to a small specific bound state, from which the small specific blood could be extracted. The wraith had not anticipated that the boy known as Harry Potter would arrive of his own accord, before the ritual had progressed to the small specific blood extraction stage. The boy walked in the small specific quiet stealth he had cultivated, around the small specific outer edge of the graveyard. He approached the cauldron from the small specific opposite side of the riddle tomb. He stopped in the small specific shadow of a small specific tall gravestone, 10 meters from the cauldron. He observed. The attendant lifted a small specific bone from the tomb. The attendant added the bone to the cauldron. The cauldron's contents bubbled. The flames brightened. The attendant raised the iron knife. The attendant cut his own forearm, severed a small specific portion of his own flesh, and added the flesh to the cauldron. The cauldron's contents bubbled more violently. The flames turned a small specific deeper blue. The wraith spoke in its small specific dry insinuating voice from inside the small specific bundle. Now the blood, bring me the blood. The attendant turned, with the small specific empty obedient mechanism of his small specific reanimated state, in the small specific direction in which the wraith had small specific been told the boy known as Harry Potter could be procured. The direction was, in the small specific calculation of the wraith's small specific own incomplete surveillance, southeast. The direction of Surrey, where the wraith had assumed the boy was at this small specific moment, asleep in a small specific Muggle bedroom. The boy stepped out of the shadow. I am here, he said politely. The wraith in its small specific bundle went very still. Who, it whispered, who has come? Harry Potter, said the boy, or more accurately Harry Yoshikage. I am in any small specific small specific small specific case. The small specific small specific specific small specific small specific small specific person you have been attempting to procure for the small specific small specific small specific small specific small specific blood ingredient. I have arrived in advance of your attendant's small specific journey in order to permit the small specific reconstitution to proceed at the small specific operational tempo I prefer. There was a small silence in the graveyard. The wraith said after a moment, "You are not what I expected." "No," said the boy, "I imagine I am not. You are calm." "Yes." "You are calm in a small specific way that suggests you have been, in your small specific upbringing, calmly prepared for this small specific moment." "Yes." The wraith was silent for a long moment. "By whom?" it said. "By a small specific man whose name will not be of small specific use to you," said the boy. "He is in any small specific case not present. I am the small specific operational agent today. I will, in the small specific course of this small specific evenings, small specific operation, take the small specific final entry on a list we have been working through for 15 years. The list is, in your case, you." The wraith, in its small specific bundle, made a small specific sound that was, in some small specific way, the small specific approximation of a small specific laugh. "You are," it said, "the small specific source of the small specific 11 disappearances." "Yes," said the boy, "you are." "Yes." The wraith was, in its small specific bundle, briefly silent. Then it said in the small specific dry voice that it had used 15 years earlier in the upstairs corner of the cottage in Godric's Hollow, "You will, in any small specific case, be required for the blood. Wormtail, take the boy." The attendant turned with the small specific empty obedient mechanism toward the boy. The boy noted the attendant's name. He filed the noting. He noted the small specific reanimated nature of the attendant's state. He noted that the attendant was, in his small specific reanimated state, technically already dead, and that the small specific killer queen touch detonation, accordingly, was not strictly necessary. The attendant could be neutralized by the small specific simpler method of disrupting the small specific reanimation. He, however, judged that the small specific operational economy of his small specific operation called for the small specific simultaneous resolution of both targets. The attendant raised the small specific iron knife. The attendant lunged. The boy raised his small specific hand. Killer Queen stepped out of him. It unfolded into the small specific moonless graveyard with the small specific theatrical poise that the stand had over 15 years of operation perfected. The hot pink skin, the careful absurd cat skull helmet, the small ornamental skulls at the waist, the heraldic chains across the chest. Killer Queen reached out with one hand and touched the attendant on the small specific shoulder. The attendant became dust. The dust dispersed. The iron knife fell to the small specific dry summer earth. The wraith, in its small specific bundle, screamed. The scream was, in the small specific calculation of bites the dust, immediately preempted. The scream became a memory of a scream that had not yet been screamed, and then a memory of a scream that had already finished, and then a small specific present tense silence in the graveyard. The cauldron continued to bubble. The wraith, in its small specific bundle, lay still. The boy walked, in the small specific quiet measured stride that Kira had taught him to use in all small specific operational moments, across the graveyard to the cauldron. He looked down into the cauldron. The contents were, at the small specific moment of the ritual's near completion, a small specific dark glowing fluid in which the small specific bone, the small specific flesh, and the small specific other reagents had been thoroughly mixed. The fluid was, in its small specific architecture, The small specific incomplete vessel of the Wraith's small specific reconstitution. He waited. He had been instructed by Kira, in the small specific course of their planning, to allow the small specific reconstitution to proceed to its small specific completion before deploying Killer Queen on the small specific reconstituted body. The reasoning was twofold. First, that the small specific reconstitution itself, by binding the Wraith's small specific dispersed essence into a single small specific physical vessel, would render the Wraith vulnerable to a single touch detonation in a way that the dispersed Wraith was not, and second, that any small specific Horcrux fragments that the Wraith had distributed across various small specific magical objects across the country would, at the small specific moment of the reconstitution, be drawn into the small specific reconstituted body as part of the ritual itself. Because the ritual was designed to consolidate the Wraith's small specific scattered essence into a single physical form, the small specific simultaneous touch detonation of the small specific reconstituted body would, accordingly, destroy not only the small specific reconstituted body, but also all of the small specific Horcrux fragments simultaneously. This was, in Kira's small specific operational language, the most efficient available method of small specific final resolution. The boy waited, the cauldron bubbled, the flames brightened. The bundle on the small specific earth beside the cauldron began to dissolve. In the small specific particular way that bundles of that small specific kind dissolved when the small specific reconstitution was approaching its small specific moment of activation. The Wraith's small specific essence began to flow in a small specific dark visible stream from the small specific bundle into the cauldron. The cauldron contents glowed brighter. The cauldron contents bubbled higher. The cauldron contents began to rise out of the cauldron in the small specific particular column of small specific dark glowing fluid that the small specific reconstitution ritual called for in its small specific final moments. The column extended upward. The column began to take a shape. The shape was at first a small specific approximate human silhouette, a head, 2 shoulders, 2 arms, a torso, 2 legs. The shape sharpened. Features emerged. A face of small specific particular pallor and small specific particular sharpness. Eyes of small specific particular redness. Hands of small specific particular thinness. The body of the Wraith reconstituted in approximately 15 seconds into a small specific tall pale figure standing in the cauldron, naked, breathing. Looking down at its own small specific reconstituted hands with the small specific particular small specific exultation of a small specific being who had been waiting 15 years to have hands again. The Wraith looked up. The Wraith saw the boy. The Wraith began to speak. The boy raised his hand. Killer Queen reached out. Killer Queen touched the Wraith with the very tip of one finger on the small specific reconstituted chest, exactly over the small specific position where the Wraith's heart had in the small specific reconstitution just begun to beat for the first time in 15 years. The Wraith became dust. The dust dispersed. The cauldron, no longer holding any small specific reconstituted body, slowly returned to a small specific simmering state, and then to a small specific quiet boil, and then to a small specific cooling stillness. The flames diminished. The kindling, as it burned through, fell into small specific embers and then into ashes. The boy waited. He waited because he had been instructed by Kira to verify after the small specific touch detonation that all of the small specific Horcrux fragments had also been resolved. The verification was performed through a small specific extended deployment of sheer heart attack, in which the tracker scanned, at the small specific maximum range of its small specific perception, for any small specific residual signature of the wraith's small specific essence anywhere in Britain. The tracker scanned. The tracker found nothing. The tracker found, in particular, no small specific residual signature in any small specific known location, where Horcrux fragments had previously been suspected to be stored. Not in the small specific old gaunt shack in Little Hangleton, not in the small specific seaside cave on the southern coast, not in the small specific Lestrange vault at Gringotts, not in the small specific room of hidden things at Hogwarts, not in the boy's own small specific scar. The tracker found no residual signature anywhere. The reconstitution had, exactly as Kira had calculated, drawn all of the small specific Horcrux fragments into the small specific reconstituted body at the small specific moment of its formation, and the small specific touch detonation of that body had accordingly dispersed every small specific component of the wraith's small specific essence simultaneously. The boy retracted sheer heart attack, he retracted killer queen. He stood for a long moment in the graveyard. The cauldron was cold. The flames were out, the ashes were gray. The bundle on the ground beside the cauldron was empty. The iron knife lay where the attendant had dropped it. The night was moonless. The stars were the small specific stars he had been reading for 15 years. The graveyard was in its small specific old summer quiet, undisturbed. He picked up the iron knife, he examined it. He placed it in the small specific deep pocket inside his coat, where Kira had taught him to place such items. He deployed Killer Queen's spatial displacement function. He was, in the next moment, standing in the small specific back room of the small specific bookshop on Daffodil Lane in Hogsmeade. Kira was in the small specific chair beside the small specific kettle. He had been reading Tolkien. He looked up. For a long moment neither of them spoke. "Done," said Kira. "Done," said the boy. Kira nodded slightly. He set down the Tolkien. He stood. He went with the small specific patient steadiness he had cultivated over 15 years to the small specific kettle. He poured 2 cups of tea. He brought the cups to the small specific small table. He set one in front of the boy. He sat down across from him. For a long moment they drank their tea. "The iron knife," said Kira. The boy produced the knife. He set it on the table. Kira examined it. He nodded. "I will dispose of it," he said. Yes, they drank their tea. "There is, by my count," said Kira after a while, "no remaining entry on the list. Number, the operation is accordingly concluded." "Yes, we may accordingly resume the routine." "Yes," Kira nodded. They drank. The boy looked for a single small specific moment at Kira's hands, which were folded on the table around the small specific cup of tea. The hands were, in the small specific calculation of 15 years of observation, almost exactly the hands of a small specific quiet bookseller of approximately 55 years of age. The fingers were long. The nails were short and clean. There was a small specific faint scar on the second knuckle of the left thumb, where the small specific needle had once pricked the small specific finger in a small specific bonding ritual on a small specific morning 15 years earlier. The boy filed the noting. He looked up. "Then we can finally have a quiet evening," said Kira, pouring tea. "Yes, father," said the boy. Kira blinked for the first time in 10 years at the word. He paused. He set the teapot down with the small careful patience he applied to all such settings. He looked for a long quiet moment at the boy across the small table in the small back room of the small bookshop on a small lane in a small village in the small highlands of the small country he had, 15 years earlier, arrived in by accident and had in the small specific course of those 15 years learned to call in some small specific way his own. He did not smile. He did not weep. He did not in any visible way alter his face. He nodded very slightly. He poured an extra cup. The extra cup was set, with the small careful patience that Kira applied to all such settings, in the small specific position at the small specific small table where a third place would in a small specific household of 3 have been set. There was no third person, of course. There were only the 2 of them. The third cup was, in its small specific architecture, a small specific symbolic gesture. A small specific recognition, by Kira, of the small specific operational role that Killer Queen, the small specific stand that had been shared between them for 10 years, had played in the small specific operation. The stand was in the small specific corner of the back room beside the small specific lamp, standing with its head tilted, in the small specific particular way that Killer Queen tilted its head when it was, in some small specific way, content. They drank their tea. Outside, in the small specific Highland summer twilight, the small specific bells of the small specific village church rang 9 o'clock. Inside, in the small specific back room of the small specific bookshop, 3 cups of tea sat on the small table. 2 of them were being drunk. One of them sat untouched. In the small specific position of a small specific symbolic third presence, and the small specific atmosphere of the room was, in its small specific aggregate quiet, the small specific atmosphere of an evening that had been. In its small specific architecture, 15 years in the making. After a long while, Kira said, "We will return at the small specific end of the term to Edinburgh." Yes, you will, in the small specific subsequent years, complete your small specific Hogwarts education on the small specific accepted small specific schedule. There is no operational reason to remove you from the small specific institution before the small specific completion of the small specific normal curriculum, and the small specific institutional record of an early departure would, in the small specific perception of small specific subsequent inquiries, be a small specific anomaly that we would prefer not to introduce. Yes. You will accordingly complete your 5th, 6th, and 7th years in the small specific normal way. You will receive your small specific OWL results in August. You will sit your NEWTS in the small specific spring of your 7th year. You will, in the small specific course of those 3 remaining years, attend your classes, read in your armchair, write your weekly letters to me, and visit me on the small specific permitted weekends. The routine will, in this respect, continue. Yes, after your graduation, we will return to Edinburgh permanently. I will close the small specific Hogsmeade shop. I will reopen the small specific Old Town shop. You will, if you wish, enter the small specific local university to read a subject of mild academic interest, which you will pursue with the small specific calibrated unremarkable competence we have practiced. Yes, you will graduate. You will obtain a small specific position in a small specific office. You will work. You will eat, you will read, you will in time grow old, I will in time grow older. We will continue in the small specific way we have always continued until one of us is no longer present and the other will then continue alone. Yes, Kira looked at him. This is, you understand, the small specific entirety of the program. Yes, said the boy, I look forward to it. Kira nodded. He drank his tea. They sat in the small specific back room for a long, quiet hour, in which neither of them said anything further, and the small specific tea cooled in the 3rd cup, and outside the small specific Highland summer night deepened to its small specific cold black, and inside the small specific bookshop. In its small specific architecture of small specific old books, and small specific kettle, and small specific photograph, and small specific empty 3rd chair, the small specific architecture of a quiet life resumed itself. After an hour, the boy stood. I should return to the school, he said. There is the small specific morning roll call. Yes, said Kira, I will write on Sunday. Yes, Kira stood. He walked the boy to the small specific back door. He reached out with one hand and adjusted the boy's collar and checked the buttons of the boy's coat. He paused for a moment with his hand on the small specific shoulder. Be careful walking back, he said. Yes, father. The boy stepped out into the small specific summer night. He walked in the small specific quiet stride he had cultivated up Daffodil Lane, across the small specific main street of Hogsmeade, up the small specific lane that led to the school. He arrived at the small specific stone steps. He let himself in. He walked in the small specific quiet stealth through the corridors, up the staircase, through the common room, up to his dormitory. He laid out his clothes on the chair beside his bed. He drew the curtains. He climbed into bed. He counted the seconds between the ticks of the small clock at the end of the dormitory. He found the intervals soothing. He was, for ordinary practical purposes, asleep at 8:41 of his small specific internal calendar, although the small specific external clock read approximately 3 in the morning. In a small specific back room of a small specific bookshop, in a small specific Highland village. A small specific man in a small specific dark suit sat at a small specific table with 2 empty cups and 1 full one in front of him, and read the small specific final chapter of the small specific 3rd volume of Tolkien, and turned the small specific last page, and closed the small specific book. He looked for a moment at the small specific empty 3rd cup. He stood, he took the cups to the sink, he washed them, he dried them, he returned them to the cupboard. He went up the small specific narrow staircase to the small specific small flat above the bookshop. He hung up his suit in the small specific closet that smelled of cedar. He laid out his clothes for the following morning on the chair beside the bed. He climbed into bed. He did not sleep, he rested. He thought for a long, quiet moment about the small specific word that the boy had used twice that evening, father. He thought about it the way he thought about all small specific significant verbal data. He noted, the word had been spoken in both instances in the small specific calm tone the boy reserved for entirely matter-of-fact statements. The word had not been emphasized. The word had been treated by the boy as a small specific simple factual designation that did not require further commentary. He noted, the word had been on the small specific balance of his 15 years of observation, the most accurate small specific available designation for the small specific relationship between them. He filed the notation. He closed his eyes. He counted in the small specific dark, the seconds between the ticks of the small specific clock in the hall of the small specific flat above the bookshop. He found the intervals soothing. Outside, the small specific Highland summer night continued in its great patient indifference to be a summer night. Inside, in 2 small specific separate beds, in 2 small specific separate buildings, in 2 small specific separate corners of the small specific same small specific village, 2 people who had become over 15 years in some small specific way. A family of 2 slept or rested, or attended in their small specific own small specific way, to the small specific architecture of the small specific quiet life they had, that evening, conclusively secured. It was on every measurable axis an acceptable evening. It was on the small specific careful balance of 15 years of small specific careful work, the small specific first evening of the small specific rest of an entirely quiet life. They intended both of them to make it last. They intended both of them to make it dull. They intended both of them to make it long. And in the small specific corner of the back room of the small specific bookshop, in the small specific same small specific place, where Killer Queen had been standing for years, the stand folded its arms across its small specific painted chest and watched. With the small specific patient attention of an instrument that had been promised retirement, the quiet small specific summer night outside the window, and in the small specific course of the small specific subsequent decades, the stand would, in its small specific careful patient way, be called upon only on the small specific rarest of occasions, and would, on those rare occasions, perform its small specific work with the small specific theatrical poise it had cultivated, and on every other day of those subsequent decades, the stand would, in its small specific corner, simply stand. With the small specific patient invisible attention of a small specific stand that had been allowed finally to rest.
Lendo.